The latest showdown of Bahria Town Champions Cup saw Lakeview Panthers extend the streak of teams defending their totals.
And once again, this time, they have
After a
collected
shaky
it.
start, they bounced back with a crucial 144-run partnership.
Beautifully picked.
Mubassir Khan
Right in the
and
gap.
Hyder Ali, setting a challenging
That's a big one.
283 for
He swings
Liverpool
one.
Lions.
Is it gone all the way?
Struggling with both bat and ball, the Lions never found their rhythm. Imamul Haq
To the
fought
slot
a
and
solitary
bang.
battle. But with no support from his teammates, the Lions
Time on the
collapsed for
onside. To the
199,
fielder.
falling short of 84 runs.
This is close. The umpire gives it out.
Now, the Dolphins return to the arena, seeking redemption after their opening loss.
He's gone. He was in no control of that shot.
But standing in the way are the UMT Markhors, a team on fire with two dominant victories. Skipper Mohammad Rizwan leads a squad full of talent and confidence. The champions face a fearsome challenge. Will they rise to occasion or be swept aside by the relentless Markhors? The tension is rising and a battle awaits.
Good morning, and once again here we are at the Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad for the Bahria Town Champions Cup. It's match 6 today, and it's Engro Dolphins versus UMT Markhors. Quick look at the points table. Markhors in action today are leading the table with 25 points, including all the bonus points. In fact, it's 26. And the Engro Dolphins are in the second last position, but mind you, they've only had one outing. That's one game. Hello and welcome to the coverage of today's play. We are into match 6 and it is the second day game out here. Not much to look into in terms of numbers and stats, what happens in a day game, but the last match that was played day before yesterday was no different, which means the sides winning the toss, batting first, are coming out victorious. I've got Salman Butt alongside me. Good morning to you.
Thank you very much, Sekanda.
What we saw in that game day before yesterday, which was a day game, similarities, no demons out there in the pitch. It's just about the application, especially about that middle phase in the chase, in the middle overs in the chase, where the teams are losing their way.
Well, yes, unfortunately, it seems as if nobody is prepared for the grind. People are looking for quick fire knocks instead of, just giving it the grind, strike rotation, taking the odd boundary, looking to score big, try to finish the game by themselves rather than depending on who's to come next. I think that is the approach where the batters have, they haven't had the great time, and it's because of their own shot making.
You see the batting in the middle overs, talking about first innings and second innings. What is the difference? 20 dismissals while chasing in the middle overs.
Yep.
So
I don't know whether there is something to do with the focus, concentration, or something that regards to fitness level is not allowing them to go the extra mile. But one day cricket, you have to grind through. Somebody has to put in that 100 performance, that, at least look to play 100 balls, somebody of the top 4. And it's the job of top 6 to play 50 overs. And we haven't seen that. We have almost seen an all out in every game. And that is something on these wickets which is very concerning.
No, good thing would be that if you look at last couple of games, spinners are having a say. 5 for Zahid Mahmood, and then you talk about Shadab, who's got himself a player of the match with his bowling and a bit of batting. Especially you're talking about the wrist spinners over here, leg spinners. They've done pretty well.
Yes, they have bowled well, and as the tournament has gone along, there has been a bit more turn as the matches have gone on. But the point comes back to the batters again. How many times has the spinner or the bowler actually got them out? And how many times they have themselves been an AD to their own dismissal? That is the percentage to see.
Let's look at the wickets that have fallen in the power play. Now, there are 3 power plays, so let's have a look what the teams have been doing through the course of the game. Now, wickets in power play. So, well, there are 3 power plays, so I'm a little unsure which power play we're talking about. It's the first power play, first 10 overs.
The team has 5. It's the fast bowlers taking most wickets, and that is the first power play.
But that would be the case, isn't it? Because you will have only fast bowlers.
The more interesting thing is, look at this dot percentage. We just spoke about strike rotation, 72, 78, 77, 73, 77. So if that is your dot ball ratio, then obviously there's going to come a time when you're going to decide and go after the bowler, whether the ball is in the slot or not. So timely or untimely, impatience is taking over.
So quick one, I mean, aren't we contradicting ourselves when we talked about that, you know, when you're chasing especially, give yourself some time with against those two new balls in the first 10 overs. Once you get your eye in, then go for the shot.
Yep.
So if you're actually doing that, you will find a lot of dot balls.
Well, that is fine. And we are not talking about scoring huge runs. The point is that you rotate the strike. This percentage is too much, 70 plus every time. Okay, if the ball is doing a lot, you have to leave some balls outside the off stump or the fielders are very close to you. If you have a look normally, before the catching positions arrive in front of the batters, they're mostly on the edge of the circle. And that is where they've been missing out on the runs.
Now, this is the opener's average. You're talking about first innings and second innings. They're doing better in the chase, but then they're losing their way again back to the same fact about the middle overs where they're losing all the wickets. Anyhow, let's talk about the game today. The Engro Dolphins versus the UMT Markhors, the side that is leading and has got momentum, Rizwan and his men. And then you have, Saud Shakil, who's only had one match. They're still looking for a bit of a combination. You can't really say much, only one outing, but any particular changes that you feel the Engro Dolphins should have? We were just talking about Omar Amin.
Well, I find it really hard to comprehend how a person can get into the playing 11 of the Pakistan A side and then put up a big performance, tour Australia, come back and play against Bangladesh A, and then happen to be not in the playing 11 of any of the 5 teams. So that is something which is difficult to comprehend. So either he is in your plans, so he's playing for Pakistan A, and if he is not, then he shouldn't have been there. So if he is there, why is he not here? Because we all know for the last 3 years, he has scored the most number of runs in the whole domestic circuit across formats. A person scoring the most number of hundreds, and recently also in form, also best batter in one of the local leagues, so and very fit. So I think if something has got to do with the age, well, age is a number. You have to look at people who are ready to embrace international cricket rather than people who are half-cooked or maybe will be cooked in some number of years or number of months. So, but it's up to the people who are, taking decisions. At the moment, I think he has performed where he deserves to be at least playing in the ground for some team.
You and the Engro Dolphins are the only team where you say their mentor is also an active player in the squad, so they can use him.
And
as
he's
well
not playing as well.
Well, he's not playing.
Yeah.
Let's talk about UMT Markhors. The UMT Markhors have found themselves a bit of a rhythm after winning those games under the captaincy of Rizwan, especially when you talk about someone so important at number 3 and 4. Kamran Ghulam is the answer.
Well, yes, he really has been a solid player, and almost all teams that he plays for, he has that role of batting through. And that is why he's been so consistent, because he is patient, he picks his strokes, and then he rotates the strike in between. And so is Rizwan. We saw the first game when they scored big, the platform was set by these two. And in the second game as well, they chipped in. Unfortunate, Kamran Ghulam was out on a delivery, should have smashed for 4. But then we saw Iftikhar pulling up his team from that trouble and putting them into a better place along with Samad. I think he was good as well against pace, against Haris Rauf, running in, bowling quickly. I think he looked pretty compact.
Well, speaking of Kamran Ghulam, the first centurion of this Champions Cup, let's have a listen what he has to say about the games and the outings he's had.
वेल प्लेड केजी, सबसे पहले तो ये बताइए कि कैसा लगता है आपको कॉम्बिनेशन रिजवान और मिसबा का और उनके अंडर खेल के कैसा फील कर रहे हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। काफ़ी अच्छा फील होता है जिस तरह का हमारा कम्बिनेशन है, जिस तरह रिजवान भाई लीड कर रहे टीम को, जिस तरह मिसबा भाई टीम को लेके चलते, तो काफ़ी अच्छा एक ज़बरदस्त माहौल हमारे टीम का और काफ़ी अच्छा जा रहा है।
आपके अगर अपनी बैटिंग पोजीशंस की बात की जाए, आपने अपना करियर 5-6 नंबर से शुरू किया था, आहिस्ता आहिस्ता आप नंबर 3 पे सेटल्ड हो गए। पर्सनली आपको कौन सा नंबर जो है वो कंफर्टेबल लगता है?
हाँ जी बिल्कुल, नंबर इस तरह मैटर नहीं करता। मुझे जिस नंबर पे भी बारी मिले, मुझे मतलब ये इशू नहीं होता कि नंबर 3, नंबर 4, नंबर 5, कोई भी नंबर मुझे मिले, मैं अपने टीम के लिए जितना मुझसे हो सकता है मैं बेस्ट देने की कोशिश करता हूँ। और ज़्यादा इस पे फोकस होता है कि मेरा 10 रन भी होता है कि टीम को उसमें जिताने का एक वो होता है, तो उसमें मैं खुश होता हूँ।
काफ़ी सालों से कहिए आप रेगुलर फर्स्ट क्लास सीजन में रन्स कर रहे हैं, लेकिन चैलेंज आगे है कि जो पाकिस्तान टीम में आप उस तरीके से जगह नहीं बना पा रहे हैं, तो फ्रस्ट्रेटिंग होता है और कैसे मोटिवेटेड रखते हैं अपने आप को?
जाहिर सी बात है 4-5 साल से मैं परफॉर्मेंस कर रहा हूँ, बट ये कोई इशू नहीं है कि मतलब आप बंदा इंसान फ्रस्ट्रेट होता है बिल्कुल, बट ये बिल्कुल भी ऐसा नहीं है कि मतलब आप मेहनत करना छोड़ो वो करना, उससे ज़्यादा मेहनत कर रहा हूँ इंशाल्लाह ताला लगा हूँ। 4-5 साल से परफॉर्मेंस भी अच्छी जा रही है माशाल्लाह, तो उम्मीद है इंशाल्लाह ताला कभी जब बारी मिलेगी तो अपने पाकिस्तान के लिए अच्छे से अच्छा करूँगा और पाकिस्तान के लिए मैचेस जीतूँ।
एज अ बैटर मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहूँगा कि इन जो कंडीशंस है, ये जो पिच हमने देखी है फैसलाबाद में, सेकंड टाइम बैटिंग करना मुश्किल हो रहा है, तो क्या वजह लगती है आपको? या पिच कंडीशंस हैं या फिटनेस का कोई मसाइल है बैटर्स को?
नहीं ऐसा ही कुछ है नहीं मेरे ख्याल से, ज़्यादातर लोग टू मच शॉटें खेल रहे हैं क्योंकि ये विकेट स्टार्ट में थोड़ा स्विंग सीम होता है, तो उसको थोड़ा सर्वाइव करना है, सी ऑफ करना है नए बॉल को, बाद में आप अगर ओवरऑल आप देखो तो फिर आराम से बॉल बल्ले पे आते हैं, तो मेरे ख्याल से कि यही कमी है।
चलिए बहुत शुक्रिया कामरान गुलाम, और ऐसे ही खेलते रहिए।
थैंक यू सो मच।
It's amazing, you know, you listen to that last answer from Kamran Ghulam talking about why the teams are unable to chase. And he's got the right answers, but just the implementation in the middle is missing. And probably through the course of the tournament, they'll find that. Don't want to emphasize that as this being the biggest issue. But there's one question that is a general question. Someone like him who's been scoring for a while wants to get into the Pakistan side. And it's not his fault because the number that he's looking at is already occupied by someone who's doing well.
Well, it's not about being occupied. It is about delivering the requirement. If you are up to the mark, you're winning your side games, then the spot is always safe. And if it's otherwise, if the teams are not winning and the performances are not consistent, that the number is always open and the vulnerability stands at its place. So I believe, I think he is one of those who should be looked upon because you've been so consistent. So you got to get your, chance when you are in your prime form. Not when you're, done and dusted.
Okay, we'll come back to that. Time for us to have a look at the pitch in the middle with Shah Faisal, and let's find out what match 6 has in store.
We're back at the Iqbal Stadium after a day's rest. Everybody has had a much needed rest, but the action resumes here. And today the pitch we've got is quite an interesting pitch. It's got slightly darker tinge to it. There's some coverage of grass as well, which is not even. If I show you from real close, you can have a look that there is some patches of grass. They are not even coverage, like I said, and the surface looks a bit darker. Probably there will be some early movement with the new ball for the new ball bowlers, and it's extremely hot as well. It'll be a tricky decision for the skippers to make this morning because they don't want to be getting exhausted, feeling in the heat, and then coming back chasing in the evening, but then bowling first in an obvious advantage in terms of the help from the pitch.
Well, you heard about the pitch. Now let's join Ali Yunus with the two captains for the toss.
Yes, it is the table toppers, UMT Markhors taking on the Dolphins for match number 6 of Bahria Town Champions Cup. The two captains, Saud Shakil, Mohammad Rizwan, and Mr. Iqbal Sheikh, the match referee, all in readiness. Saud Shakil is going to give it a spin.
Head.
Heads is the call. Tails it is. So, मैंने सुना कि bowling करेंगे? सब कुछ ले जाएं?
जी बिल्कुल हम बॉलिंग करेंगे पहले।
टीम्स ने यहाँ पे प्रेफर किया पहले बैटिंग करना, तो बॉलिंग आपने क्यों चूज़ किया?
हाँ, थोड़ा सा ट्रेंड तो है, पहले बैटिंग करके जो टीमें खेल रही हैं वो जीत रही हैं, लेकिन ये है कि थोड़ा सा मॉइस्चर है पिच में, तो उसको यूटिलाइज़ करने की कोशिश करेंगे। और जिस तरह का मेरा बॉलिंग सेटअप है उसको सूट भी इस तरह की कंडीशंस करती हैं, तो आई गो विद बॉलिंग फर्स्ट।
अभी तक सबसे कम मैचेस खेले हैं आपकी टीम ने, तो अभी तक क्या एहसास हुआ है कंडीशंस का और पिच का और आज की पिच का?
एहसास तो यही हो रहा है कि कम मैचेस खेले हैं अभी तक हमने, और कल बैक टू बैक मैच भी खेलना है। हाँ। तो ये है कि देखेंगे कि थोड़ा सा मॉइस्चर लग रहा है, उसको यूज़ करने की कोशिश करेंगे और अर्ली विकेट लेने की कोशिश करेंगे।
और कैसे प्रिपरेशन है मार्कोर्स के अगेंस्ट? काफ़ी फॉर्मिडेबल साइड है।
हाँ जी, काफ़ी अच्छी टीम है, इनकी कोशिश करेंगे कि जो उनका मैचअप है उसके मुताबिक चलें।
और टीम न्यूज़ आपकी?
दो चेंज हैं आज हमारे, नुमान भाई नहीं खेल रहे हैं और अब्बास को थोड़ा सा निकल है, तो उनकी जगह समीन गुल आ गए और सुफियान मुकीम आ गए।
ऑल द बेस्ट साउद शकील। आप टॉस जीते तो शायद बैटिंग ही करते।
नहीं यूनुस भाई, मेरे ख्याल से अच्छा डिसीजन लिया उन लोगों ने भी, क्योंकि हमारे जहन में भी यही था यार हम भी टॉस जीते, क्योंकि हमने चीज़ों को देखना है, टूर्नामेंट को नहीं देखना कि टूर्नामेंट क्या खेल रहा है, हमने प्रोसेस को देखना है कि प्रोसेस की डिमांड क्या है। दोनों
मैचेस आप जीत चुके हैं, लेकिन आज सुबह की जो आपकी मीटिंग थी वो उतनी ही इंटेंस थी, तो टीम की मोटिवेशन में कोई फ़र्क नहीं आएगा?
नहीं यूनुस भाई, आप कभी जब आप चैंपियन माइंडसेट होता है तो आप फाइनल तक जीतने के लिए सारी चीज़ें करते हैं, क्योंकि आप किसी इस टूर्नामेंट में किसी भी टीम को कहीं पे भी गायब हो सकती है, तो ये कि कहीं भी रिलैक्सेशन नहीं है, और क्रिकेट से वैसे ही मोहब्बत है, तो फिर वो क्लब क्रिकेट हो या इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट हो तो इस तरह खेलना चाहिए।
और कितना टोटल आप एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं पहले बैटिंग करके?
यूनुस भाई, ऑनेस्टली अभी कोई डिसाइड इसलिए नहीं किया क्योंकि मॉइस्चर लग रहा है, थोड़ा सा कोशिश करेंगे कि अर्ली ऑन को सी ऑफ करेंगे, उसके बाद जितना बड़ा हो सके इंशाल्लाह।
और टीम में कुछ चेंज?
2 चेंजेस है हमारा, इमरान रंधावा खेल रहा है और बिस्मिल्लाह खान खेल रहा है।
ऑल द बेस्ट रिजवान।
थैंक यू।
Right, the news from the toss is that the Dolphins have won the toss and they will be bowling first.
Okay, so both the captains said that they want to bowl first, and UMT Markhors will have to bat. This is their side, and they brought in changes. Bismillah Khan is in, so probably he'll be, well, he won't keep unless Rizwan gives him the opportunity. But they've also got Imran Randhawa into the side. 2 changes in place of Dhani.
Yeah, I guess number one, that workload management, I think it is coming in because it's been quite hot for all the players and they want to manage them so they carry on long till the end. And also some additional batting with having both of these in. Bismillah Khan, a very capable player, and so is Imran Randhawa.
No Fakhr Zaman also in this 11. So those are the 2 changes, Fakhr and Dhani. Let's have a look at the Engro Dolphins. Now they've also made 2 changes, as Saud Shakil mentioned. Samin Gul gets an opportunity, and the left arm wrist spinner Sufyan Mukim for his first outing.
Well, yes, it's an early game and there is likely to be a bit of moisture. So Samin Gul is somebody who can swing the ball both ways.
But you look at their bowling, Mir Hamza, Samin Gul and Fahim Ashraf. So banking on that moisture that's available in the early morning, only first hour and a half, that will decide if your decision to go out there and bowl first is going to work for you or not, because he's gone against
well, they have opted for it because they have won the toss. And secondly, we saw the other team the other day playing in the morning, losing 4 wickets in the power play and also dropping 4 chances, 3 catches and a stumping. So that means if they had utilized it properly, maybe they would have the other team out in 150 runs. Could have been all different affair. But if they capitalize, if they bowl in the right areas and the ball does do a bit, then maybe this becomes a good decision. But they'll have to make it one.
I like what Rizwan said, but he can afford to say that because he's topping the table. He said, we don't want to go with the decisions that what the surface is saying and how the tournament is going bat first. We want to go with the process. So for him to also say, I want to bowl first, he can do that because after a couple of games, they are on top.
Well, I wonder how you can negate the surface because all the processes are built on the surface.
Not really the surface, that may be my choice of the word, but he's saying that the whole idea of winning the toss, I'm batting first. Don't want to go with that.
Yeah, that's good to see, a refreshing approach. And I think because of the moisture available also, everybody saw in the previous game, I think both were interested to bowl first, actually.
Right. Okay. Well, we're all set for this Engro Dolphins versus UMT Markhors contest. This is match 6 of the Bahria Town Champions Cup. Thank you so much, Salman. Let's join the action and let's hope we have a wonderful game.
A very good morning from Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad. This is match number 6. It's the table toppers, UMT Markhors, taking on Engro Dolphins for this very important match as far as Dolphins are concerned. They've just played 1 game, they've lost it. UMT Markhors, they're sitting pretty at the top of the table. They played some quality cricket. You see a calmness and a good balance in their playing 11 when they've come to play here at Iqbal Stadium. New day, a new morning, a new Shah Faisal.
Good morning, Ali. It's a new day, but action resumes. Everybody's had a rest. Faizan will be opening the batting. He's at the non-striker end though. Bismillah Khan will be taking first strike. He's replaced Fakhr Zaman. UMT Markhors, they're looking to use all their resources before they get into the business end. Bismillah, 116 games. He's a better player than that average of 29, 300s and 17 50s. 145 not out as his best. A very underrated player, very capable and talented.
He will be up against the very experienced Mir Hamza. 128 wickets, best of 4 for 12. 7 times we've taken a 4 for at this level. This will be a good battle, good competition between Mir Hamza and BK. Very experienced, both of them. Rashid Riaz, the officiating umpire, the on-field umpire. As you say, let the cricket begin. First delivery of match number 6. Right from the middle of the bat, straight away Bismillah Khan. This is such a huge opportunity. Bismillah Khan filling in for in the shoes of Fakhr Zaman.
Indeed it is. But this will be very challenging. Everybody had the consensus about the pitch, and it's slightly darker, it's got moisture. There will be early movement for the bowlers. None better exponent than Mir Hamza. Rashid Riaz is officiating from the pavilion end.
Talking about the moisture and the pitch condition, Shah Faisal. Both captains wanted to bowl first. That hasn't happened much in this tournament. What do you make of the surface? You're always there.
Yeah, it's got a darker tinge. And where Mir Hamza is bowling into it, that end, there is some uneven coverage of grass as well. That could make things difficult for the batters. And those patches of grass are right on a good length. You can heading into those patches now, as you see on your screen. That'll be very good help for the bowlers. Mir Hamza generally likes to swing. But I think the teasing and the most challenging length should be back of a length, looking to hit the seam. And I think Mir Hamza, after a few deliveries, the kind of canny operator that he is, he will work it out.
That's what experience is about. Mir Hamza. Good settings, everything in order. Very good umpires, Rashid Riaz, and this man is Zulfikar Jan, first-class cricketer.
I thought he was Simon Toffel.
Good bowling and a good leave by BK. 203 runs for Bismillah Khan, playing for Wabda in President's Cup this year. 104 the strike rate. 250s is scored. And as you just earlier mentioned, very underrated, very unlucky, I would say, that he's been scoring runs at different levels, but not actually been given the opportunity where he deserves.
The dilemma is that the field that he's chosen, every team can only have one wicket keeper. So very stiff competition. And then a wide to begin the scorings for UMT Markhors. Yeah, and Bismillah's average of 29.95, the career average, is also down to him being batting in different numbers in the middle order. Being a wicket keeper, he's spent a lot of time in the middle order, late middle order as well. But very capable wicket keeper as well.
Yeah, the trouble is that he's been playing for Wabda, where we saw Kamran Ghulam play. Ball him! First one from Mir Hamza. It's Bismillah Khan. What a start. No wonder both captains wanted to bowl first. That is a quality bowling by Mir Hamza.
There's a little bit of gap between bat and pad, and Mir Hamza went right through that. This was an absolute peach of a delivery, fuller in length, inviting Bismillah to come onto that front foot. And he will perish without troubling the scorers. This is a great start for Engro Dolphins.
Every opener would dread this kind of delivery so early. Like I said, Mir Hamza, one of the best exponents of bowling with the new ball in the country, does it yet again. In form, Kamran Ghulam is in. He will be challenged as well. The challenge in terms of conditions and challenge in terms of keeping up with the consistency. He's already got 100 in this tournament. 20 half centuries, 700s. That average of 43 has improved in the recent years. But like I said, challenge will be immense against the skill of Mir Hamza and the conditions on hand.
2 slips for KG. On target. That's what you expect from Mir Hamza. A successful start for Dolphins and Mir Hamza. 1 for 1. Good start by Mir Hamza. Got the wicket of Bismillah Khan. Another very experienced fast bowler, very good seam bowler. He will like bowling on these conditions. 44 wickets for him, 3 for 66 is best. 25 years old.
He's been around for a while now, Samin Gul. Another very skillful bowler with the new ball. He's tall and he is actually a seam bowler. His natural length is that back of a length, which I still feel is the best length for this pitch with the new ball.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier about the conditions and the tests these batters will have early on, especially the first hour or so. This is where the learning is. For Kamran Ghulam, I'm really looking forward to see him bat. But have a look at that gap between bat and pad. Just because the length of the ball just invited him to play that drive. And it was enough for Mir Hamza.
An absolute pearler hitting top of off. Going through the gate. Neck and crop.
So these are not easy conditions for the batters, as you mentioned at the pitch report also. A bit of a moisture in. Kamran Ghulam, who started off his career as playing at number 5 or 6 as a left-arm spinner and an all-round cricketer. He's just been promoted at number 3. It's been a year or so that he's been playing at number 3. Played a fantastic 100 in the first game. But this is a different condition. So once you want to test a batter in different conditions, this is a good test for him. This is where you can learn and test these skills of Kamran Ghulam.
Every day presents a different challenge. That is how it should be at this level, which is very competitive.
Edge, just away. Good effort by Fahim Ashraf at third, deep third. You will see lots of edges going on today, early on especially.
Kamran Ghulam, being a formidable red ball player as well, will have better understanding of the conditions. Faizan, being the white ball merchant, it'll be more challenging from him. And the last delivery, he just, his body and his feet weren't nowhere near the ball. Just went with hands. This is how he normally plays. But this wicket, you have to be tighter. We have to be compact in your technique, especially this half an hour, 45 minutes with the new ball.
Nice and steady. A busy cricketer he is. Kamran Ghulam, 1249 runs, remember. The most any batter has scored at 4-day cricket, that is, not the list day cricketer. But still is a very courageous, very gutsy player, always looking for runs. These are list A numbers, mind you, 3,134 runs. 43.52 the average. It's impressive. It was uppish, but in the gap. This will get him going. The first boundary for UMT Markhors and Kamran Ghulam.
Samin Gul persistent with that fuller length, looking for the swing. Not much of it there, and the width allowed Kamran Ghulam to free his arms. 2 overs gone, UMT Markhors 6 for 1.
Faizan has been given another opportunity. They got to make use of it. He's not impressed us in the first 2 innings. But he's got the skill, he's got the potential. Just about when he gets it right.
Yeah, his career has been a case study, to be honest, because when he was given opportunities at bigger platforms, probably you felt he wasn't ready. He did have the ability. He gradually improved. But when you come to these kind of competitions, it's cutthroat competition. You have to perform consistently.
And that is what matters. Consistently performing at this level.
Consistency is the key. In Blue World City, Pakistan's first purpose-built tourist city. Plenty of attractions. And a much-needed one. Something to look forward to. Talking about Faizan, at this level, the opportunities are there for him, but then he has to take them.
Bowled him, is it? Oh, I thought he's bowled him. There was a clear noise. Where did that noise came from? I thought he's bowled him.
It was a woody noise. It was, and I think the ball carried as well. Did it ricochet off his pad onto the stumps? Just grazed it. Sometimes it does happen. The bails don't fall off. Interesting replay.
Surely there was a noise and surely it has kissed maybe the stumps. Wow, everything happening here. Look at this. Similar sort of delivery. This cannot be bat, or else he would have been given caught behind. Did it hit the pad? Or the bat hitting the pad?
This will give us a better idea. The back pad, the flap, that made the noise.
But as you said, it was a very woody noise. Spicy. Inviting him to drive.
His lengths have been teasing the batters. Faizan coming on to that front foot. Generally most. There you go. The most white ball players would like to charge on to that front foot and play through the line. Won't be easy on this pitch, especially the kind of lines and lengths that Mir Hamza is bowling. This is a great test for the batters, and this is why both the skippers wanted to bowl first.
This is nice. This is really nice by Mir Hamza. A maiden for him. UMT Markhors are 6 for 1 after 3. And these two bowlers will keep on testing you with their line and length. But let's go back to the same delivery that we all thought that he's got the wicket, Mir Hamza. This angle. And the noise, the voice that came. This angle maybe. Can't really tell from here.
He did hit something. The first impression was that it grazed the stump. The kind of noise it made. Seen many angles, different pictures. Not conclusive. But nonetheless, it was a brilliant delivery. And Samin is complimenting him good so far. Mir Hamza and Samin make a good combination. Although Samin is still persistent with that fuller length, looking for that swing, but it's been very little swing. More of seam movement this morning.
Yeah, that is where the test is for Kamran Ghulam and Faizan. The test of their footwork, their patience, their skill, lots of things. Nicely driven. Such a huge competition or the tournament for Kamran Ghulam, because he's been knocking doors at Pakistan side. Recently was the part of, in fact, captained Pakistan Shaheens too. So in these conditions, against such good quality seam bowling, if he performs consistently, Shah Faisal, what would you do as a selector?
Well, like you spoke to Kamran in the morning, all he's doing is putting his name in the hat by performing. That's all he can do. Difficult job for selectors to have multiple players for the same spot. A good headache to have. But yeah, players like Salman was saying in the pre-match build-up as well. At the same time, you have to make sure that if you get him in whilst he's in his best form and not when he's done and dusted. That's the decision selectors will have to make. This is the 100 in the first game. Played well against spin, front foot and back foot. He really was on top form in that innings.
Did he find the gap? Yes, he did. Just timed it and placed it. And got the desired result, Kamran Ghulam.
Just the punch, not the full flourish. He realizes he can't get his hands out too far in front. Very strong forearms he has. That little bit of bounce didn't help the fielder. It went over his hand. But Kamran will take the boundary. Second of his innings so far.
Good comeback. They would know each other because they're from the same region. They played for the same team. Because we'll continue talking about the combination. 4 overs gone, 10 for 1 is UMT Markhors. It definitely has not been easy for the openers especially. The ball seam swings in the first inning. In the second inning, it is a totally different story. Only Faizan has been able to score 30 plus runs, 34 runs as an opener.
Last ball, last over. That is the kind of length that I think is the best length for this pitch. Samin Gul got driven on a couple of occasions. At the end of his second over, probably he's found the right length. Let's see how he operates in his next over.
Out! Brilliant catch! Runner Fahim Ashraf in action. Faizan wanted to go over the head of the fielder, could not quite get that elevation in the force. Another failure for him.
Yeah, it's very difficult to hit through the line from a length on this pitch this morning. Rana Fahim Ashraf, who is a very, very good all-round fielder, good slipper as well. Covered the ground nicely and used all his height to get to that catch. Another failure for Faizan. No problem with the feet here. And Faizan's walk will continue towards the dugout. Once again, not patient enough. And Mir Hamza struck again. UMT Markhors, 10 for 2.
Patience, we said, will be the key. And Faizan fell short of it, lost the wicket. And that too against the quality of Mir Hamza. You've got to realize which bowler you're trying to take on. What is he doing? What are the conditions? You just cannot keep on playing like you usually do. That's the lesson to learn.
You hit the nail on the head when you talk about conditions. What options you're going to take on this pitch? As we watch Mohammad Rizwan, 48 the average, closing in on 6,000 runs in this format. 1200s, the best of 141. Still 32 years of age. Plenty of cricket left in this little champion.
Mir Hamza has bowled 14 deliveries, yet to concede a run with the bat. One leg by only. In fact, it was a wide. Two slips in a place. The captain, Mohammad Rizwan. Nicely driven. But let's have a look at the wicket one more time. He forced that shot. It was not there to be hit. That is why he was not in control.
Yeah, reading the conditions is also part of your game as a batter. That shot was not on. A very low percentage, hitting off a length on a slightly damp pitch. And he would realize that now, but it's too late. He can think about it sitting in the changing room, but it won't help his cause. That is the preparation or the game awareness you should have before game. And you should know what are your options on a certain pitch on a certain day.
Oh, wow. Simply sensational by Mir Hamza. These conditions, oh my word, are difficult for the batters.
Consider that and consider what Faizan played, how he let his team down. And almost another one. Rizwan was just feeling for the ball. The length is just brilliant. And look at the movement and carry as well. Mir Hamza, he's really very, very skillful. There's a lot of doubt about his pace, but he more than makes up for it with the level of skill he possesses.
100%. Nicely driven. South Shakil with the chase. Does well. Couple of runs to get Rizwan going. As they say, Faisal, a leader is the one who knows the way, goes the way and shows the way. And probably here in these conditions, Rizwan will have to show others how to do it.
He definitely has to. He's the most prolific in this batting order with the highest pedigree. And the conditions are not easy. We've seen that already. Rizwan has to be at his very best. That's all we know about Rizwan. He doesn't give it away easily. He's a nuggety fighter. 5 gone, UMT Markhors, 12 for 2.
It has been very hard for the openers. Ball seaming around. And they have not had the answers for that. The brilliance of Mir Hamza and the support from Samin Gul. The support, I say, because if you leak runs from one end, it affects even the best of the best. So Samin Gul has been there with his line and length, very controlled.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, like we mentioned, at the back end of his last over, he found the right length as well. He's very experienced too. That'll be interesting to see, because I feel like he's not going to make things easy for these two batters. Just the one slip in place for him. Short point catching.
That's the length, says Shah Faisal in the commentary box. And talking about the openers, Faisal, it has been the tournament for technically correct batters. You look at the numbers as far as the openers are concerned. Boys with the good technique, with the temperament, they've been able to score runs. And the boys who are considered a T20 specialist, Faizan definitely one of them. Yasir Khan another one, I remember. Sajjad Ali for the Lions, third one. They've had nothing on the board. 34 for Faizan is the highest. 13 and 2 for Yasir Khan. Look at the average. 14. It's not been easy. Sajjad Ali 0 and 6.
Yeah, that's why the 50 over format still has a place, because it does challenge you in different ways. Probably not as in red ball format, but still 50 overs long enough for you to sit back, absorb the pressure, and then plan your innings and come back harder when things get easier. T20, probably you don't have that much time. And also, sometimes you got to identify players for the formats.
Driven beautifully. Found the gap too. He's on another level, Kamran Ghulam. It's just brilliant.
Dealing in boundaries is Kamran Ghulam. This is his third boundary. Once again, that fuller length and width from Samin Gul. And a glorious cover drive from Kamran Ghulam, this time with more flourish. What is he upset about?
How could you do that to me? This is not an easy pitch. Good run. Very, very good running. Quickly realizing that there was one available.
Good call, Kamran Ghulam, and good response from Rizwan. They just look alike, both of these. Similar in stature, similar in build.
Add South Shakil in that list too. There he is. He was very smart with his moves in the previous game. Didn't work out though, didn't win the game. But he's been very typical in this game because the ball is doing a little. He doesn't need to do anything different. Just a regular slip coming off and going to the gully position. Because the ball is doing enough already, so you don't have to be fancy as far as fielding positions are concerned. Reese is called for 2. And will get them. 6 gone. UMT Markhors are 19 for 2. The boy in the middle is wearing a uniform. I hope his teacher or the parents are not watching this game.
Have you ever done that, Ali?
Most of the time.
I think we all have done it.
That's why I can tell.
And it's hot out there. But I think they reckon they're better off here than in the classroom.
But that's the craze the people of Faisalabad have shown. School? What school? We're going to the game. Spicy.
He's landed everything on a dime. Mir Hamza. A light bank. Aapke dil mein hamara account. Leading through Innovation Bank of the Year 2023 Pakistan. 3rd year in a row by the Banker UK.
Oh, was in the air for just a little while. Mir Hamza knows it. The smile, he knows it too. It's just brilliant how you can consistently ball in that area that you've just first you have to realize the area, that this is my area that I need to be, and then consistently keep on balling in that area. That's what Mir Hamza has done. This is sort of a length that he has bowled throughout this morning. That's complete brilliance.
Just barring those first 2 or 3 deliveries when he was looking for swing, he realized very quickly the conditions. So as much as it's important for the batters to understand what conditions they're playing on and what skills they need to bring in to play on that particular day, same goes for the bowlers. And like I said, after just few deliveries, Mir Hamza knew, and he hasn't left that spot since.
Absolutely. It's how quickly you realize what conditions are and what you need to do in those conditions.
That will differentiate you from good players, because all players at this level are good, from the very good ones.
Uh-oh. Everything is good. And if you're consistently doing what you just said, then you go from good to great. It's that simple.
Well, easier said than done, but yep. As they always say, keep things simple. Mix your skill and intelligence. And this is what Mir Hamza has done this morning. If Rizwan is denying a single, then you know there is no run available. Ooh, wow, wow. What happened there? Mir Hamza pulled out right at the last minute. Rizwan pulled away. I can't believe it. Probably was one of the substitutes.
Umar Amin, out of all, my friend. There he is. He's now settled in. been on the bench.
Oh, this was gold.
Good fielding, very good fielding. Saud Shakil, the captain this time.
The reaction from Umar Amin was pure gold. He's such a gentleman that he is, Umar Amin. This is good cricket. Nicely struck, and Saud Shakil staying low to the ground, pulling out the dive at the last minute. This has been a terrific passage of play, very challenging.
Another maiden by Mir Hamza. Just brilliant, simply brilliant. 7 done, 19 for 2 are UMT Markhors.
Slight hesitation there in that single, and surely that was a run out. Kamran Ghulam had his head facing the skies, looking up. He had given up. He was surely run out had Huraira hit the stumps directly. Have a look at it again. Yes, no hesitation. Look at the far end. He is just walking, no sliding the bat because he was way too far away.
So there are two things in that. One is ball watching, which is almost a schoolboy error. And the other thing is that Kamran Ghulam is running with his gloves off, and that cuts your speed. This is not ideal for the batters to do. And again, it's a schoolboy sort of a thing. You need to have your gloves on so you can run at full throttle. But it has been a tremendous start from the bowlers, especially Mir Hamza. He's been outstanding with the new ball. The conditions, early morning, just a little bit of moisture, and he has used whatever was available in the pitch marvelously, bowling the right channels, being patient with his line and length. And talk about being patient, this is something that the batters have not been able to do. Once again, both the openers back in the hut in the first power play. And it's Fahim Ashraf now operating, looking to make further inroads.
Again, that extra cautious effort from the side, batting first inside the first 10 overs. Just 20 runs in the 8th over and lost 2 wickets. And much spoken about moisture, just to make sure that you're not losing. Now, what has happened is you've lost 2 wickets and you don't have enough runs. Kamran Ghulam is their mainstay in the tournament for Markhors. When he scores, they tend to get to a respectable total. And why not? Nice looking shot. Was there to be hit. Fahim Ashraf too short, too much width. All he had to do is just put bat on it.
Yes, it was there for the pickings, and why not? He's in form, he's good, and he's a good exponent of this stroke, cut stroke. Right on top of the ball, rolls his wrist back into the ground, in the gap. Perfect cut shot, and he must have enjoyed. Fahim Ashraf, this was a loose one. Markhors moved to 24 of 2. It's the 8th over. This is better. Bowling within the stumps. It's sun is out and it's full. And the moisture isn't going to stay there for long. So Already 2 gone, and I'm sure that Dolphins would want another one, especially to break this partnership.
He's lucky. You can hear the missed out opportunity from Kamran Ghulam's voice. 24 for 2. Still attacking with that one slip. Still Mir Hamza continuing. 8 overs bowled, which means that Mir Hamza will now bowl his 5th over in this heat.
Yes, Mir Hamza, one of those who's able to bowl long spells. He's accustomed to it, playing a lot of first-class cricket. And that is where his consistency also comes from. Consistently bowls, decent line and lengths, and is patient. He's a operator who is very disciplined, and that is where his strength lies. Just have a look at it. Good line, good length, asking the batter to come and take the risk if he dares. And this is why Mir Hamza has been able to pick wickets and keep the economy rate down. Just have a look at it. 92 List A games, 128 wickets, and 7 wickets. 7 times 4 wickets. Oh! Nearly had him. Just dropping short, and I must say that the slip fielder is too far behind for our liking, at least here in the comms box, because Mir Hamza is not express and the pitch isn't a very hard one too. And when you are the only slip and a bit wider, you need to be in line with the keeper at least, and had he been in line, it would have been a different story.
Yeah, there are a few things that you basically look into as a slip cordon or a keeper. If the batter is going hard at the ball, then you can still expect it to come up to you. But he's just poking. It might not carry at Mir Hamza's pace. And he was poking at it, Rizwan.
Yes, credit to Mir Hamza bowling his 5th over. He's given away only 3 runs, taken 2 wickets, and I can understand why South Shakil has gone on with him, because Rizwan is there. There's still a bit of movement, and Dolphins understand the value of this partnership, the value of this pair. If they are off and running, they will cover up for the 2 wickets down and in fact provide a big platform. So this is where the Dolphins, rightly, they want to avoid it. And Mir Hamza is their best.
Cut away, but no run. Mir Hamza's economy in this spell, I mean, he's almost in the 5th over. He's just given 3 runs and he's taken 2 wickets. Sameen Gul, none for 16 in his 3. And Fahim Ashraf has bowled 1 over for 5.
And another thing that this tournament we have seen is a lot of wides. And this is something that we haven't seen from Mir Hamza. Just the 1 wide from him. And that's good on the part of the Dolphins, that they've not caught that virus which is going around.
You talk about 1 wide from Mir Hamza, which means only 2 runs have been scored against him off the bat.
Yeah, not a huge calculation there. It's being consistent. That is the key. And if you see Rizwan, he is also being careful. Normally you see him take a chance over square leg over mid wicket, and that is why South now has a deep square leg as well, because there's been a cluster of dot balls. The pressure is building up, so he doesn't want that Rizwan can easily take his chances, go over square leg, which is his go-to area when looking for a release shot. And, just a single to finish off the ninth, 25 for 2.
Oh, gives the charge. Where did that come from? I think he's had enough with all that blocking and poking at the balls. He just goes. He's made up his mind. It's very premeditated, this shot from Rizwan.
We were just talking about his release shots, and Mir Hamza was too good with his line and length. So Rizwan probably thought the other end is the best place to go for it. And just have a look at him. Come down, pick the bowler from the length and deposit him in the crowd. Huge hit that. A calculated risk. And everyone knows that Rizwan's release shots often come on the leg side.
Smart cricket. Got a 6 and then take a single and get off strike. Both the teams have made 2 changes today. Markhors bringing in Bismillah Khan. That didn't work for them. He's already dismissed. Other one is their finisher, Imran Randhawa. So now they've got 3 finishers in one way or the other. Iftikhar, Abdul Samad and Imran Randhawa. But he adds a bit with the bowling. And then you look at Dolphins. They've got 2 changes. Sameen Gul, who's already bowled 3 overs, and Sufyan Mukim will be interesting, left arm wrist spinner.
Yes, some options there for the Markhors, and I think they opted for Bismillah Khan mainly to open the innings, because Fakhr isn't playing this game, and Dhani replaced with a medium-fast all-rounder, Imran Randhawa, just sitting behind him. Abdul Samad watches on, and Faizan still has the pads on. Long time since he was dismissed, and it isn't cold out there. Well, the patience in the dugout is of no use, but it is very valuable once done within the 22 yards. And this is that some of our young batters need to learn. The art of grinding in, putting in those precious times where you obviously deny risk-taking and get set. Because anyway, it's 33 for 2 now, and we are almost at the end of the first power play. It's not very heartening to see none of the openers batting out the first power play.
Except for Imam.
But talking batting first.
Oh, batting first.
Yeah.
Shan, I don't know. I'll ask our statistician. If Shan batted, I think in the first innings did. But I get your point. Predominantly, not just the openers. You're losing in 3 or 4 wickets inside the first 10 overs, especially while chasing. End of the first power play. It's 33 for 2.
पानी पानी माना पेंग ले यार एक पानी बस वेट करो बस बस बस
The power play. First one to go, Bismillah Khan. Right on the money there. Mir Hamza. And a shot or two from the openers. And a desperation shot. Just sheer desperation there to get some runs going. Second wicket had gone down. And after that, runs have only come off the bat of Rizwan and a few from Kamran Ghulam. Mir Hamza has blocked one end in the power play. Bowled brilliantly in his 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 4. And now a bowling change. Once again, Sameen Gul has been given the ball from Mir Hamza's end. That's our end. And the field is opened up, which means that Saud Shakil can have more than 2 men outside the circle.
Played down to the third for a single. So the opening batters who have got on to score a bit is Saibzada Farhan has a 50, Shan has a 40 odd, and Imam has 250s in 2 matches, 78 and 60. So all those players with the shorter format background, the ones looking to, go all guns blazing from the word go, haven't been able to convert any sort of start into any knock of magnitude where the team can benefit. And this one cuts Rizwan in half, just a bit of in-swing, and once again, no feet movement, neither on the front foot, neither on the back foot. Just have a look at this, no movement. And this is sometimes what Rizwan can do. Take the feet out of the game.
Just get a feeling that this side is giving a little bit more to the bowlers. So really interesting to see that Mir Hamza is the first one to let this end open to any other bowler. And already seen Sameen Gul doing a bit.
Leg by, and I think the coaches have their works cut out here regarding the opening batters. Throughout the tournament now we have seen that at times the unnecessary stroke play, so the mindset and the game awareness has to be addressed, and otherwise there are also technical things that need to be addressed. Especially against the new ball, a bit of swing is always there wherever you play around the world. So that cannot be a possible excuse of why they haven't been able to get going. You have a look at Kamran Ghulam. He has a compact technique. So when he is playing, it seems as if the ball isn't doing much. When the others are batting, suddenly it starts to swing. So that is basically the difference between having a technique to play the new ball and then being someone without a technique of an opener. Because he's allowing the ball to come closer, the feet are moving, so everything seems pretty manageable. And it is missing with quite a number of players in this tournament.
It's gone through, should have been stopped. That's why he's there, Saud Shakil at short cover. And 2 runs have been given away where shouldn't have been even a 1. I think that's not the captain. That looks more like Sahibzada. I get your point. You know, when you look at tournaments like these, whether it's any format, and you got a coach and a support staff, when you talk, we are pointing out some technical errors. You mentioned something, but you will agree that those coaches cannot work on those during a tournament. They'll have to work with the resources available to them. So only when you go back to that the high performance centers and you spend some more time, you come back, whether it's lack of form or technical error. We'll come back to that's the last ball, and I'll let you have your say just after this single. It is 38 for 2.
आपके लिए जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए
38 for 2. Sufyan Mukim for the first time, left arm wrist spinner. He's the other one after Faisal Akram in the circuit who's very much active. There's one more boy moment, we had spoken about him. So Sufyan has been part of the A side. Let's see how he goes about his first over here in the Bahria Town Champions Cup.
Yes, coming back to the point that during tournaments, during the season, it is hard to address technical issues. But then where is the off-season? We finish in August next year, this season in particular. And in September we start again. So you have to find a way to address or at least make an adjustment where you can survive the season and put up the performances. So I think little amendments can be made. Not exactly huge changes, but let's say that you just start playing very closer to your body. That will allow you to cover or maybe give you a best possible chance of, negating the movement and playing it out more safely and in more control.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think the new formula that has been now introduced with these mentors will be working over a period of time with these boys in academies that have been allotted to them. That will help because they're working with them in a tournament and they're jotting down what the issues are and they'll work on them. Problem is when you have a coach in a particular tournament and then he goes away after those 15, 17 days and then that's that.
Yeah, but the point is the same because these 150 boys are supposed to be the best available. So let's say we go into the regions cricket. These 150 will be definitely part of that. You go into departments. These 150 will be part of that. They will play the PSLs. They will be selected boys in the Pakistan A's, Shaheens and the Pakistan team. So when do they exactly go into that off-season mode and work on the workables? And the same goes for the mentors, that which are the days or the months or the times when they will work upon those things. 12 gone, 39 for 2.
UMT Markhors
39 for 2 after 12. Samin Gul is going to continue into his 5th over. We're talking about how we can take the positives and the certain issues of individual players and fine-tune them and polish them. And they're all talented boys, and this tournament, Bahria Town Champions Cup, is the start of the season. And with those mentors, and surely it's going to work in that direction that the board and Pakistan cricket is looking to go in. Try to get not just the 150 which you've spoken about, but also some talent. It's about discovering champions this tournament and the other formats. So looking at a few names already. I'm sure that these 5 mentors will be passing on their reports to the national side coaches, white ball and red ball. And yesterday day before you spoke to Gary. He's been coming here and watching the games. I'm sure Jason is also getting his information that's required, because England is just around the corner with 3 test matches.
Well, we shall all know in due course what the plan is and how the execution will come about. Meanwhile, it is again Rizwan and Kamran again trying to bail the early losses out and trying to get a platform for the rest of the team to follow. And it's a bit of cloud cover now. A relief for the fielders. It has been really hot under the sun.
वो जो करेगा हम तो पूछेंगे ना कि भाई इसको कैसे एड्रेस करना है, वो जो करेगा फिर पता भी तो चले ना। हाँ, अब मेंटर है तो यू शुड हैव अ सॉल्यूशन ना। उन्हें क्या ही काम करेगा जेड़ा 6 नंबर का ओपनर कर।
Charge given, and it has worked. It's not just about showing aggression. There's some clarity of mind there from Kamran Ghulam. Came down the wicket and played it over extra cover in that vacant zone, knowing that sweeper cover is around. Good placement with calculated risk.
Yes, again use of the feet, again a good connection made, and the result a boundary. Kamran Ghulam going over cover region. Missed out the other day, got out of a ball which should have been smashed for 4. And, I think probably the first short ball today. And that all because there was plenty of movement available and the bowlers had been bowling more fuller lengths.
This has been the slowest power play score, lowest, whether batting first or second in the tournament. So Saud Shakil would be happy to win the toss and deciding to bowl first in this heat. He's got 2 wickets and the moisture and the purchase that was available. But very soon this might change. He knows it, that those 2 release shots from Kamran and Rizwan, he's got the opposition where he wants them to be. Runs are not coming very easily. But what will happen after another half an hour if these 2 stick around? Oh, slightly slower and dipped in. We'll come back to that. It's 13 gone, 46 for 2.
नंबर 3 पे इकट्ठे शोर मचाएंगे 1 2 3
Just wiping the bat's grip with a towel just tells you how humid and hot it is outside. And you don't want the bat handle to be moist or wet, because then you start losing the grip.
Sufyan with his left arm wrist spin. Just the one run of the first over. And Kamran Ghulam and Rizwan both taking time with the belief that they have in their abilities to cover up and develop a platform for the batters to follow. And I'm sure if this partnership carries on for any good length, they will get their team into an excellent position. So googly this time, walked away on the offside.
Opportunity for you not to miss out a single moment in the game. You can now charge your mobile phones and tablets through InRick Solar Energy while watching a match.
So both milking the bowling, taking the odd risk, resulting in the boundaries, building on the partnership, and that's the right way to go about it. We saw the most runs come in the last 5 overs from this very team. 83 runs in the last 5 overs in the first game. Once again a single, so good rotation going on at the moment. Closing in on the 50. It's 49 for 2.
Excellent, shabash.
That's done. 14 gone. 50 up for the Markhors.
So UMT Markhors trying to make 3 out of 3. Engro Dolphins won the toss and decided to bowl first, and extraordinary spell once again by Mir Hamza. And now the question is how they are going to build it up on the way they started the proceedings. Another workhorse going to continue from the com box, and Fahim Ashraf will continue. Still some bounce in this pitch, and Rizwan going in his typical fashion. Kamran Ghulam leading the proceedings. 50 up for UMT Markhors. And how is Faisalabad treating you, Ali Yunus?
Faisalabad has always been kind. Just love it here, the surroundings. It's a good recovery by UMT Markhors. Such difficult conditions early on. First 10 overs were really, really tough as far as the pitch is concerned, and the quality of Mir Hamza, as you said, was just brilliant with the new ball. But now you can just tell the pitch has eased up a little. The ball is coming nicely onto the bat. Batters have settled in.
Yeah, the way Kamran Ghulam has mounted the fight back, it tells you that he has got that ability to not only defend and steady the ship, but also go for some good scoring shots. He has been contributing with some boundaries as well. Typical tailor-made situation for Rizwan on the other side to take it deep. More runs for Rizwan. And the way things have transpired so far, it tells you a specific pattern for the day games. Although so far only 2 games planned during this Bahria Town Champions Cup, but still you got something. And if you can start with the way first-class cricket or the test cricket is being played, ball in the right areas, there's always going to be a good battle between ball and bat. And this is the way especially Mir Hamza and Kamran Ghulam have contested this fight against each other.
Correct.
Use of feet, down the ground, and bang! Kamran Ghulam has got some other ideas this morning. Powerful stroke for 4 runs.
What a player. What a performer. Team needs you. He will raise his hands. And the standards. Coming down the track, hitting it straight, getting to the pitch of the ball, because the length is the key. That is why bowlers have preferred bowling from this end, the pavilion end. Mir Hamza bowled from here. Sameen Gul was brought in from here. Now Fahim Ashraf from this end. Edged. And a boundary for Kamran Ghulam. Thick outside edge.
Very quick on his feet, and look at the rich smile on his face, Kamran Ghulam. First he came down the track, and this time, by the look of things, you can clearly say that it was a deliberate ploy by the right-handed batter. Very delicate shot, clearly playing with the field. And 2 balls given away, 10 runs to you. What else do you need in the middle phase of this game? And courtesy these strokes, the partnership is now on the cusp of 50. At run rate also climbing. Just a shade under 4 runs and an over. Good recovery. .50 partnership and 10 runs of the over number 15. UMT Markhors in recovery mode now, 60 for 2.
UMT Markhors और आपके लिए एक बड़ी ज़रूरी अनाउंसमेंट है, बड़े ध्यान से सुनिएगा और इस पे अमल भी कीजिएगा। तमाम शायकीन किसी भी खिलाड़ी, अंपायर, रेफरी, दूसरे शायकीन और ड्यूटी स्टाफ से नस्ली बुनियादों, मजहब, कौमियत या नस्ल से मुतल्लिक कोई भी ऐसी बात नहीं करेंगे जो उनकी ज़ात की नफी करे, या गैर इखलाकी हो, या उनको उकसाए, या इनको खौफजदा करे, या इनके लिए बाइस तकलीफ हो। पता चलना चाहिए, यहाँ पे फैसलाबाद का क्राउड आ चुका है। इकट्ठे 3 पे शोर मचा के बताएंगे 1 2 3। चैंपियंस कप 2024 का ये छठा मैच और UMT Markhors वर्सेस एंग्रो डॉल्फिन्स। इस टाइम UMT Markhors की बैटिंग चल रही है। 15 ओवर्स का खेल मुकम्मल हुआ, 60 रन्स बन चुके हैं 2 विकेटों के नुकसान पे UMT Markhors के। और देखा जाए तो क्रीज में मौजूद है 40 रन्स बनाकर कामरान गुलाम, और उनके साथ मौजूद है मोहम्मद रिजवान जो कि कैप्टन है UMT Markhors के।
Mir Hamza started the proceedings and castled the top order of UMT Markhors once again. Bismillah playing in his first game, went back without contributing anything, whereas the pace and swing of Mir Hamza was too good for Faizan as well. After a gap of 12 deliveries, he could only score 1 run. But since then, they have tried to steady the ship. Kamran Ghulam once again among the runs, 40 runs in this third innings of his tournament so far. And Rizwan just playing the second fiddle, 17 runs of 28 deliveries in this partnership. They have just reached 50 runs mark, and with a decent middle order, and then if the hard to come, they must be looking good at this point in time. Mir Hamza started with the proceedings by sending the stumps cartwheeling. Another wicket as well for him. 2 mid and 2 wickets. Dream bowling figures. Samin, Fahim and Sufyan have been joining him, but not as per the expectations, especially Fahim Ashraf has been taken apart by Kamran Ghulam in the last over and the previous over. Rizwan also made good use of feet to get his first 6 of the innings so far, and that is his only boundary as well. Young Sufyan Muqeem to continue from the far end. Still, they've got 1 slip in place. A very thin cloud cover as well in Faisalabad, which will allow some relief to the spectators and the fielders out there. Otherwise, it is another hot morning. With the day start, the temperature would be reaching in the late 30s sooner rather than later, especially right at the noon time.
Good stuff by Sufyan. Remember, he played last in October last year. He had a knee operation after that. He's been out of the action. It's a good opportunity for somebody like him and Faisal Akram. The 2 left-arm wrist spinners in this year's Bahria Town Champions Cup. Because he's such a rare talent, rare art, this left-arm wrist spin. So the more you bowl, better you get. It's that simple. That is a nice hit. Great shot. That has gone all the way. Kamran Ghulam, third 6 for him.
This is Kamran Ghulam 2.0 for you. Playing against the turn, but with full power of the bat, down on 1 knee, and with a lot of firepower as well. Before that, Sufyan Muqeem had tremendous economy rate, but rattled that with that 1 shot altogether. And also perhaps the confidence of the young left-arm wrist spinner. A change in the plan. Now they have sent 1 back to wide and long on. Long off is coming in form of Mir Hamza. He can bowl those effective wrong ones, which can create doubts in the mind of batsmen. But this is classical ODI batting by Kamran Ghulam. The way he has steadied the ship for UMT Markhors. Both of them has done in the curtain raiser as well for them in the tournament. Another good over for UMT Markhors. 68 for 2.
So
Shaquille will have to find a way to break this partnership. 58 at the moment, and what a time to do it. And you expect that, Akhil, from the class of Rizwan. and the form Kamran Ghulam has shown. Already have 100 in the first game, and again looking set, has got his eyes for another 3-figure.
Yeah, he is clearly a case of underachievement as far as the international cricket is concerned. He made waves around the world of cricket by breaking the record of most runs in Pakistan's first-class cricket, which was a long-standing record. And since then, he has been there or thereabouts on the borderlines of making a comeback. Short ball offered off the back foot, vacant areas and acres on the onside. No problem whatsoever for Kamran Ghulam, and completes another boundary in a way of reaching 50.
That's a fabulous, fabulous 50 runs by Kamran Ghulam. And what a time to do it. He's second in the Champions Cup. 21st in list day. What more do you want? He's consistent. He's persistent. He's lovely. 8 fours. Just 50 deliveries for his 51. It's just the way he's adapted to the conditions, the game awareness that he's shown. It was not easy early on. He realized it, that he needs to just defend a few deliveries, get used to the pitch. Mir Hamza was just amazing with the new ball. He realized that. He blocked lots of deliveries from Mir Hamza. Hardly played a wrong shot. And then now, when the pitch has eased up a little, time to get some fun.
Yeah, very nice description, the way Kamran Ghulam has once again unleashed his potential. Not to forget, he started with a left-arm spinner. He played for a few teams in the domestic circuit, also for Wabda and his respective regional teams. But the way he has graduated from being a spinner or a bowler to this top-order batting has been phenomenal. And maybe some adjustments of the technique as well, the way the weather has adjusted itself. This is looking lovely on your screens, I'm telling you. Maybe when you go in the outskirts of Faisalabad, will still look very serene, but still very hot over here in Faisalabad. But lovely scenes. Monsoon has gone back. It has subsided, but some happy days to come. And good batting by Rizwan as well. In the initial days, we would see that his bat was coming from the slip side of the cordon, but since then, he has been playing it very straight, coming down the track, very quick use of feet, adjusting his technique, especially in the domestic cricket, very quickly, adapting to different kind of challenges and conditions. Runs for Rizwan, played in the gap. 4 runs.
Width given. Demolished. 17 done. 78 for 2. Beautiful view. The Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad. Scattered crowd though, but they're in good numbers because it's a Wednesday, a hot Wednesday, working day. Have you realized one thing, Akil Samad?
Yep.
Kamran Ghulam scored 100 and lost the sponsor. That's the first time that I'm seeing that. Usually you get the sponsor after getting 100. His bat doesn't have a sticker, doesn't have a sponsor. So maybe people looking. You're missing out on an opportunity from a player in form. Sponsors.
Wow, you got the eagle eye. And that is why we call you the kingmaker, Mr. Yunus.
Excellent bowling,
The kingmaker. Interesting observation, Mr. Akil. 79 for 2. It's always fun with you, Mr. Akil. Traveling all the way from Karachi. How are you finding it in Faisalabad?
Well, you know, it's very much homecoming for me, but you were not found on an off day, so that is a bit of surprise for me. Like maybe doing some work with your throat and warming it up for the next working days to come, because otherwise there has been matches back to back, no rest whatsoever for the next few days.
Sweeps well. There is a fielder. Not before the comeback for the second. In an off day, well, guess what? I took my fellow commentators to a village close to this, just 60 miles from here. Shah Faisal, Sikandar Bakht, Misha Imran. I took them to Gojra. There's a village called Botala there. Some desi food served them. They had a good time there.
Very nice. I hope their calorie deficit has become a thing of the past by going over there, and the fans would have let you go without stopping anyone and without any interruption. So good to know. Some happy days in Faisalabad. The excitement has been at its peak. Hopefully with the arrival of the winters, more action would be coming in the city of textiles. In the meantime, a better over by Sufyan. Fifth and the last run of the over, 18 gone. 82 for 8, UMT Markhors.
But.
Early scares when UMT Markhors lost both the openers, 0 and 1, courtesy to some fantastic seam bowling by Veer Hamza. And since then, it has been Kamran and Rizwan, 53 and 26. Salman Ali Agha, Iftikhar Ahmed Samad, 3 batters to come. As we see, Usman Kadir bowled beautifully in the previous game, 67 wickets. And a full toss to start off. Couple of runs. He did struggle in the first spell that he bowled in the previous game, but made a great comeback. 3 wickets in the second spell that he bowled.
Yeah, the leg spin is always earmarked as the option to break partnerships, and that would be why the spotlight would be on Usman Kadir. Not only because he needs to break this partnership in this particular game, but because also that he has followed a different trajectory. He was introduced in the Pakistani team, and in the earlier part of his career, he always was supposed to back the team with getting wickets, especially in the T20 format. But then one started to feel that maybe he was trying too much by bowling the wrong ones of the googlies one after the other, and allowing the batsman to predict it fairly and not allowing the bowler to dominate, which has been one of the requirements of the job description of a leg spinner.
That's hard. Really hard. Rizwan this time. Pitched up. And he's been dealt with some quality by Rizwan. Or is it Kamran Ghulam? It was Kamran Ghulam.
Yeah, massive use of feet once again, reaching the pitch of the ball, not allowing it to turn any way, one way or the other, and bang, straight as an arrow. Brilliant use of feet, safe in the end. At the beginning, one would start feeling that too much of risk involved, but Kamran Ghulam can cover everything perfectly.
They both look similar to me. So hard to differentiate. They've got the beard, similar in height, similar in stature, similar in batting style somehow. Good stuff. Good stuff. 19 done. 89 for 2.
Sufyan Muqeem will continue from the far end, already into his 5th over. He has the ability to break the partnerships. Remember, he was the bowler who was instrumental for Pakistan A's win against India A. He broke the back of the other team the other day, which Ali Yunus was talking about. Another peach of a delivery against Rizwan. Maybe the time for Rizwan to give a bit more strike to Kamran Ghulam and relieve some pressure which has been mounting on him in terms of the strike rate. This time staying down the leg side. A delicate touch by Rizwan just for a single.
Yeah, you make a good point. That's Rizwan has taken a few deliveries for his 27. But the good part is his partner Kamran Ghulam is playing with some freedom. He's played some quality shots. He's not letting that pressure get to both of them. Even as a team, 90 runs in just 19.2. Realizing that in the first 10 overs, they hardly scored a run. And they lost 2 wickets also. So they made a good recovery.
Down the ground, there is a chance. Fielder coming underneath it and drops it. Massive moment in this game. It hung in the air for a long time, but Samin Gul perhaps lost the sight of the ball with the backdrop of the sun, and a huge let go for the batsman.
Koi nahi, said Sufyan to Samin Gul. But we know it is a big deal. It was the wicket of Kamran Ghulam, the inform. They needed to break this partnership. And as you said, it was in the air for a long, long time. But he never judged it. He was so slow to react. And he never looked like catching it. But a let off. Kamran Ghulam. Have a look at that one more time. Kamran Ghulam, he was looking to play some strokes. It was there to be hit. Came down the track. Look, he just had it in the air for a long, long time. Never was in a position. Never looked like catching it. That is poor. Pretty poor.
Yeah, you talked about the sticker for these bats. Oh my God, it is going to be a huge misunderstanding and missed that by fraction of an inch. Almost got rid of Rizwan. They almost had the opportunity to get rid of both of them within these 6 deliveries. Another opportunity for UMT Markhors. They will continue. Another drama, but another disappointment for Engro Dolphins.
What was Kamran Ghulam doing there? What was he doing? Rizwan almost said hi to him. Look at that. He was sure that he's going to come back here. He realized it, came back quickly. Kamran Ghulam was never interested. He almost came to him, said hello. Had there been a direct hit, it would have been curtains for Rizwan. Good backup by Samin Gul. It was a very smart piece of running between right in the center of the pitch.
Yeah, and without deviating his line of the run.
And the ball didn't even hit him.
Yeah.
So you can't appeal.
Yeah, so if you are deviating your line of the run, that is the only thing which could put you in trouble. And in that case, that would have been black and white, no gray area whatsoever in that case. But this time, Rizwan was running in a straight line without any deviation, but hardly allowing any width to the wicketkeeper to hit the stumps. But before that, there was a huge misunderstanding. Kamran Ghulam never looked back towards Rizwan, and then he missed it by a fraction of an inch, perhaps. Huge opportunity that was for Engro Dolphins.
was Kamran Ghulam was never responding to the call, never did.
An action-packed over coming to an end, only 5 runs, but a lot of drama. 20 runs, 20 overs gone, UMT Markhors 94 for 2. Manchester of Pakistan, Faisalabad, and it really is looking like this, courtesy these green fields just in the backdrop of Iqbal Stadium. Otherwise, another hot morning in central Punjab. 20 overs gone. This has been massive recovery. 61 runs in the previous 10 overs without losing a single wicket. But the action time has come in this partnership. Remember, they scored a massive 133 in the curtain raiser, which allowed them to give a platform to Abdul Samad and Iftikhar to go bang after the bowling. But the previous over, both of them should have been back. At least this is the way Engro Dolphins should be thinking at this point in time. Some top quality cricket coming to you, but if you are talking about a beautiful blend of sports and great living lifestyle, then Bahria Town is the answer for you. Not only providing the best lifestyle, but also promoting health and sports. And this is the stadium which is coming up. Oh, what a peach of a delivery. Perhaps he had been finding this turn and bounce right from the get-go, finally creating doubts in the mind of Rizwan.
A great rhythm by Usman Qadir. Is doing it in the first spell. Remember the previous game? Good area, good lines. Sometimes I feel we all have been very harsh to Usman Qadir, always comparing with him with his dad, with his father, the great Abdul Qadir. That puts an added pressure. You always compare him with him. Always. He's been very good. But that comparison probably sometimes created some problem for him. Look at the bowling, look at the control, look at the pace he's bowling and the turn and the area that he's bowled at. Just brilliant.
Good bowling, Usman bhai. Good bowling, Usman bhai.
Amir Hamza started the proceedings, bamboozled UMT Markhors, but since then they have been taking apart perfectly well. Swept in the air, but into the gap. This is Kamran Ghulam for you. He would never allow the bowler to dominate you. 21 overs gone, 100 up for UMT Markhors. 101 for 2.
100 runs up for UMT Markhors. जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए UMT के लिए. UMT Markhors अभी तक सेंचुरी कर चुके हैं 21 ओवर्स में, 2 विकेटों के नुकसान पर.
$101 for 2. 2 wrist spinners bowling from either end. A right arm leg spinner in the shape of Usman Qadir and Sufyan Mukim. Good to see him back in action. Did promise a lot when he was playing for the Shaheens in the emerging Asia Cup. Partnership has really steadied the ship for UMT Markhors. 92 of just 101 balls. They're looking to take on the spinners now. Both are feeling pretty settled. Kamran riding a bit of luck He was given a reprieve, an easy chance by Samin Gul. This is the part of the innings where the Engro Dolphins will be looking to take some control by taking wickets.
Excellent bowling, बच्चे शाबाश. बहुत अला अच्छा कर रहे हैं शाबाश. Well, Sufi.
He's bowled well with good control so far, Sufyan Mukim.
Check करना.
The challenge isn't going to get any easier. Crucial stage of the game. Good morning, Salman.
Good morning, Shaji. Indeed it is, and now it's that these two have taken their team to a safer zone, although they would love to keep building on and piling on the runs and without losing wickets. They are the players who have that capacity. They've already taken them out of early trouble. It's 102 for 2. And Sufyan Mukim has been driven down the ground for a single. So there's just a little thing that we want to show you regarding that drop catch very recently. So there is the hit, and just have a look at the fielder come in and then shy away because of the sun. We'll come back to this point after this.
Well, that is a boundary. Rizwan will not spare you. It was short, sat up, asking for trouble. The fielding didn't help either. 22 gone, 107 for 2.
UMT Markhors के fans कहाँ पे बैठे हैं? Engro Dolphins के fans.
वो कैच वो फिनिश नहीं हुआ था पॉइंट उसका हाथ भी नहीं इन द एंड ही डिडंट इवन गेट अ हैंड शायद वो कैच आके दोबारा दिखा देना तो ये भी फिर देखना है लेकिन चलो
फील्डिंग का वो पैकेज बनवा लेंगे ना
A crucial spell for Usman Qadir. He really made a good comeback in the previous game in his second spell. The biggest challenge for him is to land 6 deliveries in one place. Has been for quite some time.
Well, that seems to be the challenge for everyone out there, especially the spinners. And consistency will bring him more rewards. The one that he lands on the right areas is close to being unplayable at times. And wow, now if the bowler starts to bowl well, the fielders start leaking runs, and this is what we are seeing very regularly. 4 byes through the keeper's legs.
Did he get something on it? It really went quite low. Akhlaq, who's done a lot of wicket keeping recently, still looks like an irregular.
Oh yeah, that was the under edge, and surely would have been difficult for the keeper.
Yeah, nothing that Akhlaq could do on that. It was bottom edge, not much time to react.
It's wonderfully bowled. Saw the batter running down the pitch and just pulling his length. And Kamran Ghulam quick to realize.
Usman has always had the wicket-taking deliveries in him. There's never been a doubt about his skills. He possesses great quality of skills. Consistency has been his issue.
If you can see that drop catch quickly, there is something to learn regarding not just the drop catch. Obviously, you can make a better effort and put a hand up where the sun is coming from, or maybe have a glasses on. This same thing happened the other day because of sun. So now that area is a place where sun definitely comes in for the fielders. So to be there without sunglasses or without using one of your hands is something that professionals should avoid. It's not a school, tournament going on. It is guys who've been playing at the highest level. And this is costing the team and the bowlers.
Still no glasses. Yeah, it was the same end where Umar bin Yusuf came under a catch and then lost it at the last minute. And day before yesterday, and that was very, very costly. And giving a chance to someone like Kamran Ghulam can also be costly. Call is for 2? No, just the 1.
Kamran Ghulam is one of those batters who likes to play big innings. And he's there on 72, 23 gone, 113 for 2.
स्टेडियम बन रहे हैं ना उसमें जंगला खत्म हो रहा है नाउ
100-run partnership has been brought up. Nicely played, just maneuvered the face of the bat at the last minute to find that gap. Not the boundary, but again, great quality of skill to get something out of a good delivery. That's the quality of Rizwan. Mid-off is up in the ring. There's only one sweeper on the offside. That's in front of square. He's buried his pace nicely, Sufyan Mukim.
Yes, he's bowled well. He's been unlucky. At times, the fielders have let him down. A catch dropped off his bowling, then a boundary through the cover fieldsman. And does not reflect in his figures, although his economy rate is pretty fine, considering the fact that two experienced batters are playing well set. Had that catch been taken, things would have been different with him. Sufyan Mukim doing a good job.
He's landing most of his deliveries in right areas, considering he's playing after a while as well. Definitely someone that you want to keep an eye on. And you make the point, he's bowled the entire spell against these two, who are very, very good players of spin. Experienced too, but they're very good against spin. Just prepared to knock it down when the opportunity is not there for a big hit. Kamran Ghulam.
Yes, talk about youngsters watching Champions Cup, and also some of the youngsters sitting in the dressing rooms. Take a look at how these two build up partnerships, how they milk the bowling, pick up the ones and twos, rotate the strike, and amongst all that, keep picking the boundaries as well, and building on the partnership, and how smoothly they risk-free operations that are done by Rizwan and Kamran Ghulam, allowing the batters to follow the freedom that you see with Iftikhar and with Samad the other day.
Straight down the leg side, another fumble in the field. Not much damage done though. Just the single to finish off another Sufyan Mukim over. 24 gone, 119 for 2. Has been pretty good. Imam got the runs and the average, not very influential in terms of the context of the game. Usman Khan with 100 as well. Mubassir, another impressive knock from him yesterday. Early days, but shaping up the leader's chart in terms of the top batters. And you'd see there are no openers other than Imam ul Haq in that list. That could be a worrying sign, Salman, but
Has to be. Batting overall looks in a hurry. Impatience have been the major reason. The batters not getting the big ones. Once again, Kamran Ghulam looks in full authority on the crease, playing strokes all around the ground, rotating strike, picking up the boundaries. Good use of the feet. He is clear whether to be on the front foot fully or on the back foot. He does not play in between, and that is why he's looking so good.
chance. There was a confusion there, but probably the ball was in the gap. Probably there was a run.
Credit to the fielder. I think he cut the angle, ran towards the ball aggressively, and that is where the batters, they had to rethink. And Qasim Akram gets the credit for not allowing that single, creating the doubt in the batter's mind. Very well bowled. Usman Qadir, when he gets right, I must admit he is one of the best to watch in terms of leg spinners. He gets the turn on most tracks. And when he gives it a bit of loop, batters, they have to work hard. But it's just that consistency that you'd love to see more and more in him.
Full toss. Quick hands really got Rizwan out of trouble. For a moment, he thought it's gone through and it's going to hit him on the full. But really came down hard and quick on it, Rizwan. Once again, that quicker delivery. Talking about Usman, the wicket that he got with the flipper the other day. Very seldom modern day spinners you see with such zip through the pitch on that flipper. He needs to get it right more often.
Modern day bowlers, you hardly find a difference between their normal delivery and a flipper because they're bowling low trajectory and they're bowling faster than spinners would love to. And Usman is a bit of old-fashioned conventional leg spin, which is the classic leg spin bowling. But once again, the fielders not backing up their bowlers the way they should.
It's a top edge, but it will land safely. One bounce over the fence. Rizwan got down low on one knee. He was aiming for that gap earlier in the over. This time finds one at the halfway stage. 126 for 2, Markhors.
ओवर्स में 126 रन बना चुके हैं यूएमटी मार्कोर 2 विकेटों के नुकसान पर।
Qasim Akram, 53 games, just 21 years of age, 38 wickets. More of a batting all-rounder, but very handy with the ball. Very disappointed. Saud Shakil, he thought he could stop that single.
Saud, when he slided, he was on his palms and that he's feeling the heat. Just look at him, having a look at his arms and palms. Obviously, the ground is dry, sun is beating down and sliding on the grass on your palms. That can be pretty hard. Driven again in the gap this time, but will be a single only. Usman made decent ground.
One of the features of Kamran Ghulam and Rizwan is batting is that they really know when to seize the opportunity. Looking to find the boundary was Kamran Ghulam. It's exactly I was trying to say, that now they realize with Qasim Akram in, they would think it of an opportunity to increase the scoring rate. Rizwan has already tried, Kamran Ghulam rather, has already tried once. What about Rizwan? Just 2 runs away from his 50. Qasim Akram followed Rizwan on that occasion. Rizwan looking to give himself some room.
माइलस्टोन को बीच में अनाउंस कर देंगे, ओवर ही 2 रह गए.
26 gone. UMT Markhors 130 for 2. Four overs, none for 26 for Usman into his 5th over. That will give him some confidence, bowling a spell of 5 overs. In the first game, he went for plenty in his first 2 and was taken out of the attack. Rizwan, precautious, getting closer to his 50.
Yes, he's bowling the right lines mostly today. So far, Rizwan had to play an exceptional stroke in the last over, taking risks from within the stumps. Once again, well bowled within the stumps, a quicker one this time. And that stroke was pretty intentional, aiming over the head of square leg. He knew there was nobody behind on the boundary and controlled it really well.
Since that shot, the fielder has been moved squarer, just behind square on.
Yeah, and the mid-on has come up for that fielder, and once again, beautifully bowled. He's building up some pressure. It's just that Rizwan is so experienced and so crafty that he gets through situations by rotating strike and bringing out strokes which other batters do not. And this one is again on the legs and flicked. This will give Rizwan his another 50 for him in this tournament and to his career.
Raises his arms aloft and his typical Thanksgiving celebrations. 32nd half century of his List A career. Once again, proving to be the man of crisis. Walked in when the situation was tricky. The conditions were difficult to bat, but he navigated through that. 3 4s and a 6. Still a healthy strike rate.
Yeah, and taking quite a bit of time for the celebration of 50 runs, allowing the fielders a breather as well. Again, well bowled, bit of turn and good areas.
Well, I think we've got the mentor of UMT Markhors, Misbah Al-Haq, joining us from downstairs. Assalamu alaikum Misbah. फैसल बात कर रहा हूँ कमेंट्री बॉक्स से. कैसे असेस कर रहे हैं सिचुएशन को?
वालेकुम अस्सलाम फैसल. अभी तक तो सिचुएशन आई थिंक ठीक जा रही है, स्पेशली आफ्टर द स्टार्ट जो थोड़ा सा एक टफ लग रहा था कि 10 ओवर में यहाँ पे नॉर्मली जो बॉल थोड़ा सा होल्ड करता है और थोड़ा सा साइडवेज मूवमेंट भी होती है, बट आई थिंक उसके बाद से जिस तरह रिकवरी हुई है इस पार्टनरशिप की के साथ, आई थिंक प्लान्स के मुताबिक चीज़ें जा रही हैं. नाउ व्हाट वी नीड टू डू इज़ कि हम अच्छा फिनिश करें. जो प्लेटफॉर्म एक सेट किया इन दोनों बैट्समैनों ने, उसको हम कैसे यूटिलाइज करते हैं अगले हाफ में.
थोड़ा सा देखेंगे. तीसरा अंपायर की तरफ गया है मामला. रिजवान शायद ओवर बैलेंस कर गए थे या नहीं, यही देखना होगा. विकेटों के पीछे से अखलाक ने बेल्स उड़ाई.
जी बिल्कुल. आई थिंक इट्स क्रूशियल फॉर अस कि ये पूरा खेल के जाएं लंबा, क्योंकि
seems as if Rizwan will have to leave. because his toe seems to be on the line, and line belongs to the umpire, and Clark has done a decent job. But we shall wait for the third umpire to give the final verdict.
Rizwan seems pretty confident. Some part was behind that line. And that's a different angle from the other side. A square angle. Akhlaq had to drag the ball from quite wide. It was spinning leg break.
It's very close, but I think more in the favor of the bowling side, as it seems. But the final decision from the umpire shall stand over all our opinions. So we shall wait. Because he was off balance at the very last moment as Clark took off those bails. And Usman Kadir maybe has got a reward for consistently bowling in the right channels and beating Rizwan's outside edge.
His foot got back in, but by the time Akhlaq was bringing the ball down, it wasn't a drag on. The drag was on and then the foot came back, but then Rizwan overbalanced again as Akhlaq was breaking the stumps. Umpire wants to make absolutely sure, the third umpire.
It's quite evident. It's quite evident on our screens. And at the moment, all wait anxiously. And I'm sure most anxious would be Rizwan himself, because the longer it takes, the batters, if they were confident to start with, they start to get nervous. And again, confirming from the angle of the leg umpire, his foot goes out and then it comes back a bit. And just as he is about to take off the bails, just have a look. Once again, it goes in the air and the part touching the ground is actually on the line.
The other thing with these decisions, Salman, is that the longer the umpire takes, I think he's in doubt. What do we do when you're in doubt? But that's the decision he has to make. The pictures tell a story.
The pictures are telling a story. It's about who's reading it. There is your decision. It's out. And Rizwan will have to leave, and Usman Kadir picks up a very, very valuable wicket at this juncture in the game where the two were looking very dangerous.
You're absolutely correct. Usman Kadir definitely deserved the wicket the way he's bowled. Rizwan, after playing a lovely hand, will have to depart. Courtesy some brilliance from Usman Kadir. Good stumping from Akhlaq. He's gone for 51. UMT Markhors, 132 for 3. मिसबा आपको आवाज आ रही है?
जी जी आ रही है
जी, जैसे ही हमने आपको ज्वाइन किया एक विकेट गिर गई. प्लान्स रीशफल करेंगे या क्या सोच रहे हैं दोबारा इस चेंज के बाद?
आई थिंक इट्स इम्पोर्टेंट कि आप पार्टनरशिप बिल्ड करनी है आपने. अभी भी स्टिल लॉट ऑफ ओवर्स, और नॉर्मल भी अगर आप क्रिकेट खेलते हैं, यू टेक इट टू 40th ओवर, 5.5 अगर आप टारगेट करते हैं. आई थिंक हमारे पास ऐसी फायर पावर है एंड पे कि हम लोग इसको मैक्सिमाइज कर सकते हैं. सो इम्पोर्टेंट है. 2 रिस्ट स्पिनर हैं, दोनों मिस्ट्री स्पिनर हैं जिनको अभी तक हम अच्छा खेल रहे थे. वी नीड टू मेक श्योर कि और इनको विकेट्स नहीं देनी है हमने, और मिल्क करना है नॉर्मल क्रिकेट खेल के. देन हमारे पास ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म होगा कि हम 300 या 300 प्लस पे जा सकते हैं.
सलमान अली आगा आए हैं खेलने के लिए, द न्यू बैटर।
जी मिसबा भाई, आवाज़ आ रही है?
जी बिल्कुल आ रही है आवाज़ सलमान।
आपके ओवरऑल बैटिंग पे अगर हम बात करें इस टूर्नामेंट को, जितना अभी तक हमने देखा है, कुछ मैचेस तो ज़ाहिर है डे एंड नाइट थे, दोपहर में शुरू हुए, कुछ 2 मैचेस हैं गालिबन जो दिन में है, लेकिन ओपनर्स की स्टोरी सेम है। तो ओपनर्स को लेकर आप की क्या ऑब्जर्वेशन है कि क्या प्रॉब्लम इन्हें आ रही है? इज़ इट टेक्निकल या कोई माइंडसेट है या इंटेंट जो है उसको लेकर थोड़ा सा अगर ग्राइंड करना पड़ता है तो ऐसा लगता है जल्दी में है बैटर्स?
बिल्कुल सही बात की आपने। नॉर्मली जब वनडे क्रिकेट के बारे में या वाइट बॉल क्रिकेट के बारे में आजकल सोचते हैं तो आप देखते हैं कि पावर प्ले में आप डिफरेंट क्रिकेट खेलते हैं, उसमें आप यू लुक टू बेसिकली स्कोर रन्स। यहाँ पे कंडीशंस आपको वो अलाउ नहीं कर रही। थोड़ा सा आपको वो जो एक नॉर्मल वे चल रहा है क्रिकेट का, वो थोड़ा सा आपको चेंज करना पड़ता है। और बेसिकली आपकी टेक्निक जो है वो थोड़ी सी टेस्ट होती है, उसको मोस्टली यहाँ पे ओपनर उस तरीके से जो है वो टैकल नहीं कर पा रहा है। आई थिंक द प्लेयर्स हु हैव अ गुड टेक्निक और गेम अवेयरनेस, वो यहाँ पे रन्स कर रहे हैं, अपने आप को टाइम दे रहे हैं। देन जब आप सेटल डाउन हो जाते हैं लेटर स्टेजेस में, आपको आप वो उसके जो फ्रूट है टीम को भी मिलता है, आपको भी मिलता है।
तो यहाँ पर एम्फसाइज करेंगे, क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग आपको सुन रहे हैं, यंगस्टर्स भी, और आई एम श्योर इस 150 में भी बहुत सारा ऐसा ग्रुप है जो अभी जिनके करियर्स बहुत आगे बढ़े हैं, कि हंड्रेड्स जो है वो माइंडसेट बनाएं कि जो टीम को बड़े स्कोर की तरफ लेकर जाएं, चाहे चेस में भी हो। तो जब तक आप पूरे ओवर्स को यूटिलाइज नहीं करेंगे, रिजल्ट ओरिएंटेड भारियां लेनी मुश्किल है।
बिल्कुल बहुत ज़रूरी है। देखें, आई एम ऑल अप फॉर पॉजिटिव माइंडसेट आपका होना चाहिए, क्योंकि उसके बगैर आप मुश्किल पिच पे भी जो आपको कोई लूज़ बॉल मिलता है उसको कैच नहीं कर सकते। तो ये बड़ा ज़रूरी है कि हम कंडीशंस को रिस्पेक्ट करें, और हम जब तक कंप्लीट प्लेयर नहीं बन सकते, जब हम बॉलिंग कंडीशंस को, ओवरऑल जो ट्रेंड है पिच, उसको रीड करके हम अपने आप को उसके साथ एडजस्ट करना नहीं जब तक सीखेंगे, तो हमारे लिए मुश्किल है कहीं पे भी क्रिकेट। आप जाएं, अगर आपको लगता है कि पिच फ्लैट है, वी कैन जस्ट टेक द बॉलिंग ऑन, देन यू गो फॉर इट। बट अगर आपको कंडीशंस ये सजेस्ट करती हैं कि नहीं हमने ग्राइंड करना है, तो ये नहीं सोचना कि कौन देख रहा है पीछे, इंटेंट पे बात होगी। अच्छा जी, कंफ्यूज नहीं होना, यू आर देयर, बेसिकली यू आर द जज, यू शुड जस्ट सी कि हाँ जी इस टाइम डिमांड सिचुएशन क्या कर रही है, और उसके मुताबिक आपने खेलना है। तो आई थिंक दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर आवर यंगस्टर्स। और दूसरी जो इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है, चाहे आपने T20 क्रिकेट खेलनी है, चाहे आपने वनडे क्रिकेट खेलनी है, या आपने 4 डे क्रिकेट खेलनी है, आप रिवर्स बेसिकली चेन आपकी चल रही है इस टाइम। आप पहले शॉटों की प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं और सारी इम्प्रोवाइजेशन की प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हैं, दैट इज़ इम्पॉर्टेंट। बट आई थिंक अदर वे राउंड होना चाहिए। फर्स्ट यू नीड टू हैव अ गुड बेसिक टेक्निक एज अ बैटर अगेंस्ट एनी टाइप ऑफ बॉलिंग, चाहे वो स्पिन बॉलिंग है, चाहे वो फास्ट बॉलिंग है। जब वो होगी तो आप 4 ओवर या 5 ओवर भी अच्छे खेलेंगे, और अगर आपको 45 या 50 ओवर्स भी मिलेंगे तो आप उसको भी उसी तरीके से अच्छा मैनेज कर सकते हैं।
Great insight from you, Ms. Haq. Thank you very much for your time and all the best for the game.
Thank you.
Usman Qadir in the middle of a very good spell, fresh from dismissing Rizwan. Will look forward to build some more pressure on the newcomer Salman Ali Agha. And Kamran Ghulam, his role should be very important here, because he needs to make sure the wickets don't fall in clump, and a set batter in the middle is pretty crucial.
That's a beautiful one. That has gone all the way. Yes, it has. Kamran Ghulam well on his way for his second 100. That is a fantastic hit, picking up the length beautifully. And hitting it with some power. Yep, eyes wide open, picking it up over long on. Quite easy for him at this level these days. Yeah, Misbah-ul Haq had this emphasis on players who can make hundreds. Here is a player in front of you, already scored 100, 14 runs away from another 100. Got your eyes on him. Bit of a delay. There's some movement in front of the side screen. Yeah, that's the trouble. All good now. Two karega. That's the call. Do kar liya. Quite easily. Good running.
And somebody just in his own world is taking his body out in the eye line of the batter. Usman Khater has looked good today. He's bowled well, getting the ball to turn.
And the area he is bowled at. Good length, good pace also. And as you said, turn two. He's taken a big wicket of Rizwan. What a delivery that was.
29 gone, 150 for 3.
150 runs up for UMT Markhors. जोरदार तालियों की चाहिए फैसलाबाद. 29 ओवर्स में 150 रन बन चुके हैं. 3 विकेटों के नुकसान पे UMT मार्कोर के और कामरान गुलाम 83 रन पर क्रीज में मौजूद हैं और साथ सलमान अली आगा भी आ चुके हैं जिनके 7 रन बन चुके हैं.
Qasim Akram into his third over, none for 13. The man who plays spin very well in Pakistan is on strike. Again, there's a bit of movement behind the bowler's arm. Oh, there's a change. Is it? They want mid-off to be pushed back to the rope. All set now.
And it's come at a good time, Salman Ali Agha. Just 28 overs when he walked in. He's got enough overs to get himself in. Then they've got the firepower of Iftikhar and Samad. Not to forget Kamran Ghulam. He can hit big. We've seen that happen. 3 sixes has hit. Big sixes. What a player he is. Always looking for runs. Always searching for ones and twos. Rotating the strike. Very good one-day player he is. Lower format, I would say. He's very fit, running between the wickets, spot on.
Good batting lineup that they have.
Yeah, this is the period from 10 to 40 overs, they say, where you can get runs. Oh, confusion. Sabzada Farhan needed a clean pickup. He's not happy. Mr. 100%.
So, I think it's Kamran Ghulam who's the constant. First couple of times again with Rizwan, and now here. Firstly, there wasn't a single there, but then after the misfield and the ball completely passed by the fielder, you could have gone for it. There again, Salman is halfway down. Usually the case with a batter who's just joined in.
Never run on a misfield. I think he's taken this to his heart. Because halfway there already. And then Salman, what are you doing? Confusion, confusion. The ability to rotate the strike. They both mastered in that. 30 overs done, 153 for 3. .33 runs were scored in the first 10 overs, and then 11 to 20. That was a good period. They scored 61 without losing a wicket. 59 for 1 in this phase, 21 to 30. Courtesy to Kamran Ghulam mostly in both of these phases after 10.
See Ali, that delivery again. He's getting the ball to turn. He's getting that bounce because he's one of those leg spinners in the current artillery available to Pakistan. It gives flight. When you slow through the air, allow the ball to then turn. And he gets good enough. Good bowling.
Slow through the air, as you said. It's been very good with the control. Not to forget that flipper that he bowled to get rid of Hasnain the other day. It was very quick. He's got that in his armory. See, this is a good combination. Kamran Ghulam and Salman Ali Agha. They run well. They know how to take singles. That is why having a player like this, like Kamran Ghulam and Salman Ali Agha in the middle, as I said earlier, from 10 to 40 over when 5 fielders are inside, mostly spinners operating. So you need to have very fit cricketers, who has got good footwork, who can run well, who can hit big too. So all the combination.
Yeah, slightly short on that occasion. Lucky that it's been played straight to the fielder in the deep. Kamran would feel he's missed out. Into the 90s now. KG, is it?
It is. Kamran Ghulam. So it's a good combination. Salman Ali Agha and Kamran. They're gonna set the platform for Iftikhar and Samad to come. Such a big batting lineup, this one. This is a good period for them. They'll keep nudging, keep rotating the strike, keep pushing. Odd boundary here or there. Just like that. Hit it really hard, Salman Ali Agha, and straight. Rare bat delivery by Usman Qadir. 31 gone, 161 for 3 as players take drinks.
UMT Markhors. क्रीज में मौजूद है कामरान गुलाम 91 रन बना चुके हैं और सलमान 15 रन पे हैं। फैसलाबाद आपके लिए बड़ी ज़रूरी अनाउंसमेंट, बड़े ध्यान से सुनिएगा और इस पर अमल भी कीजिएगा। तमाम शायकीन किसी भी खिलाड़ी, अंपायर, रेफरी, दूसरे शायकीन और ड्यूटी स्टाफ से नस्ली बुनियादों, मजहब, कौमियत या नस्ल से मुतल्लिक कोई भी ऐसी बात नहीं करेंगे जो इनकी ज़ात की नफी करे या गैर अखलाकी हो या इनको उकसाए या इनको खौफजदा करे या इनके लिए बाइस तकलीफ है।
.161 for 3 and 19 overs to go in the innings. Swan Kader completed 7 overs, 1 for 45. Salman Agha 15 joined us after that big partnership between Kamran Ghulam and Rizwan. Now Kamran Ghulam moving towards a second 100 in this Bahria Town Champions Cup. 91 not out for him. He's played a good knock in the 91. He's got 11 boundaries and 2 maximums, moving at 103.4 strike rate.
Yeah, this effort is special. Scored a brilliant 100 in the first game, but here today, the morning, conditions were really tough to bat on, and Mir Hamza was brilliant with his line, with his length, with his seam bowling in the first spell. He's come back for the second. You can tell by the numbers. Bowled 5 overs, took 2 wickets and gave away only 4 runs. So one can imagine the conditions early on. Kamran Ghulam came at number 3. And since then he's not looked back. It took his time. First 10 overs he hardly scored a run, hardly played a wrong shot. Happy times now.
Yeah, if you look at the overall progress of teams batting first in the tournament, they usually get to that 200, 210 mark by the 35th over. They're slow because they started slow, but since they have a lot of batting available after this, Iftikhar, Abdul Samad, they can afford to just linger around a little more.
Center, please.
We just want to see. You see that the firepower they have available, they bat very deep. And they're all very experienced and qualified batters. Salman Agha in the current Pakistan lineup. Kamran Ghulam, the way he's been scoring. Rizwan also, you know, he plays all 3 formats. Iftikhar, a regular member of the white ball Pakistan camp. And to their liking, Abdul Samad, the newcomer, is also in great form. Have a look at their 11 for today. And with Zahid Mahmood getting a fifer in the previous game, Naseem Shah, we know, again plays Pakistan. They've added one more batter, all-rounder, Imran Randhawa. So, yeah, they're all the way.
Yeah, excellent blend. They've got a player for every position. They've got firepower in the front with Faizan. Then they've got Kamran Ghulam and Rizwan and Salman Ali Aga in the middle, settled. Play spin well, keep on rotating the strike. And then comes the two mighty batters, Iftikhar and Abdul Samad. Big hitters, good finishes. Now they've added Imran Randhawa. That was the missing link, a fast bowling all-rounder. So he can hit big too. It would take a lot for other teams to beat this side. They've been led by Rizwan, the calmness of Misbah-ul Haq. They defended 232, remember? That's a boundary, unlucky one for Mir Hamza. Off the pad, off the thigh pad maybe.
It was a bad ball, Ali. So he's not unlucky. He's got to pay for it. But how good has he been in his first spell? Just 4 runs in those 5 overs and got 2 wickets. Very, very disciplined. He gave the Engro Dolphins the start they were looking for after winning the toss and deciding to bat first.
But that's the problem Engro Dolphins had in the previous game also. Mir Hamza has been brilliant with the new ball. He took a couple of wickets in the previous game too. But the trouble is in the middle overs. The spinners have not lived up to the expectations. Usman Qadir, yes, he took 3 wickets, but that was towards the end of the inning. It's this 10 to 40th over that they're unable to penetrate in the batting side up. Because of the spinners being not in top form. They've added Sufyan Mukim, who's given away 35, but no wicket.
He bowled that first spell from the commentary and it's end of the over. 169 for 3.
UMT Markhors.
How do they do this? It must be the extreme love for the game. It is hot outside and there's no shade. And there are quite a few stands. I mean, in fact, all the stands, they don't have covers, but these people have been there an hour before the game started. When the teams were warming up, there was the toss going on, you were there. And it's extremely hot. It has to be the love for the game and the love for their stars. It is amazing. Absolutely amazing.
That's true. I think we've covered enough domestic cricket in Pakistan. You've been part of the lead commentary box. You've covered test matches and Pakistan Super League. I don't think so. I've seen such a love for the game or a craze for the game as Faisalabad has shown. They've come in numbers. It's a Wednesday, working day. Still, there are quite a few people here. No wonder PCB or the administration, they've started thinking about having more matches here, even international matches here. They've just started thinking. So yes, I am hoping that in times to come, Faisalabad will have more cricket because of these people. For them, they deserve it. They've earned it.
No, I love this platform, Discovering Champions and the Bahria Town Champions Cup. Yes, it's been happening. Pakistan Cup is nothing new for anyone who follows domestic cricket, but to have it at this magnitude is just a start of the things that up in the air, and he's going to go up for it, but it won't get anything out of it. It's a start of things that you feel Pakistan cricket is fine-tuning, bringing up the talent in front of television, in front of crowd, getting mentors. This was almost always on through the off the thigh pad. That's a good start, good positive start. .33 gone, 173 for 3.
Pretty sure that Samad will bat higher than Imran Randhawa. So 6 Iftikhar, 7 Samad, 8 would be Imran Randhawa most likely. 173 for 3 in 33. Yeah, you just mentioned about the quality of the Champions Cup, discovering champions. I think the most important part, yes, broadcast, all these sponsors, the magnitude you say, it's the involvement of the players. Everyone, central contracted, seniors, whoever is involved in cricket is playing. That was missing from last few years because we've been covering domestic cricket. There will be players going to play different leagues, franchise cricket, or busy with the international schedule.
Oh, it was in the air for a moment. I don't know. He was expecting the square leg umpire to catch it or what, because there's no fielder there. And Zulfikar Jan almost put his hands out to catch it. Rashid Riaz, is it? You know, he did. Yeah, of course, because he was saying catch it. He almost went for it.
He's been a first-class cricketer himself. Yeah, he's all set. He's all ready. 40 first-class games for Rashid Riaz. Catches. And catches win matches.
Yeah, so you're so right about that, and what we're discussing, that the platform is good. It's the positive way, the first step into getting things into a bigger scale. And look at the brighter side. When you have events of this magnitude, then more jobs are created. You find more talent in every other thing. The cameramen are there. There's so many people, the producers, the statisticians, even we found you. You know, such a great talent. You've been doing domestic and the Pakistan Super League. And Pakistan cricket is in good hands.
I'm crying. Thank you for the kind words.
Didn't quite get hold of it. The timing was missing, but he'll get a couple at least. It'll take him to 98 now, Kamran Ghulam.
Yeah, that's experience for you. Mir Hamza, I talk about. Now that he realizes the ball is not new, 33 overs old, he's changed the plan. Early on with the new ball, he was pitching it up to the batters because the ball was doing a little bit. Now has pulled up the length, variation in the pace. He's bowling more cutters. He's not giving anything in the arc of Kamran Ghulam. That is experience for you. That's Mir Hamza's quality for you. The skill that he possesses, the motivation, the hunger to still go on and on and on. Wonderful. The best part is that he knows his limitations, Mir Hamza. He knows that he's not that quick. He doesn't have that pace. Doesn't bowl at 135, 40. he heavily relies on the skill that he has. And that has come through playing lots of cricket, lots of first-class cricket, more than 100, 118 first-class matches. So once a young bowler is playing with an experience of 118 matches, that's how you discover champions. 34 done, 178 for 3.
चैंपियंस कप 2024 की सेकंड सेंचुरी मुकम्मल करने में एक रन चाहिए.
Lost 2 early wickets, but they've done well. They've settled in well. They've recovered well after that. 99 to Kamran Ghulam, getting to his second 100. Salman Ali Aga now settling in, 20 of 21. But all eyes are on Kamran Ghulam at the moment.
99 of 99. Oh, he's been sent back, rightly so. Not that Kamran would have been in trouble, it would be Salman running to the danger end. Good call from him. Kamran's got his back towards the shot. Oh! Both of them feel they've got an edge, but it's nothing like that. The umpire, no, we're going upstairs for the stumping opportunity. Let's see what it is. Please don't get out.
Doesn't look like that his back foot moved. If you look at the clock, do you think that is out? He's way out of the crease. But Kamran Ghulam looks very cool and calm because he knows he hasn't moved his back foot. But it was a good delivery. Sufyan Mukim, the youngster. There is no problem here. No wonder Ikhlaq was excited because the foot did go in front of the crease, but I believe he's got back on time. There. I think is safe.
Yeah, initially he did leave the crease, but he was back in time because Akhlaq had to drag the ball from way outside the off stump and bring it back to the top of the bails. And that allowed Kamran in that one motion to get his foot back. And he's on 99, not out. And a fast run, direct hit, problems, nothing. 100 up for Kamran Ghulam. 8th list day 100 and the second 100 in the Bahria Town Champions Cup for him. The man in sublime form is the man who is meant and made to be long for his side. Came in when the side was in trouble and yet once again has pulled them out of trouble.
Yeah, that's a fabulous 100 by Kamran Ghulam. He's second of the tournament. as he becomes the leading run getter of this Champions Cup, courtesy to the second 100 that he has scored. Just brilliant. Conditions were difficult when he came to bat. The ball was seaming around. It took his time early on, then hit some big sixes, couple of them 11 fours to go with that. And it has come at a good time, 102 deliveries considering the conditions were early on. So a classy inning from a classy batter. Yeah, people or the mentors or the coaches have been emphasizing on scoring big hundreds. Kamran Ghulam has got 2 now. And this is just the 3rd game.
Yeah, that was my second thing. My expectations have come up. Big 100. Got to score a good 140, 150, whatever is possible. Don't get out on 105. And he's got the hunger. He's not the kind of batter who's going to gift you his wicket or throw his wicket away.
The value. That's a price on his wicket, Kamran Ghulam, because he's worked so hard over the years. Remember when he started playing cricket, he played at number 6, 7. He was more of a left-arm spinner who could bat. And courtesy to his hard work, his persistence, he's just moved up the ranks as far as the numbers are concerned. And in the last 40 innings, he's shown immense consistency. He has scored 800s. The delay is about that the ball hit the helmet of Ikhlaq, the wicketkeeper.
Kamran Ghulam's 100. 100 not out at the moment. Played shots all around the ground, taken some calculated risks. Initially was very quiet, subdued, because he was trying to see off those 2 new balls. And then he's managed to score the second 100 against his name in the tournament, 8th of his List A career. Back live, single, Salman keeps strike. It is 170. Well, 180 after 35.
Kamran Ghulam has clearly got an insatiable desire to score more runs. Look at him, clearly on the top of the table with a massive average of 113, 226, head and shoulders above the rest of them. The relay will need to do a lot more catching up. Imam Al-Haq also has got a good one, but with a questionable strike rate, and Usman Khan to follow. And he's still counting. Massive recovery on part of UMT Markhors courtesy. Off the back foot, but straight to the fielder courtesy this. Another brilliant innings by Kamran Ghulam. Not only played brilliantly against the spin bowling, but also weathered the storm when Mir Hamza was on fire. And Shah Faisal, what do you reckon is going to be an ideal total in the minds of UMT Markhors at this point in time?
Well, they've got the platform set with big hitters still in the tank. Iftikhar, Samad. Kamran Ghulam has played a gem of a knock. Salman Ali Agha is feeling his way in, still striking at almost at a runner ball. So anything below 300 would disappoint them. Clark got a hand to it. Did it come off the glove or the thigh pad?
So for this Bahria Town Champions Cup, The one theme is going to be discovering champions. Kamran Ghulam has been on the there and thereabouts, and once again building a strong case for himself. This time going down the leg side. Was trying to make a connection. He has been scoring massively. Whenever he is going to play an innings like that, we will always talk about his record-breaking first-class runs. But the way he has been able to adapt to different conditions has been remarkable. He also played his part in the campaign of Lahore Qalandars, going up in the order. There is no question about his first-class form, and now making full use of the opportunity which has been coming his way in the one-day format. And only within 3 matches, if you're scoring 2 centuries, and rest of the lot has been only doing a lot of catching up. He's been clearly building a strong case for himself.
Sameen Gul has come back really nicely. You feel with the new ball, he bowled well in patches, but Mir Hamza was so brilliant that there wasn't a lot of pressure on him as well. But I think with this slightly older ball, with his team now looking for breakthroughs, he's doing a good job for his skipper, because at this stage, he can only build pressure on the batters and try and make mistakes that way. Because like I said, with platform set, UMT Markhors would like to go for runs from here on in. Take that, Salman Ali Agha. Oh, what a sensational effort. Did it fall back on the Toblerone? Usman Qadir, one of the tallest members of the Engro Dolphins, got a strong hand to the ball, but did it fall back on the Toblerone? This is what umpire would want to check. The first crack from Salman's bat suggested it will land over the fence.
We may need to have a second look on that effort by Usman Qadir. His reaction was not too confident to confirm if he has stopped that sixer at that point in time. The impact is still with the ground, and then he is been falling on his backside. And that will suggest you that he has not done it very cleanly. Not only that catching opportunity gone begging, but also maybe this time they have also scored the maximum. A lot of work to be done by the television umpire this morning and now in afternoon also, Shah Faisal.
Yeah, the ball is still in his hand. As you look at this picture, his feet are in the air. Still ball in the hand. The foot has landed. Really don't see any movement of the Toblerone from this angle. There's more to it too after that. Like I said, once again, you see he's landed and the ball has been released. Is his ankle touching the top of the Toblerone? Because it looks like the foot is away because there's no movement in the Toblerone. Yeah, the third umpire has been pretty busy today. Another tough call to make.
Yes, right foot is almost having a point of impact with that bowing skirtings, but not allowing that room to the umpire, which can confirm, but this just been enough to give confirmation to Zulfikar Jan, a maximum which will not only give some confidence to Salman Ali Agha, but will also shift momentum towards UMT Markhors, which has been slightly shifted towards Engro Dolphins because of some quiet overs when Kamran Ghulam was approaching his 100 runs mark. Now he into double figures. Salman also finding his feet on the ground is going to be crucial for UMT Markhors. Once again a short ball offered. This time a grounded shot towards Usman. 9 runs of 36th over, 189 for 3 UMT Markhors.
फैसलाबाद 3 के इकट्ठे शोर मचाएंगे 1 2 3
Now with the likes of Iftikhar and the youngest sensation in town, Abdul Samad, to come, they would be at least eyeing towards 300 or more. But if they are to get to that total, there will be a lot more action in Iqbal Stadium for the remaining 14 overs and specifically during the last 60 balls or so. But so far it has been good going in this partnership.
Usman Qadir back with a fresh over. Yeah, 9 on over would have taken them into 315. Look at those big strikers coming in. Iftikhar, we know all about him. Samad has been a sensation. Imran Randhawa is also a good hitter of a cricket ball. There's still plenty in the tank for the UMT Markhors. They're really setting their eyes on a big total here. Take that. This has made an absolutely beautiful sound off the bat of Kamran Ghulam, down on one knee towards the straighter mid-wicket boundary. Incredible strike.
Yeah, that acoustic angle must have been a rattle sound for Usman Qadir into his zone. Kamran Ghulam is not allowing any opportunity whatsoever. In the earlier part of innings, he made a lot of use of the feet, not only coming down the track, but on the back foot as well. And now, whenever there is an opportunity on the way, not losing it. Another good over. Glad to see that. Partnership is now 50 plus with better than run a ball. Off the back foot this time. Acres of gap on the offside. Wonderful motion of feet. Once again, a 4.
This time a slow delivery, but was short. Plenty of time for Kamran Ghulam to pick his spot. No protection in the deep on the offside for Usman Qadir, and he pays the price. 200 has been brought up for the UMT Markhors. Kamran Ghulam grows in confidence. The innings prolonging beyond 100 at a good rate.
Oh, that's his good work done at the edge of the ring. Sufyan Muqim, the fielder, single to the total.
Usman has been attacked. Looking for a single to keep strike. Kamran Ghulam, not to be. Usman finishes off with a dot. 37 gone. UMT Markhors, 200 for 3.
Here we are in the late summer sunshine in Faisalabad, where another partnership is building up. Already 68 runs among the top 4 batters, Kamran Ghulam and Salman Ali Agha. Before them, Rizwan was also one of the top scorers. And with the likes of Iftikhar and Abdul Samad to come, they must be eyeing a significant cross beyond 300 runs mark. They have been the top scorer of this tournament, scoring 337 in the curtain raiser. A different timing altogether. This is fresh start, a day game where it was tough going in the earlier part of the morning. But since then, great recovery done first by Kamran and Rizwan, and now Salman joining the party.
Samin Gul has been used in short bursts by skipper Saud Shakil. Looking to change the pace from the far end. Good run. Soft hands. Calling was good. Salman did take a knock. That ball hit him on the calf. That throw came in.
In Faisalabad, outside there are vibrant fields of cotton and rice, but inside you've got tapal tea for you. A perfect time to enjoy a cup of tea, courtesy tapal tea for the fans, for ourselves, and maybe for the players as well once they go back during the lunch break. Everything in its perfect place. UMT Markhors in search of some big shots. Action time to come in this innings. Kamran Ghulam is looking fresh as a pie, even after spending a long time out there. Use of feet, but with a cross bat only could manage a single.
Oh no. An overthrow. This is the time where we've seen the fielding side wilt because of the heat. They've really done well so far. But now with the two set batters in, pressure being applied, is a bit of tiredness will creep in. And we see errors in the field as well. You can't count this as an error. Kamran Ghulam's technique, the way he plonks the bat, is always a chance, worth a try. Chance in the deep and taken. Very, very well judged. It went miles in the air. Sabzada Farhan had plenty of time to come underneath it. Kamran Ghulam actually cannot believe it, but he will have to walk back. And the Engro Dolphins desperately needed this wicket. They've got rid of the Centurion.
Finally, massive innings came to an end. Outside the off stump, Kamran Ghulam was committed to play it towards the onside. Fetch it and played it in the air, remained there for a long period of time, and then Sabzada Ghulam camped underneath it, made use of the shades which have been on, and perfect take in the end. Brilliant knock once again by Kamran Ghulam. Steadied the ship for UMT Markhors. 203 for 4 now. Another local favourite, Iftikhar, is the man who is joining Salman Ali Agha. The crowd clearly knows who to back up and how to back them. Sizable number in Iqbal Stadium and a massive roar among the crowd to welcome Iftikhar Ahmed. Tons of experience under his belt, 10 centuries with the best of 138, a good average for one-day cricket. And the man in form, Iftikhar Ahmed, whose innings is going to be once again crucial for UMT Markhors to take them beyond 300 or maybe target significantly beyond them. Remember, they have been the team that scored the best total of the Bahria Town Champions Cup so far.
Samin Gul starts off with a short delivery. Obviously, they both know each other quite well from their time for playing for KP. Iftikhar with 10 hundreds in this format. He's a prolific scorer, but this was the moment when Kamran Ghulam lost his wicket. It made a nice noise. For a moment, it looked like it came off the middle, but when it went way up and Sabzada Farhan was lining it up, that's where Kamran realized that probably his innings was going to come to an end, and it did. Nicely knocked into the gap on the offside.
So during the course of the century and the 110 balls he faced, he has showed all the talent and the way he could pace his innings in a one-day game. 3 sixes, 12 fours. But the remarkable aspect throughout his innings had been that he never need to do catching up as far as the strike rate is concerned. He remained there or thereabouts of about 100 and never let it go beneath 90 runs per 100 balls, and that has been remarkable. This was call of the hour to go big and target at least one boundary per over to give a platform for the men to come. And as Shah Faisal, you mentioned, played it rather cleanly, but give a lot more elevation rather than the distance which was required.
Wow, Iftikhar Ahmed showing his intentions clearly, went over the top, couple of bounces into the fence. Got his innings going with that boundary. Samin Gul had bowled a good over up until that point. Boundary to finish off over number 38. UMT Markhors, 209 for 4.
Yeah, Sufyan Muqim to continue for his 8th over. The young left-arm wrist spinner will need to be accurate at this point in time, where the batsman would be looking to take on the bowlers. The way Iftikhar has announced his arrival for this game was remarkable. And this has been a name of the game for this Bahria Town Champion Cup. He's starting with a delivery, allowing more relief to Salman Ali Agha. He liked to take the bowling apart right from the get-go in the previous innings as well, though he was not able to make a massive score, but still started over the boundary, then paced off his innings and then came back with some bangs.
The game is tantalizingly poised at the moment. Couple of quick wickets here could really turn this innings around for the Engro Dolphins. And if a partnership or two kick on from here with the likes of Iftikhar, Samad and Salman Ali Agha, the UMT Markhors could easily end up in and around that figure of 330. A lot is hiding on this passage of play. Sufyan Muqim has been brilliant with the ball.
Yeah, he would be completing his quota of bowling, and a good learning curve for the young left-arm spinner to bowl in this passage of play, though the last 10 overs have not started as yet, but the batsmen are now going to look for the opportunities which are there for hitting. And Sufyan, who brilliantly bowls a wrong one, not allowed a lot more width to the batsman. It would be a question mark that how Iftikhar is going to face him. By the look of things, I think he should have given the requirement to stay on the crease at least with the arrival of the final 5 or 6 overs.
Iftikhar's Achilles heel has been the wrist spin. Seeing that, Saud had given a slip to Sufyan Muqim, who couldn't land this ball in the right area, allowing an easy rotation of strike to Iftikhar, who would like to see the back of Sufyan. Then the erratic Usman Qadir will be left in operation in terms of wrist spin.
This time played in the air, Salman Ali Agha, and 2 bounces over the boundary rope for 4 runs. He made full use of the tall reach into the safe area for a boundary.
A calculated risk. Mid-off was up in the ring, and although Salman didn't quite get it off the meat, he just got enough to get it over that infield and bouncing away into the fence. There's so much pressure on these bowlers with so little protection. In the good old days, there will be an extra fielder allowed outside the ring for this phase and could easily push the long off back. But whenever the mid-off is up in the ring against the spin, it's always an invitation for the batters. And Salman profited from that.
Another quick single to finish quota of young Sufyan Muqim. 11 to go. UMT Markhors 218 for 4.
Great spell of bowling from Sufyan Mukim. None for 50. Probably deserved a wicket. He had a catch drop off him. But under the circumstances, bowling to two brilliant players of spin, he really had a wonderful spell of bowling. His variations, his loop, changes of paces. Really looking forward to see him develop through the season, coming back off of the injury. Really exciting times for him and also for Pakistan in search of a quality spinner in all formats.
Another change from the far end, and Iftikhar has welcomed it with almost a boundary. A long distance to be covered by Usman Kader. Busy man out there. He was targeting the wider long on region to clear the boundary, but still a couple of runs added to the total. This has been regulation that people like us, the fans, the commentators, start to get excited about the prospect. But the way Sufyan Mukim has bowled today, and not only in this season, but before as well, when Pakistan A had beaten India A, he bowled with a lot of heart. Usman Kader covered a long ground, and this time I think it looks all right, although it has been taken upstairs once again to check it further. We had those stoppages where Rizwan wicket took a long time, but in the end, clearly the sense prevailed. So 2 runs of the first delivery for Fahim Ashraf's spell.
Knocked him over. Iftikhar's off stump has gone for a walk. It felt he got an inside edge to it as well. Fahim Ashraf with a massive breakthrough.
Big gap between the bat and the pad for Iftikhar. Great in-dipper by Fahim Ashraf. Iftikhar Ahmed was stunned not only with his ball coming into the stumps, but he was also caught napping this afternoon in Faisalabad. Big moment in this game. Iftikhar could not make a big contribution, only scored 9 runs. They are in some sort of bother now. UMT Markhors 2-0 for 5.
After that opening night, whenever this man will walk in, he will generate a lot of interest and buzz. Abdul Samad has made it to the middle. 23 games. That average is still pretty impressive. 41.88. Highest of 130. 450s, 200s. A very promising youngster has started to make some name for himself. This is yet another challenge, and the eyeballs will be on him once again.
Played straight to the fielder, but the remarkable aspect about his previous innings was that despite all the spotlight, he started off with a lot of patience. This time, gap offered by Iftikhar, and Fahim Ashraf was cock a hoop. Why not? It's a big wicket.
Expensive drive. Good area. Still a little bit of movement that had done for Iftikhar. He's clearly surprised when he heard the death rattle. Crucial contribution from Fahim Ashraf for his team. Nice call. Nice and early from Samad to get him off the mark. Yeah, like I was mentioning, quick wickets can really curtail this total, which was looking good for 330 if they had a partnership with Iftikhar, Salman and Samad. They may still get there, but now with Iftikhar gone, a lot will depend on these two. But yet another wicket here could really bring this total down to 260 or 280 maybe. And that will really mean that the game will be on.
Another quick single, but in the end, he will complete it safely. Salman Ali Agha would need to realize that they need to dig in deep now. Obviously, Abdul Samad made a name for himself, but the likes of Zahid Mahmood and then Noman Shah, Akif Javed and Imran Randhawa to come, they cannot leave much for them. At least they should be taking it easy with the arrival of the last power play. Just a delivery away from now.
Randhawa's inclusion has lengthened that batting order just a little bit at the cost of Shahnawaz Dhani. It's a good surprise delivery from Fahim Ashraf. Didn't quite get up as much as Samad was looking for it. Excellent over from Fahim Ashraf. 40 gone, 222 for 5.
The number of people coming in Iqbal Stadium has always been increasing since the start of the day's play. And this is the start of the final 10 overs. Umpire Rashid Riaz confirming they will allow the bowling side to protect the boundary, especially towards the onside with the arrival of two right-handers. Most of the batters or the batting has been done for UMT Markhors by these right-handed batters. And he will need to keep his thinking cap on Saud Shakil to do some street smart work to keep them under check, and ideally for Engro Dolphins, who are in search of their first victory, to keep them below 280, which will still be gettable under these circumstances. This is the start of the final 10 overs. Protection in form of a sweeper cover, and then the typical onside field, having a mid-wicket wider position, backward square leg and a long on.
Change of plans. Qasim Akram was coming on to the bowling crease, and then Usman Qadir has been summoned. Crucial 2 overs for Usman Qadir left in his spell. Saud Shakil going for the aggressive mood, hoping that Usman will provide him with the breakthroughs. If he does that, it could be lethal against the lower order as well. But this is very important decision from Saud Shakil.
Yes, a handshake between a wicket-taking option, which obviously would be there while Usman Qadir is bowling, and an off-spinner. But if you're talking about a place to live where you can have a sense of the rest of the world, then this is the place to be. Blue World City, Pakistan's first purpose-built tourist city, boosting some great landmarks and some great monuments. In the meantime, Usman Qadir will continue. And a wicket in this over or in his final over would be gold for them.
Good idea to see how Samad goes against wrist spin. Any view of this youngster will shape opinions about him. I mean, it's crazy the way these days, after 1 or 2 big knocks, you feel like you're in the reckoning. Obviously, the process will require further consistency, further observation into the technique and method of any youngster who wants to make the grade. And Samad has got another opportunity. Struggling Usman Qadir with the heat, although he's a spinner, but still plenty of effort required.
Quick single and then coming back for a second one. Good running between the wickets. Abdul Samad has got fresh legs. Salman Ali Agha has spent a lot of time this afternoon out there, but still good call on part of both of them. was targeting for the second run right from the get-go.
Great running from Abdul Samad. He really pushed Salman for that. He was coming to the danger end. He was safe all the time because he had absolutely no doubt from the moment he started to run for that first one. Pushing the senior pro, Salman Ali Agha, as well.
So they are now going to take it easy. The remarkable aspect about Abdul Samad had been in the press conference after the game, he realized that this is one great opportunity for himself also. He has been in the circuit for about a decade or so, maybe a couple of years less, a couple of years more. But the way he can create waves around the cricketing world, he realized that and showed it in the second game as well. Good start to the final power play for Engro Dolphins. 9 to go. 2-7 for 5.
वैसे बाद 3 इकट्ठे शोर मचाएंगे 1 2 3
Of vitamin D once again on offer in Faisalabad, having loads of sunshine, but good to see people coming in big numbers. The summers are not over as yet in Faisalabad. The autumn is yet to come, which is one of the ideal season in the central Punjab in terms of having some festivals or the game of cricket, which takes a lot of sweat out of you. The local hero, Lal Puri Lion, Abdul Samad is out there. Salman Ali Agha is building a partnership with him. 9 overs to go. We should be expecting a lot of action. Fahim Ashraf to continue.
2 is the call. Running hard into the gap on the onside. And easily done. The fielder had to come off the fence a long way. And that was very, very well judged. A crucial phase, like he said. And talking about the crowd, it's extremely hot. Without any shade, they're braving it. Look at Agha Salman go on that occasion. It was him who took the initiative, and Samad was always going to respond. Closing in on yet another 50.
Yeah, the way we see he has been targeting the first run has been remarkable, especially for Salman Ali Agha. These little things can make a difference of about 10 or 12 runs by the end of your innings. Can give you momentum, at least the rotation of the strike. We usually talk about you need to go towards the other end or make it 2 out of 1. But that is the way to go about it. Take the first one very hard, quick on your feet, take the decision, call clearly, and get back for the second one, which in no time can take you on 46, which Salman has done on 43 deliveries, with a strike rate which has been better than run a ball.
It's been a good comeback from Fahim Ashraf, who had a rather lackluster first spell. The way Saul Shakil has used his bowlers, he's used 6 bowlers and has left himself with plenty of options. Only Sufyan Mukim has bowled out. Usman Qadir has got 1 over left. Mir Hamza and Sameen has got overs. Fahim Ashraf has provided good control to his skipper.
Yeah, he's still got options in terms of the final few overs, especially in terms of Mir Hamza, who was taken away after 5 overs. He was phenomenal as far as the first 10 overs concerned with the new ball, but he will have to produce some result with the older one as well. 2 maidens, 13 runs. Also got Sameen Gul. Sufyan Muqim bowled brilliantly, completed his quota with a decent economy rate. A bit of question if Usman Qadir will continue from the other end. Short ball offered too tall, Abdul Samad, but he will only have to blame the luck or himself. Played on to the stumps. Dream shattered for Abdul Samad.
He didn't have any idea where that ball went. It was a slower bouncer. Samad had to wait and wait for the ball to arrive. Could only bottom edge it. But after that, he didn't know if the ball was heading to the stumps. He was looking for a quick single. And then he heard the ball clattering into the stumps. Fahim Ashraf, yet another important scalp for him. Big hitting Samad. Could have made a real difference. Samad, by the time he realized it was too late and he was too far away to knock the ball away from the stumps. There you go. And it's agonizingly watches the ball hit the stumps. Gone for 2. UMT Markhors, 230 for 6.
Imran Randhawa is the new man to come. Things going haywire for UMT Markhors. A lot of experience for him. He can use the long handle, especially that flick towards the onside. But the best batsmen in terms of big scoring option, in terms of Iftikhar and Abdul Samad, have gone back in rather desperate circumstances. Fahim Ashraf, brilliant in his second spell. Offered the short ball. Abdul Samad was waiting for this opportunity, but not much width given to him. Edged it, and then off the second bounce and continued to hit his stumps. Great over by Fahim Ashraf. 3 runs and a wicket. 8 to go. 2-3-0 for 6 UMT Markhors.
Well done, Faisalabad. You've been brilliant. Nothing can stop you from coming to the ground. This heat, where it has been tough for the players who practice day in, day out, they're struggling. But there is no shortage of courage here in the crowd of Faisalabad. 42 overs done, 230 for 6. Mir Hamza is back. And Mr. Butt, Salman Butt, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Ali. And yes, the crowd have been brilliant. They have denied the heat. Their presence has been an inspiration for the players as well. And meanwhile, Salman Ali Agha is closing in on a very, very important 50 because they've just lost their way. They've lost wickets in a cluster. Kamran Ghulam going, and then a very short stays for Iftikhar and Abdul Samad. The two hard hitters. They were both cleaned up by Fahim Ashraf, who came in and picked up crucial 2 wickets. And now 8 overs, and it's up to Salman and Imran to take their team to a total which they'll be trying to defend later on.
Fetching it outside the off stump. They've added Imran Randhawa in this game, so that just increases the depth in the batting lineup. But the last wicket, Abdul Samad into the pitch, slower in pace, played early, dragged it onto the stumps. A very unlucky way to get out, we would say.
Yep, quick bouncers and bouncers that do not arrive at all. Both are difficult ones to negotiate, and this one was the other one, the one that never arrived. Mir Hamza is still getting some movement. I believe it might be a bit of reverse swing coming in. And he's bowled exceptionally well. He was outstanding with the new ball, just gave away 4 runs in the first 5 overs. And even now into his 8th, he's just given away 15, picked up 2 early wickets today. And he really has led the bowling side brilliantly.
Salman, 118 first-class games. The hunger still there. Wants to do well at any level. It's never easy.
Yes, he's very determined character, and his first-class experience has polished his skills. We can see that he is patient with his line and length, and he's able to bowl consistently in the right areas more than any other bowler in the competition. This one was a bit short. Aga turning it. The pitch, I think, now is a bit on the slower side. The batters have not been able to play the big shots very easily today. And in these day games, we know how much heat there is, considerably slowing down the pitch. And
but captains, both captains, Salman, they wanted to bowl first here, just to use that early moisture. But probably batting first is a way to go.
well, these pitches are good enough to bat anywhere around. It's just the method that you follow while you're batting. It's just that the boys have not believed in the process, at least what we can see from their shot making. They're up for quick runs, and that is not the case in one-day cricket. You have to get in and grind and get through those patches where sometimes you know you can play a certain shot to a bowler or to a particular delivery, but you see the situation, you see the time on hand, and you just prolong things by rotating strike, by taking the odd boundary, by just keep on building and piling up runs so you get to a total which you think that you can defend later on. And what we have seen is at times too fast and too furious sort of knocks, coming in, trying to go after everything. And those let-offs in the field have not helped the bowling sides. We saw Kamran Ghulam dropped at long on. That's 43 gone, 235 for 6 Markhors.
I like the name, Markhors. Difficult to catch.
UMT Markhors, to be exact.
They're playing like
they
one.
have been difficult to catch. They've been winning everything. And it's taken. I believe this is Herrera at point. And he has taken a shot which was middled by Salman Ali Aga. So he goes for 49, and Markhors, losing their way now, have lost his 7th wicket, and still 7 overs remain.
What a good catch. What a good catch. That was from Herrera. It was hit hard by Salman Ali Aga. What a time to lose your wicket. He was 1 run shy of the 50. He middled it. That was travelling. That was quick. Nevertheless, a good inning of 49 or 47 deliveries. 7 done, 235 now, UMT Markhors.
So Zaid Mahmood is the new man in. He was the hero of the last game for Markhors. Took 5 wickets and bowled brilliantly. 50 List A games to his name, and exactly or maybe just above the double number of runs, 102 runs. So not known for his heroics with the bat, but he will have a job to do. Be there as long as he can. Still 41 deliveries remain, and Imran Randhawa, we know, is a capable batter. So whatever they can gain in the 41 deliveries will be very valuable.
Superb. It's the length and a few words also.
Talk about Fahim Ashraf. I think he's made a wonderful comeback in this game in terms of picking up wickets. He was okay with the new ball as well, but now that he has come in, he's really dented the UMT Markhors with the 3 wickets. This is the one that moved away, and whenever you're bowling to a tail, they just make any pitch look like it's doing a lot. 3 wickets, 40 runs into his 7th over. Economy a touch on the higher side, but he has taken 3 very, very important wickets. Wow. Flicked away towards square leg, and 2-3-6. Markhors move on to. Yes, it was there to cut for a boundary, but Agha only succeeding in finding Herrera there at point. Wasn't along the ground, wasn't up over the head. He just hit it. And that is where the attention to detail matters. Either it should have been aimed over the fielder or into the ground, but it was none of those.
It's very important, as you said, that UMT Markhors, they play out their 50 overs. It is a crime if you get bowled out before playing your allotted quota. In this tournament, there have been thrice that teams have been unable to play out the 50 overs. So that's not good.
So out of 6 games, teams batting second always getting all out, and 3 times teams setting the target getting all out, batting first. That is a lot. And remember these conditions. Well, direct hits can often surprise you, but this one, the umpire seems not very excited, although he has gone up to the 3rd umpire. And we shall see. Herrera was very loud after he hit the stumps, but the batters, they seem pretty confident.
Yeah, everyone has moved back to their original positions because probably they understand. Good energy shown. Oh, it's closer than we all thought. He might have made it, yes. He certainly has. But there was no enthusiasm in the ground. They all are back to their positions. An easy decision for the 3rd umpire. Good energy by Herrera. They placed a slip now. That's all right as far as Markhors are concerned. There is a chance. No, it's not. He's made it back home safely. 3rd.
Yes, that's 44 bowled, 239 for 7.
Yeah, you would do anything just to avoid the heat. Masks, scarves, caps, hats, whatever works.
Remembering the days, decades back, when there used to be tents covering these stands and people would sit around in the shadows because the games would be day games played with the red ball and the white kit, but would be 50-over games then. And now, well, color has been brought in, ball has turned white, kits have turned colorful, and the tents removed.
You will be tested if you love the game. You will have to prove it by sitting in the sun that you still love the game.
Yeah, do test them, but make sure they are around.
But some they've managed by themselves. Got the umbrellas with you, well done. That's one way of covering, of avoiding the heat. You can do it if you're two people together, you can still do it. But yes, you got to give it to the crowd. They've come in numbers. It's not been easy. It's never been easy here in this heat. The concrete seating. Look, that is sharing is caring, not the first one. That's one way of doing it.
Yes, enjoying.
That's one way of doing it. That's one. Everything. Scarves.
Anything that covers the head and keeps you under shelter from this heat works. And there are so many different ways in which people are protecting themselves from the sun. Fair enough. Meanwhile, Hamza is around and edged by Imran and Zaid Mahmood. Well, they are looking for wickets, definitely Dolphins, and they're doing the right thing. We saw a slip for Fahim Ashraf, and Markhors still have 5 overs to play after this one. They already have 41, so imagine those players batting out the overs. They would have had a chance to cross 300 mark again, despite the slowest start of the tournament today in the power play, despite losing the openers again, as we have seen in every game so far. So if it was about the pitch or the conditions early in the morning, that's only been 2 occasions. The rest have been afternoon starts, and still we haven't seen the openers play out the 50 overs successfully. 10 overs, the first power play.
But the question remains, why haven't teams been able to play 50 or even 45 overs in the second innings? The average overs in second innings is 36. 36 overs in the second inning. That's the average total the teams batting second have played in this tournament. Driven for 1. 45 gone. 242 for 7. I'm just appreciating the fact that they've come in numbers and they've been very colorful.
They deserve every bit of it, Ali.
Yep.
And this heat coming out is not easy. And this one was a slower bouncer, and the umpire signals to the other one that it's all well. Zulfikar Jan from the bowling end, and I believe it's Rashid Riaz on the other end.
Salman, coming back to the point, 36, the average number of overs that the teams have played in the second inning. Just can't be the fitness.
Yes, it has got to do with your game awareness, your skill levels, your fitness levels, your concentration, your focus levels, and also the understanding of what is required to do in order to chase down a target successfully. Meanwhile, there's another couple to the UMT Markhors, and Imran, being sensible, he knows that playing out these 5 overs is very essential for the team to get to a more challenging target. Although we haven't seen anything chased down so far in the tournament, and that is a growing concern for all the mentors and the coaches around these teams, because this is one of the best pitches to bat on. Still, the dismissal modes that we see, 90% plus, have been where the balls haven't been exceptional. It's just been poor decision on the part of the batters, where they have gone for shots they would not require at those precise times.
And it's not that every time teams are chasing down 350 or 300s. There have been occasions where teams fell short, chasing 232. They were bundled out inside 24 overs, and that too, Stallions got a huge batting lineup. We've got Babar Azam in them. And still, the captain was still not that unhappy, because he said he wanted that sort of a brand. He wants to play cricket like that. So that's their plan.
We'll come back to that when I would love to know from you, because you were the one speaking to him, that what exactly did he say regarding the chase, and what exactly is the thought process behind it, because that sort of a chase, that sort of a total, and this sort of batting conditions, some sense should prevail.
Yeah, what he meant was that they wanted to try their strength while chasing. Because going further in the tournament, there will be occasions when they will have to chase. So there will come a time when they needed to chase. So they just wanted to have a practice for that. But what about this? The combination of chai and cricket. It's the Tapal Danedar Lounge. They're loving it.
Yes, Tapal tea for all occasions, all weathers. Yeah, whether it's hot or cold, everyone prefers a cup of tea, and Tapal tea is there for everyone to have anytime.
Akil Samar prefers 5 cups of tea to follow with 1 cup of black coffee every hour. Can you believe it?
I think that's a bit less that you're telling me. What we have seen is around 10 cups every day. Every hour? Wow. 12 minutes for a cup. And 46 gone, 246 for 7. Well, it's Mir Hamza's final over to kick off. Already has 2 for 21. He's been brilliant. And the batters haven't had an easy time facing him. It's important that UMT Markhors finish with a few runs. And Imran Randhawa there trying to go big. Gave himself room, but no connection with the ball there.
Yeah, last 4 overs. You cannot blame him. But you got to be smart enough. You got to beat Mir Hamza at his game. You got to be smarter than him. It's not just just the swing of the bat. There has to be a method. Got to find that method and execute it. That's the question. Two is the call. Two is he coming back for, and gets it in the end. Good running.
Yes, well judged, that couple by Imran and Dawa, and good response from Zahid as well. So the score is up to 249, and they would like to add at least 25 more. 275 and beyond from this position will be a decent recovery, and also something to challenge. Although we have seen even 232 proving enough for the side chasing, but that wasn't justifiable. Again a slow bouncer, again pulled for a single. So 250 is up for the Markhors, and they still have 3.5 overs to bat out.
Imran Randhawa from a place called Okada. Good all-round cricketer. Another name that comes from Okada is Mr. Tariq Saeed. Just close to Okada.
Big name that. That is close. I think it was the inside edge. Otherwise, we would have seen a huge appeal. And Zahid wanted to go over the head of Mir Hamza. Zahid has already reached his career average. Got to 6. Imran is 12 of 19. The ball is doing a bit. I think it's reversing at the moment. If we can have a closer look, we see Saud Shakil really giving it a rub, really trying to shine one ball. So the signs are that the ball is reversing.
He swings just for 1.
Yeah, this length with the third up in the circle could have been a stroke, that a delicate one for a boundary, but he opted to go big towards the bigger boundary and ended up just taking a single of it. Sometimes it is good to have a look around, see where the field is, and you know the angle that Mir Hamza is bowling over the wicket, and the angle would take the ball away, but probably a premeditated area to hit the ball.
Because that's what they fancy, Salman, these days. Just swing it towards the car corner. You need a special skill to realize where the ball is and then play according to it. But if you got that, as you said, it's premeditated. If it is there in your head that you're going to play a certain way, then you can't help it.
Yeah, just have a look at it. How far wide is the third position in the circle? And once again, there was a chance. But this is Zahid. You can't say that to Zahid. See, even he's swinging after the ball towards mid-wicket. So that's a common thing there in the batters. 47 gone, 2-5, 2 for 7. And Mir Hamza finishes 2 for 26 of his 10. A brilliant spell.
Rizwan was really unhappy the previous occasion when his team got to 232 in the first inning. Not much of the improvement, just 20-run improvement. I wonder what he will have to, the message would be for the batters. 113 out of them belongs to just 1.
See, Ali, this cricket is a game of muscle memory, habits, and good habits matter. Oh, wow, this one is big and it's out of the park, into the stands. That's a 6 for Imran, a very valuable stroke for the Markhors, give them 6 runs, and Samin Gul starts poorly in his last spell. The first ball short, asking for trouble, and Imran needed no second invitation.
Yeah, that's what the Dawa was searching for, the line and the length. Previously it was Mir Hamza, but Samin Guler providing him with that angle. It was into him. The length was perfect to swing. The line was perfect for that shot. And the connection too got the desired result.
Mid-off up now, and I wonder if he'll bowl short again. He does. A high bouncer. Slow one. And these are hard to hit for any batter. So rather place them and try and run. So at the moment, we were just talking about game of habits, a muscle memory thing, which is so important to develop. And I think that playing for longer periods is not the memory of the most. And this one is looked to go long, but will fall short and will be safe. Zaid Mahmood chancing his arm, was aiming over mid-off, but it went the other way.
At least he tried, thinking of doing something different, having mid-off up in the circle, maybe wanted to go over extra cover.
Yeah, but I think Samin Gul followed him, and that didn't allow him the room to execute that shot over mid-off.
Another swing, another 6. That's his poor bowling by Samin Gul. He's asking for trouble. There are easy pickings for Imran.
Once again, lesson for a lot of youngsters. If you go through that period, that initial temptation, now Randhawa has had 2 sixes in this over. And look at his runs now, 26 of 23. Before he came in, there were wickets going down on the other end, so he had to stay calm. He had to get through with a few singles just to calm down the things. And then came Samin Gul, and the patience of the batter was rewarded. And this is how one-day cricket's tempo is. You can't be always fast and furious. So you have so many examples of partnerships and people who have done well. I think the best thing is to observe them properly.
These are such important runs. Zahid and Imran Randhawa are doing. 32 the partnership, 15 of this over. You were asking for 25 more runs. They've got 32 more runs.
Yes, courtesy playing overs. You play the overs, you aim for a certain thing, and you usually end up getting more. But you aim unreasonably higher, you end up getting far lesser. That's how it goes.
100%. 100%. Don't do that.
Zahid trying to display a few skills which aren't there. And it's 48 gone to 6-7 for 7.
Don't do that when you can't do well. It is in the air. Should be out. Rana Fahim Ashraf takes one. That's a four for runner Fahim Ashraf. That's a good, smart catch and excellent bowling to go with.
Yes, a very smart catch and 4 wickets, 4 very valuable wickets for him. He's really torn apart the lower middle order of UMT Markhors. Fahim Ashraf has answered all the questions for the Dolphins, has done what was required of him, and this was not a very clever shot. He just scored 15 in the last over. He could have stayed reasonable with Fahim and gone into the last over where Kamran Ghulam wasn't on top of his game. But Randhawa thought otherwise, and now he has to depart. 27 of 25. So it's Naseem Shah, the new man, and he's somebody who's won us a couple of international games, especially against Afghanistan in Dubai. Who can forget that? Then one in Sri Lanka against the same opposition. And he also batted well against India in those finishing touches of the T20 World Cup game. And I wonder how come Zahid has come before him. This will be one, and they are closing in on 270. They still have 10 balls to face, 10 legitimate ones. And if they can get 10, 15 runs, they will end up close to 280. And that is despite making so many errors in batting. And this is how good the pitch and the conditions are.
And the bowling also, Salman. They bowled really well. Mir Hamza, Fahim Ashraf, especially these two. Sufyan Mukim also. Oh, that is a brilliant flick shot. What a shot that is. What placement.
Okay, Zahid, you can come before Naseem Shah. That's fine. After this shot, that was lovely. Flick of the toes, wonderfully placed. And I think it was square leg up in the circle. And the ball was where the batter would have wished it to be.
If you ask him to play the same shot again, he might not be able to do it.
He can do something else now. Just keep getting runs for his team. That is what they require him to do. Now, because all the fielders in the ring on the offside, there's boundary to be had over there, and he makes room, and Fahim follows him. So, they've crossed 270 now. It's 274. And Naseem Shah, well, he can hit a few mighty blows. We have all known that, seen that. And here is his chance now.
He has the license to thrill. He has the energy, he has it in him. He's somebody who loves to perform, somebody who loves to be the center of attraction. May it be bat or the ball, likes the camera to be on him. He said that in an interview that the camera follows only the performer. And since then, he has been continuously performing, and the camera is certainly following him.
Yeah. Performance can be either way, but the camera will follow you. And Naseem Shah is a capable stroke player at times. We've seen him hit big sixes. So, UMT Markhors would love to see some of them again in the last remaining 7 deliveries.
Itna pyara kyun hai? That's a good one. I like it. He just wants to ask Naseem.
Well, that was a wild hoik, and Fahim finishes his 8th. He's got 4 for 50, and I believe this would be his last over. So the best bowler today will not finish his quota.
49 done. 273 for 8. UMT Markhors. Right, Samin Gul will be bowling the last over of the inning. 1 for 65, his figures. 273 for 8. Smart bowling, smart bowling. Slower one into the pitch. What a shot he played in the previous over, Zahid. The flick shot probably hurt Salman Bhat there. How can you say that? I'm going to prove you wrong.
I've already taken my words back regarding him coming in front of Naseem, because that was a beautiful stroke. Didn't look like any bowler was batting out there. On the other hand, Naseem is letting me down a bit. Once again, slow ball banged in the pitch, and difficult for batters, but he's bowling that consistently. So I think watching the ball would be a good idea. At the moment, it is just swinging through the line, not really realizing what pace it is coming at. And Naseem is smart enough. It's just that maybe he's aiming too big, which is fine in any case, but just keep looking at the ball. It will give you more chance to connect, especially with the mid-off up in the circle. And also very wide. Now, no, it's a mid-long off and covers. Smashed to mid-wicket with one hand, just a one.
Yeah, you make a good point. You got to have your eyes on the ball. There has to be a method. Even if you're looking to swing it out of the park, there's always a method. But what about this man on your screen? 2 for 26, 2 maidens, 10 overs, difficult conditions by the end of the inning. Early on, there were good conditions, and he utilized it. It's a good last over so far by Samin Gul. But at least, Salman, what they've done well is they have tried to play out the 50 overs, and that has maybe added 30 to 40 runs more.
Absolutely. Playing out the overs is always valuable. It leads to more runs, more opportunities, and more shortcomings can be seen from the opposition at times. So lots of things accompany when you play the overs. And this one is a wide one, and could be a run out if Samin Gul is good enough, and he is. Zahid Mahmood's wish to take the strike has taken the wicket of Naseem Shah at the other end. And Naseem will have to leave. Compensation remark there on the way back. But it was quick thinking from a Clark. And then Samin Gul finished off the job. Now he can go back and get ready to bowl.
Scored 2 runs, Naseem Shah. There was no way he was getting to that end. 276 for 9. Right, Akif Javed, the last man in. Hits it straight for 1. Still 1 ball to go because the previous delivery where Naseem got himself run out was a wide, head high wide. This is how it happened. It was way too high. Akhlaq was smart enough. Naseem Shah was not in a mood. He was not happy. There was no way he was getting there. No way. So now the last delivery of this inning, 278. How many more?
It's a big one. It's up over the head of mid-wicket for a 6. What a finish to the innings. And UMT Markhors get to 284 with this big hit from Akif. And Sameen Gul once again on the shorter side and bearing the consequences. And Markhors finish on a high with the 6 of the last ball. They get to 284.
Not in his wildest dream, Sameen Gul would have expected Akif to play a shot like that. It's the length. He's got the long levers. Great swing of the bat into the stands. What a way to finish and get the momentum towards you. 284 runs. UMT Markhors have managed to score in their first inning. They will be a very happy camp because losing 2 early wickets, then the partnership, then they lost wickets, then the partnership. It has been that sort of an inning from UMT Markhors.
Yes, a roller coaster ride for the batters in this innings. A partnership and then a cluster of wickets to start with and then in between. And it was Fahim Ashraf who brought his team back with 2 big wickets of Iftikhar and Abdul Samad, both bowled off his bowling. And then he came in and took out the set Imran Randhawa, cotton bowled. So he restricted them. And this is the batting card. Bismillah Khan didn't bother the scorers. Faizan got only 1. Then Kamran Ghulam, the champion batter, another 100, second of the tournament for him. Rizwan scored a brilliant 50. 49 to Sulman Ali Agha, both failing to kick on. And then the big hitters, Iftikhar and Samad, could not create any impression today. Imran scored an important 27. Zahid with a very handy 15 and Akif to finish off with a brilliant hit. Get them to 284 for 9.
Right, 4 for 50. Fahim Ashraf is down there with Misha. Let's have a word with him.
The sun is shining bright and so did Fahim Ashraf with his 4 wickets in this match of Bahria Town Champions Cup. And that is why I have him here to take us through this innings and through the next one. Fahim आज 4 wickets हासिल किए हैं आपने. पिछले मैचेस के मुकाबले में आज विकेट थोड़ी डिफरेंट प्ले कर रही थी. लग रहा था बॉलर्स को हेल्प मिल रही है.
देखें जी, अर्ली मैच है तो अर्ली मैच हमारे यहाँ पे होता है कि अर्ली बॉलर्स को जो वो थोड़ी सी हेल्प मिल रही होती है. तो हमारी ये भी कोशिश थी कि अगर हम टॉस जीतेंगे तो पहले बॉलिंग करेंगे तो जितना मैक्सिमम हो सकता है उसका फ़ायदा उठाएंगे. तो क्योंकि हम लोग यहाँ पे रेगुलर अपने पाकिस्तान में क्रिकेट खेलते रहते हैं, कुछ कंडीशन का आइडिया है कि अगर आप पहले बॉलिंग करते हैं तो आपको जो है वो बॉलर को डेथ ओवर्स में भी थोड़ी सी हेल्प मिलती है.
टॉस की आपने बात की, यहाँ पे ट्रेंड कुछ ऐसा बना हुआ है इस टूर्नामेंट का कि कोई भी टीम अभी तक चेस करने में सक्सेसफुल नहीं हो पाई है, लेकिन आज आप लोग की बारी है चेस करने की.
देखें जी, हम ट्रेंड के बारे में नहीं सोचते. हमने लास्ट मैच भी हमारी कोशिश थी कि हम चेस करें. हम ये नहीं सोचते कि हमारी बैटिंग पहले है या बैटिंग सेकंड है. हमारी कोशिश होती है जो भी हो हमने जो है वो मैच जीतने की तरफ जाना है.
284 का टारगेट है, क्या लग रहा है?
इंशाल्लाह हम चेस करेंगे. थोड़ा सा है कि 15 से 17 रन थोड़े से ज़्यादा हो गए, लेकिन फिर भी हमारी बैटिंग ऐसी है कि उसको कवर कर लेंगे इंशाल्लाह.
चलें, थैंक यू सो मच फहीम.
थैंक यू.
And 284 is the score which UMT Markhors have set against Engro Lions. So let's see what happens. But for now, it's up to you guys.
Yeah, 15 to 17 runs. Fahim Ashraf thinks they've conceded more than they would hope. Let's have a look at the highlights. They started off with this brilliant delivery by Mir Hamza. Kamran Ghulam, on the other hand, carried on his form where he left from the previous game. Faizan wanted to force one, could not help it. Rizwan joined in with Kamran Ghulam, had some beautiful shots. This partnership just building up with some quality shots all around the ground. Some big hits. Rizwan with that quality extra cover shot. And then came Usman Qadir. That was a peach of a delivery to get rid of the captain Rizwan. Kamran Ghulam, on the other hand, kept on his merry way, so played some quality big hits. Sulman Ali Agha had a good partnership with him, supported him well for his 100, and then came big shots from the both end. Started hitting big. Sulman Ali Agha lost the wicket. Iftikhar looked good for a boundary over extra cover. Salman Ali Agha on the other hand kept on scoring runs, got to his 50. This was a fantastic delivery of Fahim Ashraf to get rid of Iftikhar Ahmed. Samad would have been unlucky, dragged one on. This was a good catch by Hurera to get rid of Salman Ali Agha. Imran Randhawa then joined in with some lusty blows towards onside. Some big sixes to get the momentum towards his side before trying one too many, and was well caught by Fahim Ashraf on his own bowling. This was Naseem Shah, a run out that was not needed. There was no way he was getting back to that end and lost his wicket. And then on the very last delivery, this great swing of the bat by Akif Javed into the stands to get the momentum towards UMT Markhors as they scored 284 runs. The bowling, well, the pick of the bowlers definitely has to be Mir Hamza, although he took only 2 wickets, but the spell was just amazing. He gave nothing away in the first 10 overs. Wicket for Samin Gul, but on the expensive side, 76 runs he gave. Fahim Ashraf was very good, especially in the second spell he bowled, took 4 wickets. 1 wicket was taken by Usman Qadir, none for Sufyan and Qasim Akram. 284 runs they've scored. Right, the chase is on the other end of the break. The target is 285 at 5.7 runs per over. See you very shortly.
Welcome back and good afternoon, everyone. The morning heat has subsided and made way for some pleasant breeze in Faisalabad, where Engro Dolphin required 285 runs to win, to have the first victory in this Bahria Town's championship. Thanks to Kamran Ghulam, a brilliant and sensational century where he kept a strike rate of about 90 or so, but in the later part of innings, he took the bull by horns, made full use of the feet, especially against the spinner off the front foot, some lofty shots and also some great big booming sweeps as well, which brought his second century of the tournament. He is head and shoulders above the rest of them, and that provided the platform to UMT Markhors to reach 300 and beyond that, but they were not able to have that finish which they were able to have in the first evening in the curtain raiser, as Abdul Saman and Iftikhar could not get going, and courtesy that they were able to score 284 runs in their allocated quota of 50 overs. Along with century by Kamran Ghulam, Rizwan also scored a 50. He was stumped out by Akhlaq. That took a long time for to be decided, whereas Salman Ali Agha got back just at the cusp of his 50, but contributed with a significant 49. Imran Randhawa played some lofty shots and contributed with 27 runs. Fahim Ashraf came to the party but a bit late, but still got 4 wickets. Hamza started the procession with a couple of wickets. Since then, a huge recovery with a partnership of 122. So interestingly, no team in this tournament has been able to win a game while chasing, be it that one Solidarity Day game or before that the Day-Nighters. But today they've got the opportunity, but the challenge is still huge of 285 runs. The scoreboard pressure is going to be there, but it is for them to go after the bowling, because remember, they won the toss and decided to chase down this afternoon. Shah Faisal is alongside me. Shah Faisal, if the earlier part of the day they were to given 285 runs target, I think they would have taken with both hands. In the meantime, Sahibzada Farhan is the one who is taking guard. 28 years of age and tons of experience so far in his career. 65 matches, 8 centuries, 17 50s, and with a remarkable average of better than 40.
Is it finally going to be that the team batting second will win this game? I think these early exchanges will be pretty much letting us know in the next half an hour, 45 minutes. Mohammad Herrera, very talented batter, 23 games, that average of 30. He can surely do better on that. 100 and 150. We'll be looking to set the stall for this run chase alongside prolific Sahibzada Farhan. We haven't seen any opener make any impact in the run chases. Could these two do? Will be very difficult against Naseem Shah. 22 games, good striking average, 39 wickets. Look at that average and economy rate too. Early wickets, the order of the day for UMT Markhors.
And surprise, surprise, who is keeping the wickets? It could be anybody's guess, but not Rizwan. Bismillah is keeping the wicket this afternoon for UMT Markhors. Here we go. With given right on the very first delivery off the back foot. Sahibzada Farhan will take it with both hands. Boundary on the very first ball.
That's a great start. Sahibzada Farhan is very prolific, square of the wicket on both sides. Naseem Shah's length was back of a length, and the width was there as well. Nice back foot punch from Sahibzada Farhan, and got off to a great start. Engro Dolphins in pursuit of their first victory in the championship.
Yeah, this should be a fascinating chase. If Engro Dolphins could make it 1 out of 2, they will have to bat out of their skin. Even though apparently so far the way things have proceeded since the morning, the early moisture was subsided, and since then one would feel that it is becoming easier to bat on this particular track. Rizwan contributed the 50, and today he is keeping the slips, the captain of the team in the second slip. Interesting call.
Iftikhar in first slip. Yeah, you would think that the teams having seen the template so far. Gloriously timed. Just a caress. Will collect a couple of runs. Saabzada Farhan. You're saying that the teams have seen the template of the run chases, and it's pretty evident where they have gone wrong. You would think that by now they know how to put it right, because 5 attempts, the pattern has been pretty similar, and the opening partnership hasn't yielded much in any of the run chases. So obviously it's very clear to them what they need to do.
Oh, lovely bounce and swing. Naseem Shah has been a great weapon for UMT Markhors, and courtesy their fast bowling, they were able to break shackles against the team they were bowling to in the second one day. And decent comeback by Naseem Shah. Yeah, they've got the best among the lot. This is the strongest opening bowling attack as far as the opening bowlers are concerned for UMT Markhors. Naseem Shah has got so far 5 wickets in the first 10 overs.
And towards further down in that list, Akif Javed was also mentioned. So these are very formidable new ball pair for the Markhors. 7 wickets between them. Otherwise, Muhammad Ali, 3 wickets. Amir Hamza, I presume this would be before today's game. He got 2 wickets, so probably add 2 more to that. Sirajuddin makes up the rear. So yeah, this is the strength. Now again, if you are from Engro Dolphins, you would know what the strength of UMT Markhors is. Their new ball attack.
Good over for Engro Dolphins. They are 6 for no loss. Faisalabad is looking splendid once again this afternoon. The city of 8 bazaars. Akif Javed coming onto ball from the com box end. As we just mentioned, this pair has been brilliant for UMT Markhors. Still early days in his career, already showing a lot of promise, especially the way he can move the ball both ways. Courtesy a better over and good comeback by Naseem Shah in the previous over. This will allow them to keep 2 slips, 2 fielders on the onside, and it will be a good test of young Herrera, who will still need to prove his potential in this 50-over format.
Here you make a good point about Herrera. He's formidable in red ball. You would feel 50-over cricket would come naturally to him. We just saw that average of 30, really not indicative of the kind of talent he possesses. Another opportunity for him. He's got starts. Got a good start in the first game. He needs to convert. Inside edge. Could easily have gone on to the stumps. Already had a similar kind of dismissal when Samad lost his wicket. Just poking away from his body. His feet weren't in great position. Almost squared up. Could easily have paid the price for that. Herrera, when it comes to conversion in red ball, he converts his 50s into hundreds and then big hundreds and even triple hundreds. But in this format, he needs a lot of work to do. No shortage of talent or potential.
White ball right away. And talking about the potential and form of Herrera in their tour down under, he scored a massive double century as well, as you mentioned about in a red ball game. He scored a triple century in Karachi in the earlier part of his career. Still very young, but it's a different format altogether when you need to build your innings and also continue with the momentum during the middle overs. And one would feel that that is the set of the overs, though we could not see good starts, but also they lose the plot somewhere while chasing the games.
39 of 30 in the last game. Blue World City, Pakistan's first purpose-built tourist city. Something to look forward to. Much needed entertainment ventures are few and far between. Definitely cricket is one source, and Faisalabad has enjoyed the homecoming of cricket since we're here. Talk about Mohammad Akif as well, because he looks a resurgent bowler this season. He was earmarked when he first broke into the scene, but then he had that nasty injury. A couple of years of struggle, and now feels like he's back to full fitness and rhythm. He's been very impressive in this championship, getting this ball to move around as well, although the line hasn't been right in this over. Good pace, good carry.
Yeah, this time trying to move it away from the right-handed batsman. When you talk about Akif Javed, he has got the ideal fitness and a physique of a fast bowler. Not only in terms of his looks, he resembles a lot to Mitchell Starc, I reckon, but also in terms of the height, the build, the lovely run-up towards the crease, and the way he delivers the ball. Apparently looks that everything seems to be all right, only a matter of polishing those skills.
He looks a bit stronger in the upper area as well, the upper body. His shoulders are wider. Must have gone through a lot of training in the off-season. Pakistan's third largest city, Faisalabad. And baked in sunshine at the moment. Great evenings here, especially if you go around to the Ghantaghar, the clock tower, which is adjoined by 8 streets or 8 bazaars. One of the great monuments. Akhil, you missed out on a real treat yesterday. Our colleague Ali Yunus took us to Gojra, just about 40 miles away from here. And there was a huge treat in terms of all desi food, the homemade desi ghee and food made from that. Where were you?
Yeah, I was trying to find some of the good old relatives which seem to be lost. But I hope that you will be able to find a good number of hockey players when you go there next time. Great comeback by Akif after delivering a couple of wides. Otherwise, no run off the bat. 2 gone, 8 for no loss.
जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए। बल्कि फैसलाबाद 3 के इकट्ठे शोर मचाएंगे। 1 2 3।
I'm sure many of them would have come to Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad for the very first time in their life. The stadium has seen some great matches in the history of cricket. It has hosted 2 World Cups back in 1987 and the quarter-final of the 1996 World Cup between England and Sri Lanka, and a host of other test matches for Pakistan.
Talking about the history and heritage of this Iqbal Stadium, what's your favorite moment in history from this ground, Akhil?
Yeah, Pakistan had beaten India, and I being the youngest of you all, How can I have all those memories of the previous game? But I think that was a game between India and Pakistan where Pakistan were able to come back, not only because of great innings by Inzamam, but also Shahid Afridi was a different brand altogether in that particular phase when he was allowed to play freely in the test matches and made a good case for himself as well.
Obviously, this is the site of the very first test match of a great Indian all-rounder, Kapil Dev. That happened to be the first test played here at the Iqbal Stadium. He was the first bowler to bowl a delivery here in a test match. Talking about the all-rounders, the great Imran Khan scored 110 wickets against India 4 years after that. And then that incredible test match against West Indies 4 years further down, where Pakistan bowled out the mighty West Indians for just 53. Great Abdul Qadir starring with the ball. Big shout, big shout. The wicketkeeper was making his way towards his left, cover the line of the ball down the leg side. And this is what umpire thought as well. Just a leg bite.
A nice little setup as well by Naseem Shah. The previous one got a lot of bounce, moving it away from the right-handed batsman. This time bringing it in, surprising Herrera altogether, clearly going down the leg stump or missing it, but will create a lot more question marks in the mind of young Herrera, who is still in search of a form. Remember, these are the only two opening batsmen who have not lost their wicket in the first 10 overs.
Continuing that trip down memory lane, come back to the 1996 World Cup quarter-final, where the explosive Sanat Jayasuriya played a magnificent innings and blown England away. Not many attended that game because at the same time Pakistan was locking horn with India and Bangalore in that famous quarter-final. But yeah, Jayasuriya's explosive knock will go down in history as one of the very best in World Cup. Jayasuriya found more love for Faisalabad against Pakistan, where I think he scored a double 100. Once again flaying the attack all around this Iqbal Stadium. So yeah, plenty of rich history here. Plenty of character this ground has.
Yeah, nice and great memories. If you get to see the highlights of those matches, especially during the 1996 World Cup, the texture and the look of the grass was very unique in Iqbal Stadium. Coming down the track this time. Surprising this time. Naseem Shah coming back for the second and will make it safely by the end of it. So it had that style of the grass which was cut in the form of a football field, where all those lines or the rays were converging towards the pitch, and it was clear to see just by the very first look that this game is being played in Iqbal Stadium. I think they realized that it is tough going as far as the boundaries are concerned. So switching to plan B are Engro Dolphins. Another good over by Naseem Shah. 3 gone, 12 for no loss. Engro Dolphins.
Talking about the famous things of Iqbal Stadium, alongside the grass cutting patterns, these little pillars, they have existed from day one. They used to be white in color back in the day, and they're still there. You can see in any footage or any pictures you saw indicating those pillars, you would know that that picture is taken from Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad, alongside the grass pattern that Akil was talking about.
Once again, good bounce of the new ball for Akif Javed as well. Maybe it gives you that relation to the life, that it is always a work in progress or process, that something is about to be built, maybe built in few years' time. But this tournament has been allowing the fans to have the opportunity to get on to those pillars and show some dance moves. And maybe in the next few games, when once again Babar Azam would be playing and we will be back to the day-night cricket, more of them would be liking to show off their dancing skills. In the meantime, Aqib Javed is clearly showing his fast bowling skills. Great change of line. And not allowing any width to the batsman whatsoever. No quarter asked, no quarter given. So far, so good for UMT Markhors.
Again, a good crowd has turned up. This is the pavilion, the players' pavilion, either side of that building in the middle. And we are right at the top tier, having a bird's eye view. We can wave Akil as much as you want. We are not visible from there. Leg slip in place for Akif. He's really bowled the short pitch delivery very nicely in this tournament. That's why skipper Rizwan has given him that leg slip. He got Mubassir out fending in the previous game. He looks in real good rhythm, I have to say. Akif running in, finding good areas, complimenting Naseem Shah brilliantly.
So one regulation slip in form of Iftikhar, and the other one is captain himself, Rizwan, who's won 2 out of 2 and one of the best captain of Bahria Town Champion Cup so far. Wow, what a peach of a delivery, taking that edge. Got that prize wicket of Herrera. Great bowling by Akif.
Just reward for Akif Javed, who's really bowled brilliantly. Pegged Herrera back in the crease with back of a length deliveries. This one was slightly fuller. Herrera's weight didn't come into shot, and he got the edge, just poking at it. Akif delighted, and UMT Markhors celebrate. Herrera gone for a 12-ball duck, and Engro Dolphins are not off to a great start. Not that they would have wanted. They are 12 for 1 now.
UMT मार्कोर के फैंस कहां बैठे हैं? एंग्रो डॉल्फिन के फैंस। और फाइनली फैसलाबाद मिलके शोर मचा दो।
Aqib Javed has bamboozled Herrera, could not contribute to the score, and now right away Akhlaq will have to do the recovery work for them. He's fairly experienced for his respective teams, more than 40 matches and decent average of better than 30, and 3 centuries already with a best of 117. This is a different challenge poised for Engro Dolphins, where from one end Aqib Javed has been bowling brilliantly. He was staying a bit more down the leg side in the previous over, trying to search for that in-swinger into the right-handed batsman. But my word, what display of fast bowling by left-arm fast bowlers so far in this over, and that has allowed them to once again get back to the traditional regulation 2 slips.
Nice start for Akhlaq. It was 2 slips and a gully as well. Rizwan really backing his bowler. Yeah, Aqib Javed and Naseem Shah. In all 3 games so far, they've been able to get a wicket inside first 5 overs. That's loose from a very good red ball opener, you would think. Poking at it with hard hands, feet nowhere in position. That back of a length barrage that Akif was bowling, it clearly pushed Herrera back and couldn't come forward in time when he was asked to. That is brilliant bowling from Aqib Javed.
Tremendously well bowled by Aqib Javed. Just a run and a wicket of this 4th over of the innings. Engro Dolphins 13 for 1. So Naseem will continue from the far end. Akhlaq will stay on the strike. Still searching for the momentum. Sabzada Farhan started the proceedings with boundary of the very first ball, where Naseem Shah allowed some bounce and wit to the right-handed batter. But since then, it has all been quiet for Engro Dolphins. Continuing with a couple of slips and a gully, will Naseem Shah.
Got the edge and gone. Bismillah once again in action. This time it's Naseem Shah. A very, very tentative poke from Akhlaq, who in the end wanted to remove the bat out of the line. Couldn't do so. Breaking through is UMT Markhors again.
Akhlaq was never in a position to go for an expensive cover drive or for a cut shot. Great length offered by Naseem Shah. He was in two minds, Akhlaq. Could not get his bat out of the line in the right point in time. They are already 2 down in a spot of bother. Engro Dolphins 13 for 2. Akhlaq departs. Now the captain is coming down to join Sabzada Farhan to steady this rocking ship from the port city of Karachi. Saud Shakil will have a tightrope to walk and will need to at least see off this display of brilliant fast bowling with new ball. A lot of experience for him. 4 centuries already, 22 50s, with a massive average of almost 43. This time a big challenge in front of him. Left-hander would be offered once again 2 slips and a gully. With 2 fielders on the onside, you can expect a lot more bouncy deliveries to Saud Shakil. Will have to face this heavy metal from Naseem Shah.
Naseem is prolific in bringing the ball in to the left-hander. He's got 2 slips though. And like Akil mentioned, Saud's recent troubles has been against the short pitch bouncing delivery. Don't be surprised if Naseem slips one in the mix. Starts off with that fuller delivery. It was shaping in. Saud into the stroke nicely though. Saud is a prolific player. But Akhlaq's dismissal really was in 2 minds. Really nothing delivery, to be honest. But he could not judge the length. And he was caught in 2 minds. Not easy after keeping wickets for 50 overs. Yet another failure for Akhlaq. There's a clear distinction coming out of some batters who are real good in T20 cricket. Have really found the going tough in 50 overs as if they didn't have the right kind of approach or method. You name Akhlaq, you name Faizan, Sajjad Ali, Yasir Khan. They're prolific T20 cricketers. They were given an opportunity in 50-over cricket where you do need some technique to fall back upon, especially at the top of the order. In the conditions that have been here, 2 new balls, the ball have jagged around. Something for everyone to ponder. Too much of T20 cricket has really wreaked havoc with the technique of some of those batters.
Yeah, short extra cover is looking right in the eyes of Saud Shakil, inviting him to go on the top of him. And in that process, they maybe like to induce an edge of the batting of the captain himself. No boundary whatsoever since the very first delivery of the innings. So pressure has always been mounting. So far, no run of this over.
The shot was on, you would think. It was width. But Saud is probably not settled at the crease just yet. Short cover catching is in as well. Rizwan playing with the mind of Saud Shakil.
So this display of some action-packed fast bowling is not enough to G you up. You can have your cup of chapati if you are sitting in this lovely setting of Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad. Or if you are in your home, you can also have your cup of tea. Delightful scenes in this mild sunshine this time in afternoon in Faisalabad. Wow, a wicket maiden for Naseem Shah. Engro Dolphins need to recover big, 13 for 2. Sabzada Farhan and Saud Shakil both are fairly experienced, but the history will tell you that they haven't played a lot with each other, so we'll have to make that partnership alongside, and now we'll need to get back to momentum.
This has been a feature of Aqib Javed's bowling. Back of a length, still able to hit the seam and hurry the batters as the ball keep coming back at them. Sabzada Farhan was hopping after he picked the initial line and length of the ball. But that inward movement, even from that length, has really surprised batters previously as well in this tournament. A wide slip in place, that's Rizwan. A fine gully or forced slip, staggered pretty wide open.
Yeah, Shah Faisal, you're talking about the ability of those batters, and this is Bahria Town's Champion Cup, where the best is in front of the best. So in the previous tournaments, one could argue that maybe the batters were showing full potential because of the lack of skills of the fast bowlers. But in a tournament where Shaheen Shah Afridi, Naseem Shah, bowling, it allows bowlers like Aqib Javed, Sameen Gul and the rest of them to learn a bit more and polish their skills as far as this bit longer format of the game is concerned. And on the flip side, this has not allowed the batters to show the potential or the showcase their skills, which perhaps they were doing it in the previous tournament, be it the national T20 or any other domestic event. So the best moment, this is almost midway through the tournament where you can bring your A game up, especially if you are a batter, and show what metal you are made of, the way Kamran Ghulam has been proving innings after the other, scoring centuries one after the other, that you can still battle out these fast bowlers and show what are you made of.
There's a little trouble at the non-striker end. Some movement just underneath us. So Shakil wants everything to be perfect. Aqif is more likely to test Saud Shakil with a short pitch delivery, although no apparent change in the field for him. Just a regulation onside field. A fine leg, a mid-wicket and a mid-on. But Aqif is general length. He is a bang-in bowler. So need to watch out for that, especially earlier in his innings.
Maybe someone was having an afternoon stroll after having a nice lunch in Faisalabad. So in order to make sure that no further walking around, the fourth umpire is out there himself.
So this tentative in coming on to that front foot. Probably it's at the back of his mind as well that the short pitch delivery is coming. Or could be he's just so new to the crease, he hasn't found his rhythm yet. Not easy in this heat for the fast bowlers, Akil.
And not easy for these fans as well, who are trying to hydrate themselves. They have got the option of in form, in rhythm, Zahid Mahmood as well. So it will be tough going for Engro Dolphins. Finally, a short ball offered to Sardar Farhan, but a wide.
That's one for the over. Dug in deep. And well over Sardar Farhan's head.
Just one run to finish off the over number 6. Engro Dolphins 17 for 2. Double treat for cricket fans in Punjab, where in Faisalabad they're coming in big numbers, and a chance for our spectators to come in Multan as well, where Pakistan will be taking on the touring South African side and would make an effort to equalize the series after going one down in the first game.
That game was a close encounter, more closer than any of the games we've had here. A wide slip in place.
So you're once again Naseem Shah trying to generate that bounce and movement off the surface. Made a lot of effort. Gary Kristen was here in the comm box along with Salman Butt, and he was referring to the workload of these fast bowlers, and Naseem Shah is no exception to that. So there will be a long-term view along with the view to win this particular tournament, that how you are going to use your fast bowlers. UMT Markhors so far has won 2 out of 2. So they may be looking at the options of resting their fast bowlers in the games to come. So this is big opportunity and a test for Naseem Shah to make an impact in these quick short bursts and put the team on the back foot.
Yeah, they've already rested Shahnawaz Dhani today. Pretty sure that if UMT Markhors wins this one, Naseem will take a breather. Good thing about UMT Markhors is that their mentor is Misbah Haq, who's a strategist, and he would be keeping an eye on all these things. Shahnawaz Dhani relaxing today. He came under fire from Babar Azam in the previous game. He's taken for boundaries in that one over. Today he's sitting this one out.
Yeah, looking at the format of this tournament, this is played in that format on which PSL is being played, that is the playoffs. So there will be certain advantage of finishing between the top 2, and that will allow you one-stop solution to reach to the final. So if you are going to win 3 out of 3, you are most likely going to finish between the top 2 teams, and then you can rest your lethal weapons for one more game and come back fresh for the playoff perhaps, and that will allow them a rest of further couple of days if they are going to win this one.
Interesting field for Saud. Once again, a short cover in place. Off the back foot, Saud not happy with himself. He thought there was an opportunity to score runs. Just early days in his innings, hasn't found that rhythm. That front and back movement, shift of the weight, not working quite well. And this is the women's series that Akil was talking about. Today, 7 p.m. Don't forget to tune in for the second T20I. The third one will be followed on the 20th. That will be a day game in Multan. Very crucial game for the Pakistani girls. Slow delivery from Naseem, tempting Saud. That cover fielder is placed strategically for those lofted or uppish cover drives.
When you compare the captaincy of Rizwan and Haris, they were up against each other in the previous game, and a lot of innovation was done on both the sides, and this has been the case specifically with Rizwan, still continuing with that position which has not been traditionally there, asking the batsman to go on the top of him, but placed beautifully into the gap with no risk taken whatsoever. They will need a lot more boundaries. Perhaps this is the beginning. 4 runs.
That'll make Saud feel very, very good. A crunching back foot drive. The typical left-hander's grace. Easy on the eyes. Shift over the weight. Perfectly straight face of the bat. And it fairly raced across. Minimum of effort from Saud. And that is his first boundary of the innings.
Once again off the back foot, couldn't find the gap, in full control, but still will come back for 2 runs. Yes, that made it safely. A better over for Engro Dolphins. 7 gone, 25 for 2.
It's a no ball. Imran Randhawa starts off and he'll have to straight away pull off a free hit. We shall see when it comes. But at the moment, the Dolphins are in early trouble, like all the teams have been throughout this tournament so far, losing the openers inside the first power play. It's 26 for 2, 7 overs bowled, and Sahibzada Farhan and Saud are batting. Herrera and Akhlaq both back in the hut. This one is driven hard, but straight to the covers. So, no purchase of the free hit. Sahibzada Farhan struck it hard, but straight to the fielder. He hasn't been in his usual flow. Sahibzada Farhan, we have seen in the last 2 or 3 seasons, has been very fluent, very consistent, very pleasing on the eye to watch. And we hope to see him get going in this Champions Cup as well. This one will be a wide. Well, the success story of all the successful bowlers in this tournament, especially the faster men, has been that bowling tight lines, attacking the stumps, not giving a lot of room to the batters. And we saw Mir Hamza today bowl outstandingly well with the new ball, with the old ball, and then we saw Fahim Ashraf come back in the second spell and take wickets. And one thing that was common in both of them was keeping tight lines, decent lengths. And this once again room offered and accepted by the batter, and it goes for 4 over point. And this is almost a free hit with all the men on the offside in the ring except the third. This becomes far too easy for the batter.
So I guess you answered most of the questions that I had without me asking you. It's not about the moisture. It's really not about the surface. Whether you bat first or you bat second, whether it's Sunday or Monday, there is a fair bit of consistency in the top order not surviving. And this is what we've seen. It's not about criticism. So I'm going to try in this particular half an hour session, if my producer gives us a mentor or somebody, fine. Otherwise, I'm going to use your knowledge. Let's talk about solutions. When you talk about solutions, instant ones. They are long-term ones as well. It's not that easy, easier said than done. But since the start of the season and a busy season, across formats, different levels, regions, departments, international cricket, Champions Trophy, Test match series. So we got to fix a few things fast and quick.
Well, back to the basics. Can't be much shorter than that. Play closer to the body. Respect the conditions. Respect the bowler if he bowls in the right areas. Just be a little bit more patient and rotate the strike a bit more when such periods are going on. When you see somebody bowling well or the pitch doing a bit, then strike rotation has to be the ultimate thing, so you don't let the bowler settle in, and also the fielding side has to keep changing their strategy. Once again cut, but the third will cover this one, just a one. So this would be something that immediately can be done. And I think it has got to do a lot with your mind, with how you think about the game, how quickly you can adapt and control yourself, control the temptation that comes. And I think somewhere along the lines, a lot of players are now also confused with this grind thing and the intent. And I think this is where the awareness needs to come, where the mentors and the coaches need to speak to the boys that they have to play the situation. They have to try and do what is necessary rather than put up something just to let people know that there is intent. Do what is necessary. This is the dugout. Naman, Umar Amin, Sarfaraz all sitting there, and South plays a beautifully wristy stroke. Will fetch him 3 runs. And this is good running from Sabzada Farhan. He was quick to turn for the third.
Two down, Hurera and Akhlaq. Now they need a partnership similar to the one with Rizwan and Kamran Ghulam. 35 for 2. Pretty close to what we saw in the first innings. The lowest total, batting first or second today, was by the Markhors. And it was around, what, 37? 33. They're not far away. They're 35. And now it's the 9th over. He's got a hand to it, so it's taken the pace off. Easy 2. So what I've understood from your chat in a nutshell is that chopping and changing is not the solution. Might be a symptomatic treatment. Get this person out and get that one in. But if you want to really solve the problem, you got to operate a little deeper and take the route.
Yes, when you talk about basics, you have to do what is required, what is necessary. If the new ball is doing a bit, play close to your body. If you start an innings, just give yourself that extra bit of time so you can respond to whatever is coming your way. And this one a short one, which has been effective for Akif. He's used the short length really well in this tournament. And on the other side, Saud Shakil wanted to pull that one. He's obviously played a couple of very good-looking shots. And this one is just an under edge. Thankfully, not going onto the stumps.
Bahria Town is not only providing the best lifestyle but also promoting health and sports. A stadium they're planning to build there, pretty similar to that Dubai stadium, with the ring of lights, the fire. Saud Shakil, the vice captain of the test side, and the captain of this side, surely has the ability to play long knocks. He didn't run. It's gone for 4. He's displayed it so well. Third is very, very wide. 251 boundaries up till now.
Saud is looking very good today. Very steady head. And just allowing the ball to come to him and just giving it the angle. He knew where the fielder was, and that's why I didn't run. Now Rizwan has gone a bit wider, sort of a third slip. Once again, well driven. He really is sighting the ball well, and also the timing along with it. Maybe a good idea for the bowler here is to change the angle. Maybe go a little bit away, wide of the stumps, create another angle, just to ask the batter a different question. Because at the moment, he's looking really good.
Gets that tennis ball bounced. It's not the first time that he's tried to bowl a shorter one, but he's really smashed it hard, more than halfway into the pitch, and has gone over. So ends up going all the way back to the top of his mark and bowl it again. This time he gets a little edge, well, not really edge, he cut that, went a little wide, allowed the third to cut it off or not? Oh, it's gone through. So not only he bowled that ball again, he's conceded a boundary. It's 46 for 2. Imran Randhawa will be bowling from our commentary box end. He's bowled 1 over for 10. He's the one of the changes that the Markhors have brought in today. Got a good score of a finishing 27 with the bat. Okay, now time for us to head down to one of the dugouts. We've got the mentor and also the active player for Engro Dolphins, former Pakistan captain, current player Sarfaraz Ahmed. Sarfaraz, कैसे हैं?
मैं सिकंदर भाई ठीक हूँ, आप कैसे हैं? ठीक है,
बिल्कुल ठीक ठाक सरफराज, क्योंकि टाइम ज़रा कम होगा तो सीधे सवाल पे आते हैं। हम सब आपस में बात करते हैं, हम मेंटोर्स को भी सुन रहे हैं कि क्या ऐसे एरियाज़ हैं जो पाकिस्तान की क्रिकेट में चेंजेस आने चाहिए हैं, फाइन ट्यून करने चाहिए हैं। सोल्यूशन बताएं कोई, कि जैसे अगर हम बात करते हैं ओपनर्स की, ओवरऑल सारी टीमें बैटिंग पहले कर रही हों, बाद में कर रही हों, 10 ओवर के अंदर 3 से 4 विकेट्स गिर रहे हैं कंसिस्टेंटली, तो ये जो मॉइस्चर की बात है वो तो सेकंड टाइम पे भी सेम ही हो रहा है। आपको क्या लग रहा है बाहर बैठ के क्या हो रहा है?
देखिए थोड़ा सा मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ऑब्वियसली कंडीशन टफ ज़रूर है, लेकिन ये कि अगर आप प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर्स हैं तो आपको इन सब चीज़ों से के लिए तैयार रहना है। और मैं समझता हूँ कि थोड़ा सा बॉल ज़्यादा ले रहे हैं, स्ट्राइक रोटेशन जो है वो कम हो रही है एज अ ओपनर। अगर आपके पास बॉल अच्छा हो रहा है दोनों एंड से, आपको लगता है कि अच्छे बॉल हो रहे हैं, तो कोशिश करें कि स्ट्राइक को रोटेट करें। तो आई थिंक उस चीज़ की कमी हम लोग सब ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि स्ट्राइक रोटेट पर ज़्यादा जोर दिया जाए और गेम अवेयरनेस जो है उसके बारे में ज़्यादा बात की जा रही है कि सिचुएशन को कैसे हैंडल करना है अंडर प्रेशर गेम्स में।
टीम कॉम्बिनेशंस की बात करते हैं, आप मेंटोर भी हैं, एक्टिव प्लेयर भी हैं, आपके दाएं और बाएं एक यंगस्टर, एक एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर बैठे हैं। ऑब्वियसली एक ही मैच खेला है इससे मैच से पहले, तो वो जो 11 आप ढूंढ रहे हैं इस टूर्नामेंट के लिए, वो कॉम्बिनेशन आपको अब अंदाज़ा हो गया है मैचेस देख के?
देखिए ऑब्वियसली आहिस्ता आहिस्ता अंदाज़ा हो रहा है। हमारी कोशिश यही थी कि ज़्यादा चेंजेस ना किए जाएं पहले मैच के बाद, क्योंकि ऑब्वियसली देखें छोटा टूर्नामेंट है, तो यही कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि जितना जल्दी कॉम्बिनेशन जो है वो टीम का सेट हो जाए। अभी देखें इस टूर्नामेंट में एक चेंज हुआ, बास अफरीदी अनफॉर्चुनेटली आज उनको निगल्स हो गया था, तो जिस वजह से वो आज का मैच नहीं खेल पाए। तो हमारी कोशिश ये कि जो जितने भी प्लेयर्स को मौका दें, अपॉर्चुनिटी दें, ताकि वो अपने आप को एक्सप्रेस कर सकें इस टूर्नामेंट में।
अच्छा, ये बड़ा फेयर मिक्स है 150 प्लेयर्स का, जिसमें जो कुछ पाकिस्तान खेल चुके हैं, कुछ करंटली हैं सेंट्रली कॉन्ट्रैक्टेड, कुछ यंगस्टर्स भी नजर आए। इस बॉल के बाद बात करते हैं, और ऑब्वियसली डिस्कवरिंग चैंपियंस इसका हैशटैग है इस टूर्नामेंट को। तो आपको क्या लग रहा है इस टूर्नामेंट से चैंपियंस ट्रॉफी के प्रोबेबल भी निकल सकते हैं, और फ्यूचर के लिए भी जो लॉन्ग टर्म आपकी प्लानिंग है क्रिकेट की पाकिस्तान टीम के लिए, उसमें लड़के कुछ दिख रहे हैं?
देखिए बहुत अच्छा इनिशिएटिव है ये टूर्नामेंट कराने का। मकसद भी देखें ये कि सीनियर और जूनियर प्लेयर का एक अच्छा कॉम्बिनेशन बने और सबको एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले। अब हर टीम में देखें 5 टीमों में यंग प्लेयर भी हैं और सीनियर प्लेयर भी मौजूद। जहाँ तक आपने बात की कि फ्यूचर में आपको प्लेयर्स मिल सकते हैं, लेकिन डेफिनेटली बिल्कुल मिल सकते हैं। हर टीम में यंग प्लेयर मौजूद हैं। आज आपने देखा सुफियान मुकीम ने ज़बरदस्त बॉलिंग की, उसके अलावा और भी टीमों में यंगस्टर ऐसे प्लेयर्स हैं, कासिम अकरम मौजूद हैं, जो कि आने वाले वक्तों में फ्यूचर में पाकिस्तान के लिए अच्छी कारकर्दगी पेश कर सकते हैं।
Just 2 balls in the over left. Nice looking shot off the back foot. It's beautifully done there. It's gone to the boundary.
सरफराज
जी सलमान भाई,
आपको आवाज़ आ रही?
जी बिल्कुल आ रही है।
सरफराज आवाज़ आ रही है आपको?
जी जी बिल्कुल आ रही है, आवाज़ आ रही है।
सरफराज क्योंकि आप पाकिस्तान के लीडिंग विकेट कीपर रहे हैं, तो ये बताइएगा कि नए लड़कों में आपको विकेट कीपिंग का जो टैलेंट है वो कैसा आने वाले वक्तों में आता नज़र आ रहा है? बिकॉज हम देख रहे हैं कि ये 5 टीमें हैं पाकिस्तान की, और इसमें भी 2 प्लेयर ऐसे कीपिंग कर रहे हैं जो कि प्रिडोमिनेंटली बैटर्स हैं जो कीपिंग करते हैं।
नहीं देखें, बिल्कुल आपका अच्छा सवाल है कि जो विकेट कीपर के हवाले से ऑब्वियसली देखें विकेट कीपर्स बिल्कुल आ रहे हैं। असीबुल्ला जो है वो लोगों को आई थिंक पता नहीं है, अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो जो है अनफिट होगा, जिसकी वजह से वो इस टूर्नामेंट में नहीं खेल पा रहे। उसके अलावा मोहम्मद हारिस हैं, रोहिल नज़ीर हैं, और 7 बैग हैं विकेट कीपर्स ऑब्वियसली आ रहे हैं, लेकिन टीम का कॉम्बिनेशन देखना पड़ता है। आप बिल्कुल सही कह रहे हैं कि 2 टीम में ऐसे विकेट कीपर खेलने जो कि बेटर विकेट कीपर है, लेकिन ये कि कीपर का फ्यूचर जो है बहुत ब्राइट है, और ये सारे ऐसे प्लेयर्स हैं अगर ये कंसिस्टेंटली डोमेस्टिक में परफॉर्म करें तो आने वाले वक्तों में ये पाकिस्तान की नुमाइंदगी कर सकते हैं।
इस 10 ओवर्स के बाद आपसे बात करते हैं। 52 for 2 एट द एंड ऑफ 10। So the power play so far has been a mixed one. Saibzada Pran playing a few good strokes, and then a good one for Herrera, just moving away. And this one was again far away from the body. Clark not sure whether to go and play it or leave it. In the end, just nicking it to the keeper. Saud Shakil and his elegance as ever, flowing with a couple of very cute strokes to the boundary. And this one again, fielder messing one up. Saibzada Farhan's trademark covers off the back foot. And now it's going to be Agha Salman. सरफराज स्पिनर्स को लेकर आपसे थोड़ी सी बात करेंगे।
स्पिनर्स को आप बड़ी महारत से खेलते रहे हैं और यहाँ पर हम देख रहे हैं कि स्पिनर्स के पास जो बैटर्स हैं वो स्ट्राइक रोटेशन में उन्हें थोड़ी ट्रबल हो रही है। तो आप क्या सजेस्ट करेंगे उनको? फीट मूवमेंट, थोड़ा सा कदमों का इस्तेमाल ज़्यादा करें, थोड़ी स्वीप शॉट्स खेलें, या क्या ऐसी चीज़ है जो मिसिंग है अगेंस्ट स्पिनर्स?
देखिए ये सारी जो आपने बात की है, स्वीप शॉट, कट शॉट, आपका पिछला पैर जो है ना वो मूव होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। अगर आपने स्पिनर उस पर आपने खेलना है तो स्ट्राइक रोटेशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। अगर आप इस तरह की स्पिन विकेटों पर खेल रहे हैं तो डेफिनेटली आपको स्वीप शॉट और कट शॉट आनी चाहिए और स्ट्राइक रोटेशन जो है बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो आई थिंक हम देखें कोशिश यही कर रहे हैं। अभी टूर्नामेंट स्टार्ट हुआ, ऑब्वियसली इतनी चीज़ें नहीं बताते, लेकिन ये कि गाय बगैर लड़कों से यही बात कर रहे हैं कि स्ट्राइक रोटेशन जो है बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, चाहे वो आप शुरू के ओवर्स में खेल रहे हो या मिडिल के ओवर्स में खेल रहे हो। तो ये सारी चीज़ें हैं, इसमें हम सब कोशिश करेंगे कि इस पर काम करें और बैट्समैनों को बताएं। और जो भी यहाँ पे रन्स कर रहा है, आप बैट्समैन देखें, अभी कामरान गुलाम ने इनिंग खेली या रिजवान ने इनिंग खेली, तो उनकी इनिंग में अच्छी चीज़ ये थी कि वो स्ट्राइक को रोटेट कर रहे थे। तो ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है अगर आपने अच्छे स्पिनरों के खिलाफ स्कोर रन करने हैं तो।
सरफराज, आप कब फिर आ रहे हैं पैड्स और ग्लव्स के साथ?
बस मेरी तो कोशिश यही है कि मैं ना आऊँ, लेकिन देखें इंशाल्लाह उम्मीद है कि आने वाले वक्तों में आपको एक्शन में नजर
ऐसी
आएंगे।
कोशिश क्यों कर रहे हैं आप?
देखें अच्छा है ना, कोशिश ये कि हमारी कोशिश है कि जो लड़के यंग हैं जिनको अपॉर्चुनिटी मिले वो रन्स करें। हमारी पहले यही कोशिश थी मेरी भी कि जो लड़के हैं प्लेटफॉर्म में पहले उनको मौका दिया जाए और उसके बाद फिर हम लोग होते हैं। तो देखें इंशाल्लाह उम्मीद है कि आने वाले वक्तों में एक्शन में नजर आएंगे।
आखिरी सवाल, दिल और दिमाग को लेके चेज होगा? आपने चेज करने का फैसला किया है?
देखें इंशाल्लाह पूरी उम्मीद है। कैप्टन क्रीज पे मौजूद हैं, साहिबजादा फरहान बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, तो हमारी कोशिश यही है कि एक अच्छी यहाँ पे पार्टनरशिप लगे ताकि गेम लंबा हो और आखिर तक जाए।
ये जवाब दिल का है या दिमाग का?
ये दिल और दिमाग दोनों का
है। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर बीइंग विद अस। 55 for 2. Imran Randhawa. He'll now continue into his third over. Nice soft hands. I would give the credit for this single to Sahibzada Farhan's call.
Yes, bit of a partnership developing, and we see no slips. First time that Rizwan is the captain, and we see less attacking fields. And the reason being that the partnership has started to develop. Early on, the 2 wickets fell. It was 13 for 2, but since then, these two have looked quite stable. They have rotated the strike and also picked up boundaries and are looking good. Once again, driven to the covers for 1.
By standards of one-day cricket, like in T20s, you say in your power play, you score 44 for no loss. You've done well. What is in one days? Like I'm looking at Markhors bowling in the power plays, the 3 games they played, 52, 55 and 52. Very consistent in conceding runs. Is that a good total? Not from a bowling perspective, a batting side's perspective.
Well, I think the wicket column to my liking is a bit too much. Consistently 2 wickets falling in the first power play, but as far as Markhors are concerned, I think picking up 2 wickets in the first 10 overs is always a healthy sign for the bowling side. And there we see Noman, and probably the next career after cricket is interviewing people on the left and right. And wow, it's
that's a fast, quick question.
Yeah, it's almost as if a tennis referee is talking to 2 players on either of his side. And now he's gone further.
Maybe he's offering water to them.
Noman Ali is a very funny character. And he has always something very witty to say. Looking smart in goggles. These goggles very similar to the ones used in the swimming pools.
Under your captaincy, who was the one in the dressing room who was always up to something?
Ask who was not.
Everybody.
The whole team was so witty. You talk about Mohammad Yusuf, Shoaib Malik, Kamran Akmal, Misbah. For all, to come back to miss Boyd, say such a thing you would never imagine to come out of his mouth. And, Randhawa bowling a few dots. Yasir Hamid, how can we forget him? Sometimes he wouldn't even need to speak. Only actions would be enough to create a lot of laughter. And the best thing was that at times he wouldn't know. Once again, good rotation of strike. Although he played it off the back foot, but he was quick out of the blocks. And 12 overs completed. The Dolphins are 59 for 2.
Engro Dolphins की फैसलाबाद मिलके शोर मचाएंगे.
UMT Markhors, 4 bowlers, and one of them being a spin. He's just bowled that one. And they're given, I think, just apart from Imran Randhawa being a little expensive compared to the others, they've done fairly well, conceding 52 runs in the first power play. This is now becoming the start of that partnership we've been talking about, or what we've been seeing in past games. This now together between Saud and Salman, 46 runs.
Yes, someone has to chase a target down. It just can't be so one-way traffic. And maybe this is the pair. And as we talk about it, don't know what went through his mind, just dancing down the track and missing a straight one. Saibzada Farhan loses his wicket, and third goes down for the Dolphins now. Now they're in trouble as Salman Ali Agha picks up the much required wicket of Saibzada Farhan.
Well, that's a legit delivery, but that is a shot of desperation. Really, 46 partnership, you're just building it up, and you go back to square one. 34 balls or 35 balls for his 24. They lose their third, 59 is the score.
मौसम बेहतर हो गया, हवा चल रही है ठंडी ठंडी, जरा तालियों के साथ और शोर के साथ बताएंगे कि आपको मजा आ रहा है.
Once again, the batting side just losing the path. Just when they start to look good, just when you think the partnership is going to take them to a decent place, they just play a shot which is not on, something that isn't required. And it has been so consistent. So Qasim Akram, the 21-year-old, just mentioned by his mentor Sarfraz, spoke very highly about Qasim Akram. 53 matches for him, 33 averages, 9 50s and a couple of hundreds, and the highest of 131. His promise remains to be fulfilled, and today is another opportunity to bail his team out of trouble. The pitch is pretty decent for batters. It's just that the batters should be ready to bat for long.
Yeah, he batted well against the Lake City Panthers. Almost took the side over the line, 60 odd for him, until he was dismissed by Mohammad Hasnan. The only problem you have when you lose a wicket after a partnership of 46, you have to start all over again. It's like you playing snakes and ladders. You slip all the way down and you restart. Saud Shakil will have to be the key. If they want to chase this down, which mind you, will be the first chase of the tournament. He will have to bat right till the end. Cannot leave anything for the batters to come. This has to be a partnership of 100 and more.
And likewise, the batters on the other side cannot leave it all for him to do. It has to be done in a partnership. South Shakil is looking good, rotating this strike much easily. It's just that on the other side, boys have been impatient.
Yeah, that's Safzada Farhan. He's nowhere, not even covering the line of the ball.
Yeah, when you look at this dismissal again and again, you get to see a lot of premeditation. 13 gone, 61 for 3.
अब ये बताइए कौन सी टीम जीतेगी? जीतेगा भाई जीतेगा, जीतेगा भाई जीतेगा। और बॉलिंग करवाने के लिए आ चुके हैं अक्सर की फेवरेट इफ्तिखार अहमद। मोहम्मद रिजवान के फैंस कहां बैठे हैं?
13 gone, 61 for 3. And what do you know? Bowling change. Iftikhar Ahmed. I don't remember him bowling. Has he bowled in the tournament yet?
Yes, I believe he has bowled a bit. And 124 list A games, 58 wickets. Once he has taken 5, once he has taken 4. Economy rate under 6. And it's a decent start within the stumps. And South Shakil, a very elegant player of spin bowling.
Yeah, he bowled 3 overs in the first match that the UMT Markhors played. After that, he hasn't been in action with the ball.
So mid-off comes up. The short fine leg goes to the deep to protect the sweep stroke. Boundary over there. Driven down for an easy single. Patience is one of the very important elements in one-day cricket, because a time like this, when 3 wickets are down, when you cannot afford to be very expensive in stroke making, then you need to find ways of strike rotation and finding the odd boundary here and there to keep the tempo going, to keep the run rate in check. And wow, Rizwan just passing it on to the long on fielder.
Good start by Iftikhar. 221 more needed in 36 overs.
इफ्तिखार अहमद के लिए जोरदार ताली होनी चाहिए। जल्दी मैं कहूंगा इफ्तिखार, आप बोलेंगे अहमद। इफ्तिखार, इफ्तिखार। में 64 रन बन चुके हैं 3 विकेटों के नुकसान पे एंग्रो डॉल्फिन्स के। फैसलाबाद एक बार जोरदार तालियां और शोर होना चाहिए। ज़रूरी अनाउंसमेंट आप सब शायकीन के लिए। तमाम शायकीन किसी भी खिलाड़ी, अंपायर, रेफरी, दूसरे शायकीन और ड्यूटी स्टाफ से नस्ली, बुनियाद मजहब, कौमियत या नस्ल से मुताल्लिक कोई भी ऐसी बात नहीं करेंगे जो इनकी ज़ात की नफी करे, या गैर इखलाकी हो, या इनको उकसावे, या इनको खौफजदा करे, या इनके लिए बाइस तकलीफ हो। और एक चीज आपने साबित की है फैसलाबाद, चाहे ओडीआई हो, T20 हो, धूप हो, छांव हो, क्रिकेट लवर्स असल में फैसलाबाद में रहते हैं। आप अपने लिए जरा जोरदार तालियां और शोर मचा दें, क्योंकि आप जैसा क्राउड कहीं नहीं मिलेगा। 'इसीलिए सबसे पहले चैंपियंस कप 2024 फैसलाबाद में हुआ, सिर्फ और सिर्फ यहाँ के बेहतरीन क्राउड की वजह से।
Sixty-four for three. Brilliant start from the new ball bowlers. Akif Javed getting rid of Herrera. With a very good delivery. Been building up pressure. A flock. Very tentative. In two minds. Giving Naseem his first wicket. A bit of a partnership. But then the partnership breaker, Salman Ali Agha, getting Sabzada Farhan, who ran past a straight delivery, was shaping well, but the wicket came at the wrong time for Engro Dolphins. So Shakil is looking to steady the ship. He's got alongside him Qasim Akram, two very, very good young cricketers. And they have to be at their best to attempt to chase this target of 284 from UMT Markhors. Players have had their drinks. Another intriguing session of play about to begin. Fresh from a very good lunch. Ali Yunus has joined me in the comm box.
Yeah, Saud Shakil holds the key for the Dolphins, Engro Dolphins. Such an important inning for him. Plenty of overs left. 221 runs still to get. They need 100. They need a big 100 from Saud Shakil here. Something what Kamran Ghulam did for the UMT Markhors. They'll have to play a similar role. The problem, Shah Faisal, that there's so much quality and variety in the bowling lineup of UMT Markhors. They're not going to make it easy for him.
A well-rounded bowling attack as well, pretty much covering all bases, UMT Markhors. So prolific against spin in particular. Should like this passage. Rotates the strike, left hand, right hand combination. Should work well for Engro Dolphins. Qasim Akram is an aggressive player by nature. His natural scoring rate is run a ball, so run rate shouldn't come into question.
Easy.
Nurpur Lions, they'll be watching this match keenly as they haven't won a game. Dolphin lost their first game, so they will be definitely cheering up for the UMT Markhors just to make things interesting. 15 done, 65 for 3 is Engro Dolphins.
Iftikhar had a quiet day with the bat. There was
Middle phase is pretty important. Spin in tandem from both hands.
Conditions weren't easy in the morning. They still aren't quite easy still for batting. For different reasons though. It was seaming early on, and now we can just tell the wicket is holding up a little too pacey, as you say. So run scoring will never be easy. You'll have to play with some skill to get runs.
Indeed, you'd have to, because we've seen hint of turn from Iftikhar and Salman Ali Agha. Iftikhar is also a canny operator with the ball. His changes of pace are very clever. This one was slower, mixing it up nicely. Previous delivery was a quicker one, pushing Qasim back, and this one was floated up, asking him to come out of the crease. The mid-off is up in the ring. The invitation is there from Iftikhar. Qasim unleashes the sweep shot. Just for a single though.
Yeah, the main man got a fifer in the previous one. Zahid Mahmood still to come. That's the variation I was talking about. They've got a left arm tall fast bowler, pace of Naseem, and the smartness of Salman Ali Agha and Iftikhar to follow with the leg spin of Zahid Mahmood. So much variety.
Waiting for the ball to get older, waiting for the pitch to wear down a little bit more under the hot sun, and let that required run rate go up. So when the leg spinner comes, the batter might need to take a chance or two. For now though, they're content with singles. After 16, Engro Dolphins 69 for 3. Another of his favorite strokes, the cut shot for Qasim Akram. There's no one in the deep on the offside in front of square. Backward point on the fence, mid-off up in the ring. Bowling has been tight from these two off-spinners. Mainly they're in operation because the left-hander Saud is there, but Saud has been rotating strike. So Qasim Akram has taken a lot of strike in the last 3 overs, 15 deliveries for him. This time playing it late, making sure he gets a run. How good has Salman Ali Agha been? Not at this level, but also at the international level. He's come very handy in difficult situations for Pakistan. In Test cricket, he bowls, he bats in the middle order. He's a very good slipper. His rise have been phenomenal in the last couple of years.
Yeah, true said about Salman Ali Agha. He's worked his way to this level purely on merit. Such a handy cricketer, as you just mentioned about his qualities. Sometimes I feel is underrated or underused as a spinner, especially in white ball cricket. Just 8 runs in his 4 overs. 71 for 3 after 17, Engro Dolphins.
Slight cloud cover. I'm pretty sure the crowds will appreciate that. They've been baking in the hot sun with no shade. Still in good numbers. Zaid Mahmood loosening up. Not long before we will see him at the bowling crease.
Easy. Samad bahut ala, Samad.
Good work. Samad, tall, a long way down, but very agile.
Pressure definitely is building. 45 deliveries when the last hit a boundary. Engro Dolphins. It's so important. We've been talking about it. Passage from 10 overs till 40 overs. When 5 fielders are in circle, you need to find the gap. You need to find the way to get a boundary.
Such is this middle phase now that finding singles is difficult because of the 5 fielders in the ring. There are more gaps to hit boundaries, but if you want to protect wickets, you can get yourself into a hole because these two are really not looking for any boundaries. The overs are ticking by. Salman Ali Agha bowled 4 cheap overs for just 8 runs. Iftikhar has bowled 2.5 overs for 8 runs. Such is the nature of modern 50-over game that this middle phase, you have to look for boundaries, even though if you've lost wickets.
Yeah, that is why somebody like Kamran Ghulam is so handy, brave, believes in rotation of the strike. Whenever got the opportunity, he will hit you for 6s too. Qasim Akram can do the same. They can play around South Shakil. 18 gone, 74 for 3.
Easy. ठीक है आगा.
Some dark clouds are looming just behind our commentary box. Qasim was loading up for that pull shot. Once again, it died onto him. He was hoping for it to sit up. Great facility for the fans. Now you can charge your mobile phones on tablets through Enverx solar. Great facility. You would never be out of charge with your cell phones whilst watching the cricket. Qasim goes big, very big, into the stands, breaks the shackles.
What a shot. Took them 52 deliveries to get a boundary, and what a way to do it. It was about time. 2 off spinners operating in his zone, knee down. Great swing of the bat, great area to choose. Great force, power behind it. The next delivery, bowls him. That's a ripper. That's a beautiful delivery by Salman Ali Agha. What a length to bowl at. Spin also.
Well. Just when you thought Qasim was getting into his stride, Salman Ali Agha strikes back. No problem at this end, but plenty of problem here. Little bit of turn, went through the gate and hit the top of middle. An absolute peach from Salman Ali Agha. Qasim Akram walks back after a brief stay. And Engro Dolphins now struggling. Qasim gone for 13. Dolphins 83 for 4.
Right, the local boy, Mr. Asif Ali, the six-hitter. 138, the highest, 12 50s, 400s, 29.07 the average in 92 matches.
Asif Ali playing ahead of Umar Amin in this lineup. A lot of people raise their eyebrows to see that selection. But if Asif goes ahead and wins the game from here for Engro Dolphins, I doubt that anybody will be doubting his selection then. But slip in place, a leg slip in place. This ball is turning around. And Salman Ali Agha is on a roll. 2 for 17 of his 5. Engro Dolphins, 83 for 4.
Excellent point earlier you made about Asif Ali being played ahead of Umar Amin. Not much difference as far as age is concerned. Umar Amin still very young. Asif Ali sort of similar age. Maybe they want a finisher. They need an explosive batter. But Umar Amin has got the class. Still has very much cricket left in him. He was included for Pakistan Shaheens to the Straight India Tour. Also against Bangladesh. Scored a brilliant 100, big 100. Are we missing out on him? Because he's got the talent, he's got cricket left in him.
Hitting the bat hard is Akif Javed, quicker through the air.
We spoke about the quality of Agha Salman, and this is to justify that. The length he bowls at and the turn he gets, the area he bowls at. It's where Qasim Akram thinks he can drive. He's stunned, shocked. He's happy because he knows that that's a big one.
Try hitting that for 6. That's what Salman Ali Agha was telling Qasim Akram. Sweet revenge after getting hit for that 6. Akif Javed has been impressive in this championship. Beautifully bowled, goes past the edge. No, he's got the edge. So disappointed, the finger went up straight away. And Akif Javed reaps the reward of bowling a terrific line and length. Saud Shakil is hanging around. The umpire wants to have a look at the feet of Akif Javed.
Yeah, it's that man, Asif Ali, who asked him to stay there because he saw something. We'll look at his eyes. Oh, yes, he was right. Damn, he was right.
Eagle eye, Asif Ali. Look at that. He's just looking down at Akif's feet, and he was very certain when he asked Saud to stay. Akif cannot blame anyone else for this.
What a miss. What a shame. Rashid Riaz will signal. Not just he's been denied of the wicket, he will be given a free hit, Saud Shakil. That was a good delivery, good length. So close, yet so far. Free hit for Mr. Saud Shakil.
What's the options for Saud Shakil? Mid on, mid off, or up in the ring. There's a deep cover and a deep backward square leg. In front of square on both sides, if he clears the infield. Instead, he just swings at thin air. Good comeback from Akif Javed.
Have a look at the wicket that never came. The length. It's all about the length. Just a little movement. He was disappointed until he met Asif Ali in the middle. This is why.
So the feet of Akif Javed, but that release is not too dissimilar to Mitchell Stark. You do. Saud's reaction was of great dejection when he heard the nick and being caught. But talking about Akif Javed, I mean, we've seen the feet, like I said, that release, the next frame is pretty similar to Mitchell Stark. His head is actually not looking at the batter, but these days we see a lot of bowlers do that. Mitchell Stark, great Aussie fast bowler, very potent with new and old ball.
Number five, boys.
Crucial partnership between these two now. Saud has had a reprieve. I mean, if you add Saud's wicket to this equation, Engro Dolphins would have been down in the dumps. Now, they're still in the game, but only just. You could tell that one ball or one wicket can really tilt the equation in favor of UMT Markhors. Saud will look for two. No, he's just content with a single. 20 overs done. Engro Dolphins 89 for 4.
Shabaka.
Salman Ali Agha continuing with his spell. He's made Rizwan his job easier. The two off spinners, Iftikhar and Agha, has given him plenty of overs.
Shabaka. Aja, easy.
Off the outside edge. Yeah, it's been very difficult to get Salman Ali Agha away. Asif has got it down. He's looking to come back for the second. Will touch down and come back comfortably. They need to do more of this, Ali. Cannot afford to play so many dot balls. Although that required run rate is not a big deal at this stage. But taking the chase deep down could really make it difficult because the wicket has started to turn. We haven't seen Zahid just yet. Rizwan has brought in a leg slip. In the air, just away from that mid-wicket fielder. Asif will come back for the second again. Not too far away from the trouble.
Easy.
A dot to end the over. 21 done. 94 for 4 is Engro Dolphins.
21 ओवर में 94 रन बन चुके हैं 4 विकेटों के नुकसान पे एग्रो डॉल्फिन फैसलाबाद कौन सी टीम जीतेगी कौन सी टीम
.94 for 4. Story just takes a turn as they lose the well-set Saud Shakil while ago, their captain, and their finisher Qasim Akram also back in the dressing room. So it's all a very serious. I beg your pardon, not Saud Shakil, Qasim Akram, who was dismissed, and after that they've got the hitter, the finisher in Asif Ali, who's at 5, but he's going to play a very, very different role because still almost 200 runs in front of them. We just saw glimpses of Saud Shakil being dismissed of a no ball. All is not lost.
Akif has bowled brilliantly. He's kept the pressure on the batters. Although he's taken a wicket, he missed the second one due to a no ball. But overall, I think he's bowled his heart out, bowled well. Probing line and length from him, testing the batters and also responding to the captain because he has been bowling in the areas where the captain has set fields. So this is something which is good to see from a young fast bowler. Now that Rizwan has a gully, a deepish gully, a point, a short cover for Saud Shakil, Akif hasn't erred from the line and length. He's been bowling in the areas where his field is dominating. And this is good to see from a youngster.
He's asked for two, the captain, but they won't get there. The fielder in the deep has done well, coming across in time and releasing the ball quickly. Kamran Randhawa there. Yes, I second you on Akif Javed's performance. Not here, very consistent through the games that the UMT Markhors have played. Him, Jadad Khan, when you talk about left arm quicks, they've all been right up there. This is the batting available to them. I would have rather, or would you have rather sent Fahim Ashraf ahead of Asif Ali and expect Asif to go for those big hits when required?
Yes, Fahim a little bit more experienced and also plays the fast bowlers better, the short ones better. This one Asif Ali pulls as well into the gap and will go for a boundary. Not in full control, but good enough to get the 4 runs. And it's 22 bowled. Engro Dolphins are 99 for 4.
Engro Dolphins.
Salman is becoming a very, very handy bowler. You keep the tag part-time across formats, but a very handy bowler. He's got more control now. Oh, it's a top edge. It's a top edge. He's gone. I just said it, that he's become a very handy bowler for any side, and he's dismissed the captain of the opposition. This is a big, big blow. He gets his 3rd wicket, Salman Agha, out of the 5 that have fallen. And inside 100 runs, the Engro Dolphins are staring down the barrel. Have a look at this. Legit delivery. And the sweep goes not in control.
Well, yes, South Shakil sweeping from outside off stump, knowing that the ball is turning for Agha. He saw from the best place in the house how the ball turned to Qasim Akram. Sharp turn, and to sweep from outside off isn't a great idea. He has to depart. 41, he got a 56, and Engro Dolphins in further trouble.
जोरदार तालियां और शोर होना चाहिए सलमान अली आगा के लिए।
Fahim Ashraf, the new batter in, scored a 41 of 35 in this previous outing. Yes, his list A career, 350s to his name, 71 is highest. The average could be better.
Yes, the average of Fahim Ashraf doesn't tell the kind of talent he possesses, but it is he who has to prove that to everyone. And today is another opportunity. We saw him score 100 in the Qaid-e-Azam Trophy final last year. And his team was in trouble, and he came in and played brilliantly. And once again now, he has a big job to do. It's amazing how our teams playing local competitions follow the patterns. There was a season in PSL, it was being played in Karachi, when we saw every side wanting to chase, and only the chasing sides were winning. And now in this tournament so far, we see a pattern of batting first and winning, and everybody is finding it hard to chase. And in this case, Engro Dolphins opting to bowl first because of some early on moisture. And second time, when the sun has dried out anything, still the same results. 23 gone, 99 for 5.
Engro Dolphins. फैसलाबाद 3 पे इकट्ठे शोर मचाना है. 1, 2, 3.
Naseem Shah back into the attack. 7 overs, 3 for 22. And they still need 186. They just lost their captain, Saud Shakil. He's trying to sweep Salman Agha, getting the top edge, and Akif Javed doing the rest inside the circle. If this also is the same result, it will be a double hat-trick of sides winning when they bat first. Naseem Shah to Asif Ali. Leading through Innovation Bank of the Year 2023, Pakistan. 30 in a row by the Bank UK. Allied Bank, Aapke Dil Mein Hamara Account. At the start of the game, or just at the toss, both the captains said that they wanted to chase today. And Saud Shakil got it right with the flip of the coin. My question is one that maybe Rizwan can afford to experiment that against the pattern because he's on top of the table with his team, UMT Markhors. But the Dolphins are second last. And when you really feel that nothing's working chasing, why would you want to chase? You can experiment or put yourself under pressure as a team when you got some points backing up. Right now you got 0.
Yes, too early in the tournament to think of such experiments. It's normally captains think about securing their places in the final 4 and then opt to take decisions where you can experiment or test the bench strength or go otherwise the developing patterns, as this one is punched off the legs and a couple to Fahim. Rizwan giving the chase.
Also putting your team, it's a day game, into the heavy sunlight and the heat through the early part of the day up to lunchtime. And then when you come out, you got tired legs. I'm not looking for excuses, but these are the things probably have played a role. And when you bowl second, when you're defending, your bowlers can have their tails up when they get a couple of wickets, because then the opposition is chasing. It's not a negative thing. Yes, you want to chase, you feel that that's your strength, or you're looking at the moisture the early part of the morning, and to exploit that, you got 2 wickets. So after that, once that dried out, it's all batting.
Second, the point is not that they are chasing and it's a decision that they shouldn't make. It's about how to approach a chase, how to set out after a target, and what shots to play at what occasions, how much risk to take, and what is required. Once again on the legs, and this time a bit more squarish and will be 1 only. So I think it is the batters that haven't been up to the mark, haven't taken time, haven't established their innings, and the partnerships just haven't gone long. We saw one developing between Saud and Saibzada Farhan, and after a bit of a short break, just look at the stroke that he played of the first ball from Agha Salman. So if you, being such experienced player and a person who has been in form for the last couple of years, do not take the responsibility, then who will? And remember, this is 50 overs. It's not a 20-over game.
Also, one more thing, we saw that dugout just now. It's end of the over. We'll come back to that. Come back to that dugout. 103 for 5.
नसीम शाह के फैंस शोर मचाएंगे.
And here we are back live. Just coming back to our points that what the Engro Dolphins can do or could have done. Could get that man in the center of the screen, Umar Amin, maybe in place of Asif Ali. Both of them don't bowl and you can get a proper batter who can bat long.
And Umar Amin can hit the big ball as well. We have seen him do that on a number of occasions. One thing it does differently is get big runs, get big hundreds. And this is the element that you want in one-day batters. Now, Salman Ali Agha opts for one short catching cover and one just behind him, a few yards away.
Umar Amin, we talk about him, he scored 100 against Bangladesh.
That's what we spoke about in the pre-match show as well, regarding Umar Amin and his induction in the team. Excellent bowling. Salman Ali Agha is been so accurate, so good to see how he has developed and how good he is bowling. Scored a valuable 49 for his team as well. Once again, right on the money, within the stumps, also spinning the ball. 8th over in progress from Salman, and he's taken 3 for 22. Bowling to his fields, and this is where Rizwan has been comfortable. His bowlers have responded. 25 gone, 103 for 5. Well, I guess definitely Umar Amin needs to find a place in this playing 11, and maybe Sarfaraz himself can help with his experience, his art of prolonging the innings in the middle, his ability to rotate strike, and obviously as a captain, he can help out a lot in the middle. Things are different when you have a leader in the middle rather than a leader sitting out in the dugout.
So he probably comes in place of Akhlaq.
Absolutely. Akhlaq, Sarfaraz for Akhlaq and Umar Amin for Asif Ali could be the possible changes to get two batters who can score big and who have a history of scoring big runs.
Quick single there. Well run. Yeah, only one team will be left out. 4 will go to the playoffs. Let's look at the bowling. Anything that can be tweaked over there. So they've got Sufyan Muqeem and Samin Gul in the side today. Mir Hamza is going great gun. So you go with Samin Gul, Mir Hamza. Usman Qadir, of course, will be inclusion. And you can also... I don't see Abbas Afridi here. He's also in their squad. So he can come back once his niggle goes away. He's the change. He's going to come back. Probably won't play the game again tomorrow. It's back-to-back games. That's what I've got to know from the management. But we hope that if he gets fit quickly, we can be in action. So that could be a change and then get your best 11 on the ground. There you are. Should be a 4. It'll not be a problem to play those for Asif Ali. The onside in front of the square behind, that's his go-to zone. Short balls don't worry him. It's only when you bowl outside off a fuller, then probably you're going to stop his big shot ability. Otherwise, mid-wicket, cow corner, he's very good with that. Asif always says that he's been tagged as a power hitter finisher. He can bat long. He can make everyone believe otherwise. He's got the great opportunity. More than half the overs are left, and still 176 required. He's been calm and patient up till now. Runs. Oh, what a stop that was. Rizwan without the gloves.
Well, Rizwan, the flying Rizwan, stopping a certain boundary, flying to his right and saves his team and Naseem Shah 3 runs at least. It was well driven, on the up, well timed, and just have a look. Rizwan, outstanding fielding that. And the captain leading from the front. This is the kind of intensity that everyone loves to see in a cricket ground. And when the captain is making such efforts, then there is no reason why the rest of the team shouldn't be following him. It inspires one and all in the team.
"26 overs bowled, 111 for 5. Engro Dolphins, that's their batting card.
Easy.
I've got a stat here. It's not a stat, it's just a comparison. UMT Markhors versus Engro Dolphins. 819 matches in the players who are on the ground amongst them, and 695 matches for the players who are on the Engro Dolphins side. The only thing is that Markhors have 3 players who've got 100 plus list A caps. Dolphins have none. Not much of a difference in number of games, 819 and almost 700. If you add Sarfaraz and Umar Amin, then this will skyrocket in terms of experience. There's a huge difference. Again, we talked about and we spoke to Sarfaraz that would he want to be there. He says, I'd rather not be because I'm the mentor. I'd like to give more outings to the youngsters and see where they stand. But you've got to finish well in the tournament.
Meanwhile, Salman Ali Agha has been brilliant, bowling dot after dot, building pressure, and how good a spell this has been. 3 wickets for 22 runs into his 9th over. And there, as we appreciate his efforts, this one goes for a huge 6 over mid-wicket. Just a touch short, and this is all Asif Ali was waiting for.
Yeah, once you get into his radar, Asif Ali's 6s are miles into the stands. I mean, he hits them proper.
Yes, Asif Ali has an outstanding record at home, Faisalabad. He's got 200s and 250s at Iqbal Stadium, Faisalabad. Averages close to 41 here with 613 runs. And add this 6, it becomes 619. And so it's a happy hunting place for him. And I'm sure Markhors know that this pair is the last pair who can win the game from them. So they need wickets. That's the over. End of 27, 118 for 5.
Well, top left of your screen says that there's some dark clouds coming in, but skies in front of us are pretty clear. And the sun has been playing a bit of hide and seek today. Still a good strong breeze across the ground. There's the man who got a fifer just the other day for his side, Zahid Mahmood. Is coming very late into the attack with 27 overs bowled.
Easy, easy. Arslan Ash. Easy. Bahut ala Zaid.
Required is creeped up to 7.37 with 5 wickets in hand. A pretty late introduction. Who got a fifer for you? He comes in the 28th over. Over Zahid Mahmood, pretty straight, and it won't be cut off.
Yes, hit hard off the back foot, but timed really well. Fahim Ashraf can be very dangerous because he really can tonk the ball, and this one was hit hard. And as you said, somebody who's the hero of the first game, taken a fifer, comes so late in the attack. It's the 28th over. So for his 10, he should continue to bowl till the 48th over.
Still, they can fancy this chase. We keep batting these two and take it to the last 10 overs. This can change the required run rate. It is not out of range in an ODI. 7.25 years in modern day cricket, you can still get there. I still feel that Fahim and Saud would have been a better choice earlier, and then Asif can come and smash.
Run rate is not the big issue. The big issue is the partnership must carry on, because there isn't much stuff in batting to follow, and both of them know it. So does the other team. 28 gone, 125 for 5.
Engro Dolphins, who are teetering on the edge, are now trying to make a comeback. Courtesy this partnership. Boundaries between Fahim Ashraf and Asif Ali. As long as these two are going to be out there, there will be some hope. But with the likes of Samin Gul and Mir Hamza to come, they need to dig in deep. A bit of cloud cover in Faisalabad since last an hour or so, since no threat of rain. Once again, change of plan by Salman Ali Agha, being led by Rizwan. You will see innovative field positions. Rizwan himself is in the slips, along with another catching position, and good tight bowling by Salman Ali Agha.
Absolutely. I think Salman Ali Agha has bowled brilliantly. Into his 10th over, 30 runs is given and taken 3 important wickets. It's just the way he bowls. He's not scared to give the ball air. He's got a good pace. That delivery that got rid of Qasim Akram, I think that was a peach of a delivery, a dream off-spinner delivery. He's keeping it very tight against the left-handers. Got good positive attacking field setting. A slip fielder, shot extra cover. Good field setting for an off-spinner against left-hander.
Fahim Ashraf off the back foot, played into the gap. Yet another boundary. He's stepping himself up for this occasion, Fahim Ashraf.
Yeah, picking up the length. Salman Ali Agha just erring in length. Picked up beautifully. It was not that short. The balance, quick shift of the balance towards back foot and placing it beautifully. That's good batting.
And of over number 29, Engro Dolphins, 129 for 5. A bit of weather had been developing up in Faisalabad, and finally we could sense some gust of winds in the central Punjab. At least relief for the spectators and the players out there, but no serious threat of rain. But you would see that from northeast, the clouds have built up, and now you can see all these windy phases.
The question here is, Akil, how long can Asif Ali be like this, unlike him? He's a 6-hitter, he's already hit 1 6. That's the cloud cover that you're talking about, dark clouds. Yeah, that's it, into the clouds, as you'd say, and in the stands by Asif Ali. He was waiting for the opportunity, waiting for that length, gets one. And he's nailed it into the stands.
Tough going for Zahid Mahmood into his first over. He also conceded boundary, and once again made full use of the crease off the back foot. He kept it at his ideal length and played into the air out of the park. Yet another boundary for the Faisalabadi batsman. The change of gears are going to count. Still a long way to go in this innings. More than 20 overs, 150 is exactly the target which they require from now on. Should not be a worry as far as they have this partnership in progress with a required run rate of little under 7.5 in an over.
The trouble is, they got a long tail. There's no Abbas Afridi, the all-rounder. So if they lose a wicket here, it will be bowlers after that. Usman Qadir most likely, Sufyan Mukim, Sumin Gul, Mir Hamza. That's Abbas Afridi on the left. Got himself injured this morning. So if they lose 1 wicket here, then things will be very interesting. 30 done, 135 for 5.
एंग्रो डॉल्फिन्स को जीतने के लिए 150 रन चाहिए 120 बॉल्स पे फैसलाबाद बताएगा कौन सी टीम जीतेगी अभी फैसलाबाद कौन सी टीम जीतेगी
Lovely afternoon in Manchester, Pakistan, Faisalabad, the city famous for its textile products. Now non-stop cricketing action unfolding here, where Engro Dolphins are in search of their first victory of the tournament into the second game. They are desperate for a win. And both of these guys, Asif and Fahim, have got a point to prove. The way they can build a partnership and how they can take the ballers apart. Remember, Salman Ali Agha has finished his quota of 10 overs, bowled brilliantly during the middle part of the innings. 2 maiden, 34 runs and 3 wickets. He bowled at a stretch. And now change of plans, which might prove well for Engro Dolphins. They would like to have some pace on the ball to go after the bowling and target at least 1 boundary per over.
Oh, what way did I? Yes, given. Imran Randhawa on the very first delivery. Trapped in front, Fahim Ashraf. He didn't like it. He's not going anywhere. The finger is raised. Stunned the faces of Faisalabad. They wanted a fight.
After a long, hard battle, one would feel that he was just able to survive and settle himself. He is stunned. He will not like that LBW decision, and maybe as long as it is going to be replayed on his television screen, but will have to take the long walk with a heavy heart. He's back in the hut and a crucial wicket. 135 for 6 are Engro Dolphins.
जैसे फैसलाबाद आप पहली बॉल से लेके अब तक सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं अपने प्लेयर्स को, मैच एंजॉय कर रहे हैं, मैं तो ये कहूँगा फैसलाबाद सानू ते सोना तू लगना है। एक दफा फैसलाबाद अपने लिए तालियां और शोर होना चाहिए। One of the best crowd we have.
So once again, we are back to the usual business in Faisalabad, where Engro Dolphins' backs are against the wall. Sameen Gul walks in desperate circumstances. Just when Fahim Ashraf was looking good, he's back in the hut. He's known more for his bowling. As far as batting is concerned, there's a long way to go. And some argy-bargy between Kamran Ghulam and Sameen Gul. And they can afford this. 25 years old batter. Hardly anything to talk about as far as his batting is concerned.
Yeah, they're all over him. It was Kamran Ghulam and now Naseem Shah. With an average of 6.93, if you're playing at number 8, there are troubles. That's why I said they've got a long tail, the Engro Dolphins. But what about the decision? What about that LBW? Imran Randhawa bowled the very first delivery. Let's have a look. At the back leg. Yeah, maybe just clipping the off stump. But those sort of decisions could have gone either way. Most likely the batters.
You got to feel for Fahim Ashraf. He was trying to earn his stripes after a long, hard battle. And a bit of shuffle by Fahim Ashraf as well, and that may have proven its role in that decision. Runs for Sameen is off the mark.
It would be interesting to see how Asif Ali deals with this situation.
Lovely weather in Faisalabad finally. A bit of cloud, gust of winds. And to keep yourself refreshed in Iqbal Stadium, you are given an opportunity of have a sip of tea, courtesy Iqbal Tea, Tapal Tea Lounge over here. A brilliant Tapal Tea movement in this Iqbal Stadium. Happy times, along with cricket and tea.
Yeah, right. As I was saying, how would Asif Ali deal with this situation? Not many batters with him. Does he get to his usual self, which is hitting sixes? Does he take time, take the game deep? And if he loses partners, then there is no point hanging in there. So maybe the idea should be just to play the way he does, the natural way, the six-hitting way.
Yeah, there will always be a subplot of the players' individual performances. By the end of the tournament, these players would like to have their name on the top of the table as far as the runs getters are concerned. So there may be that plan B in mind of Asif Ali at this point in time. But this is where the mentors come in, that you got to stay in the hunt. There's no point in hanging around and just taking it deep. You got to get your A game and perhaps look at the chances of coming back and playing some heroics for his respective team.
The very cool, the very calm Mohammad Rizwan. This has been a great combination, him and Misbah-ul-Haq. The team looks settled. They're playing 11. It's brilliant according to the conditions. That's Misbah-ul-Haq and Rizwan for you. 31 done, 137 for 6.
Engro Dolphins, फैसलाबाद बंगला दिखाओगे। देखिए फैसला बंगला कैसे डालता है।
Zahid must be relieved seeing Fahim Ashraf going back to the hut. He was taken apart, 12 runs in his first 2 overs. He was star bowler in the previous win, made a huge comeback, but since then there will always be a question mark on the wicket-taking ability of a leg spinner if you are able to break the partnerships.
Oh, what are you doing? Sloppy. The captain himself gave away an easy run. The smiles because you're spoiling his numbers. The smile is always there.
Yeah, and a collision between Rashid Riaz and Zahid as Zahid was seeing the ball. Went for a big one against the hope. Asif Ali in no position to play that big heave. And maybe there will be change of plans. Now they will take it deep to reduce the margin and perhaps have some decency as far as the game result is concerned. Still 145 runs away with 4 wickets remaining and a longer tail. It would be far-fetched to think of a win from this point.
Samin Gul can block, but that won't work. The required run rate almost 8 now. So Asif Ali will have to find a way from his partner to rotate the strike, or maybe keep the strike to himself most of the time.
Oh!
Superb bowling. He's found that rhythm. Zahid Mahmood took a fifer in the previous game. Look at that. Good flight, good pace, good length, good turn.
Yeah, it is a question that how you are utilized by your captain. And in the captaincy of Rizwan, he was introduced at that point in time where he could give the flight and ask the batsman to go after the bowling. In that process, he purchased 5 wickets, as you have just mentioned. This evening, he started off in a different time. Again, opposition's back is against the wall. He could introduce that flight and purchase some wickets. Went for a big heave. Asif. 3 fielders are converging. And it lands right in between all the 3. Miscommunication between fielders. Rizwan is trying to cool down his troops after that opportunity. Gone begging.
Zahid Mahmood ran long way back, and then there was Savar Afridi running in front. We'll have a look at it again. because this is the end of the 32nd over. 142 for 6.
ਭੰਗੜਾ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਪਾਈਦਾ ਜ਼ਰਾ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੱਸਣਾ ਫੈਸਲਾਬਾਦ ਜ਼ਰਾ ਸਾਰੇ ਇਕੱਠੇ ਆ ਜਾਓ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਚੰਗਾ ਭੰਗੜਾ ਪਾਉਂਦਾ ਨਾ ਉਹ ਵੱਡੀ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਤੇ ਫੌਰਨ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਟੀਵੀ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਤੇ ਜੋ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਮਚਾਏਗਾ ਉਹੀ ਟੀਵੀ ਤੇ ਆਏਗਾ ਤੇ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਕੌਣ ਮਚਾਏਗਾ ਬਲਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਕਹਾਂਗਾ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਵਾਲੇ ਰੌਲਾ ਕੌਣ ਪਾਏਗਾ अच्छा हमारी दोनों टीम के साथ मेंटोर हैं सबसे पहले तो यूएमटी मार्कोर के मेंटोर मिसबाह हक के लिए ताली और शोर होना चाहिए और हमारे एग्रो डॉल्फिन्स के मेंटोर सरफराज अहमद के लिए ताली और शोर
A bit of a drama happened. The last delivery when Zahid Mahmood bowled. It was 3 fielders converging to get the catch. No one was able to reach. But I strongly believe it was Zahid Mahmood's catch. Yeah, he just top edged one at the toe end. Look at this. Oh, Zahid Mahmood did really well. Look at that. Sarwar Afridi, the substitute, but Zahid Mahmood did all the hard work, went back with the sprint. Just when he was there, it just pulled off. It happens.
Clearly, this will be one area to improve as far as the international cricket standards are concerned. Obviously, Gary Kristen, Pakistan's white ball coach, has been keeping a close eye on all the performances, and arguably the team he has played for, including the famous poster boy Jonty Rhodes, was one of the best among the lot as far as fielding is concerned. So he will certainly need to raise the standards of fielding at the international level, and also at this stage where the best are in front of the best. These players hardly may have played with each other, with the teams being made for this Bahria Towns Champions Cup. So if the calling was done right, and if Zahid, as you mentioned, may have called correctly and loudly, he should have gone for it. Still, it will present him the opportunity to give further flight and ask Asif Ali to go for glory, and in that process purchase the wicket, because he still has a point to prove. Asif Ali is a favorite local boy. Not only that, but he also loves playing in Faisalabad. But if you like to visit a place which has got international monuments, you got Blue World City, Pakistan's first purpose-built tourist city. You name the monument, you get it over there.
Brilliant, Akhil.
So talking about Asif Ali, it's a happy hunting ground for him. Couple of centuries already for him 648 runs with an average of more than 40 in Faisalabad. Also a couple of 50s so far in his career. So he knows how to play in this ground. He scored a century in a T20 tournament on his very first list A game. So he loves playing in his home, in his own backyard.
Yeah, 200s already in this ground. 43.20 the average. They would want, Engro Dolphins would want him to get 100 if he can. Doesn't have much batting alongside him. 142 runs to get of 104 deliveries. There was a edge. Didn't have the pace to go to the boundary. So many bowling options, Akhil, for UMT Markhors. 9 of them can bowl. Only Rizwan and the wicketkeeper Bismillah, they don't bowl. Or else everyone in the team can bowl. 6 bowlers used. Kamran Ghulam, he's a left arm spinner. He can bowl also. Faizan, he can bowl, medium pacer. Samad, the medium pacer. So 6 been used, 3 can be used. 9 bowling options. Wow. 145 for 6 are Engro Dolphins in 33 overs.
Yeah, this is going to be a mouth-watering contest. Zahid, after creating that opportunity in the last ball of the previous over against Asif Ali. These are the moments which make you hero. Abdul Razak against South Africa in Abu Dhabi back in 2010. In Zamam against New Zealand in the semi-final of the 1992 World Cup. And maybe Asif Ali, when their backs are against the wall, can do something or take them at least to double figures difference against UMT Markhors, who have been clearly the team to beat in this tournament. If they are going to win this one, which is most likely outcome from here onwards, they will make it 3 out of 3.
Absolutely. I think he will have to do what Abdul Razak did in Abu Dhabi. That sort of an inning is required from Asif Ali. 33 at the moment. He's been cautious, unlike him. For how long? He takes a single on the very first delivery. Then there are dot deliveries. Exactly, you can hear it in the background. Somebody saying that he takes a single and then 5 dot deliveries. That's where the trouble is. The inability to rotate the strike by Sameen Gul. 12 ball 3. Again, another dot ball. So that's every dot ball is adding pressure on Asif Ali.
Yeah, this over is going rather quickly and will be interesting to see what's going on in the mind of Zahid with a slip and a leg slip, asking Sameen Gul to go after him. Sameen has got some different ideas, not going for the big one, not taking a single, taking it easy, and maybe trying to take it deep. A lot of determination on his face on the other side. So UMT Markhors will be sitting comfortably if they are going to make it 3 out of 3. Single on the first, single on the last ball. Sameen will keep the strike. 16 to go, 147 for 6 Engro Dolphins.
क्या लगता है कौन सी टीम जीतेगी? जीतेगी, जीतेगी भाई जीतेगी। मारखोर या डॉल्फिन? Sixer चाहिए या wicket? Sixer चाहिए या wicket? We want.
Lovely laid-back afternoon in Faisalabad, but non-stop cricketing action here in Faisalabad. Bahria Town Champions Cup is going on in full glory. In a few hours' time, Pakistan women will be taking on South African women. Quick single this time, finally, to bring Asif Ali on strike. Let's see what he has got in his reservoir of big shots. So must be a big battle for Pakistan, coming back for their second T20 international just before the World Cup. Remember, Pakistan beaten South Africa almost during these time last year in Karachi. But this is going to be a different outing under a younger captain. A great game, nonetheless, the previous one, where Pakistan took it deep. But despite 50s by Pakistan middle order, they were not able to cross the line. So it will be interesting to see how things are going to transpire in Multan tonight.
Yeah, they came close. They were defeated by just 10 runs. They did well. I think a bit of better effort was required as far as fielding is concerned. They gave away too many cheap runs. Second T20I been played tonight at 7 p.m. and then third T20I on 20th. It's a morning game, 10 a.m. start, live from Multan Cricket Stadium. We're talking about the same game, Pakistan-South Africa, first T20I, as wide as been given. I think Pakistan in the bowling department were very, very good. Especially Sadia Iqbal and Nida Dar, they were brilliant with the ball. Hardly gave anything away. But it was just the ability to finish the game, finish the inning also. 20 runs came of the last over. I think that was the difference in the game. And then Pakistan, top order problem continues. There was some good innings. The late peeling close, given. Sameen Gul goes after playing 16 deliveries.
Imran Randhawa beating the batsman by his pace off the back foot. Sameen was trying to work it around towards the onside, but in no position to play that one. Good pace off the wicket by Imran Randhawa, and a good piece of bowling from wicket to wicket. Once again able to convince the umpire Zulfikar Jan. His second success of the evening. Imran Randhawa, Sameen Gul departs after 5, 150 for 7. Mir Hamza must be thinking on the back of his mind how he had started the proceedings and in what position their team is in at this point in time. A lot of experience for him, but most of it coming through the way of his bowling, that too in the initial few overs. Things have changed on their head since the way he has bowled his opening spell of the game. He was unplayable, but now not only UMT Markhors made a huge comeback, but now they are also on the brink of another win. 3 slips for the newcomer. Giving him as a taste of his own medicine is Imran Randhawa.
How did that miss? How did that miss? Let's have a look at that LBW decision again. Pitched in line. Again, clipping maybe. Just maybe.
So if they are able to make it 3 out of 3, it will allow perhaps UMT Markhors to give some rest to his top weapon. Obviously, he has been carrying the bowling so far. Naseem Shah bowled brilliantly once again. Akif Javed has been supporting him from the other end. Rather, one would say that this evening he bowled his heart out, and even at times he was looking better than Naseem Shah. He has given the opportunity to Bismillah Khan to keep the wickets. Look at the slip cordon, Ali Yunus. 4 wickets. Classical display of some aggressive captaincy by Rizwan.
He can, because he knows he's in a commanding position in this game. He's dominating through his bowlers. 4 slips. Mir Hamza does well. 35 gone, 150 for 7.
Engro Dolphins 7 विकेट के नुकसान पे 135 रन चाहिए एंग्रो डॉल्फिन्स को जीतने के लिए 90 बॉल्स पे। क्या लगता है कौन सी टीम जीतेगी? कैसा बस सिक्सर चाहिए तो शोर मचा दो।
Seven down after 35 overs. Still a long way to go in terms of getting the runs. 135 more. 15 overs. 9 and over. Oh, he's picked that up nicely. In the vacant zone. 1 bounce and into the fence.
The last hope for Engro Dolphins is Asif Ali. Still hanging in there. Picked up the gap nicely. Fielder square was way in front of square. There was nobody in that direction. Just lifted it over the head of fielder at 45. That is a massive strike. A very, very clean blow from Asif Ali, giving some hope to Dolphins.
86-6 in the tournament. And Asif Ali's bat has produced the 3rd one in this match. 3 boundaries, 3 sixes to his name. He's 49 of 39, Asif Ali. He'll have to get quite a few of those to get those 125 without exposing the tail-enders. Quite surprising. We still haven't seen Usman Qadir. He bats all right, but they've chosen Samin Gul and now Mir Hamza over him. Lots of helicopters there in the background, the insects. Good ball.
Zahid fresh from a fifer in the previous game. Brought into the attack quite late. He did create an opportunity. Actually came in the 28th over. It's got pretty gloomy here, Sikandar. I don't think the crowd or the players will mind that. Certainly cooling off things a little bit.
That's his 50. 13th list F50 for Asif Ali. It'll be even better if he can take them home, but it'll take them an effort and a half. 3rd 50 at home in Faisalabad.
Yeah, he's got stiff competition in that middle order for a place. Omar Amin is sitting out, so Asif had to come good. Just 42 deliveries. Whenever Asif Ali scores runs, he'll score them quickly. 3 fours, 3 maximum. He needs some support from the other end. A slip in place and a leg slip also in place. good one for the Engro Dolphins. 36 gone, 161 for 7.
एंग्रो डॉल्फिन्स को जीतने के लिए 124 रन चाहिए 84 बॉलों में फैसलाबाद कौन सी टीम जीतेगी हाँ जी क्या लगता है आसिफ अली की टीम जीतेगी या फिर मोहम्मद रिजवान की टीम
Bit hazy in the distance. Sun almost behind clouds. Beautiful view of this complex here. Ball Stadium, Faisalabad has seen the homecoming of cricket through this Bahria Town Champions Cup. And it has been a wonderful experience for all of us.
One more. And he's going to be out. Yes, the minute he played that, he saw it's going down to the fielder's lap. Asif Ali goes after scoring 50. And it seems like it's all over for the Engro Dolphins.
Yes, their last hope was Asif Ali, who has just completed his 50 and out for the big hitting Asif Ali. Slowly dragging himself off the pitch. Kamran Ghulam took the catch. It fell right in his lap. Couldn't have found him better. Asif Ali gone for 50 of 43. Engro Dolphins 161 for 8.
देखिए क्या लगता है फैसलाबाद कौन सी टीम जीतेगी नए बैटर आ चुके हैं एंग्रो डॉल्फिन्स के लिए उस्मान कादिर
Usman Qadir is the new man in. Best of 57. That's why everybody was surprised that someone like Samin Gul, who was averaging 6, came to bat at number 8. Usman Qadir's average is almost 21. Well, Engro Dolphins have made quite a few calls that has surprised everyone.
The minute Asif Ali hit that shot, that last wicket, he knew that he hasn't got hold of it properly. He knew it that he's missed out. The fielder was right there. He didn't have to move much, straight into his lap. And the reaction he gave immediately after he played, the shot was just pretty much obvious. This was actually his second reaction after the catch was taken. The first reaction after he played that shot was absolutely rejecting himself on that.
Also, the sound that his bat made after that ball struck, you could tell it didn't hit the sweet spot. And probably that's when the realization would have come to Asif Ali that he hasn't got hold of that. Have a look at this. There you go. He turned his back, threw his head back. He knew the fate. Great facility for the fans. Now you can charge your mobile phones or tablets through Enverx Solar Energy while watching the game. You're never going to be out of power.
I've seen Usman Qadir in the domestic circuit striking a few big blows. It's very surprising that he wasn't set a little up in the order. But nevertheless, the whole chase was a bit messed up when they lost Saud Shakil's wicket. They, mind you, don't forget, won the toss and decided that they want to bowl first. And then they've just been chasing the game.
Yeah, and the disappointing thing will be that Imran Randhawa got 3 wickets. Somebody they would have targeted at the beginning of the run chase, that this is the bowler we're going to go after. To give him 3 wickets, that would be disappointing for the Engro Dolphins. Just going through the motions now. 161 for 8.
Zahid Mahmood, he'll be bowling his 6th over. He's got a first slip and a leg slip.
I was just mentioning, it's got pretty gloomy this time of the day. 5 o'clock local time. Fakhar Zaman was rested today. Probably we would have enjoyed the reprieve. He will be needed at the business end of the tournament. I'm pretty sure about that. It's the wrong one from Zahid. Mir Hamza was feeling for it.
You talk about gloomy or a bit different. Sun is also setting down. Lights have come on here. It's slowly gaining strength, but not all the poles. Oh, again, the one goes straight. Surely Mir Hamza is playing for that conventional leg spin. 2 slips now, along with the leg slip.
There was a noise. The bat brushed the ground. Zahid tried his luck. This was too short. Slip in a gully in place. Rizwan is on the attack. Naseem Shah at leg slip. That's a beautiful shot. Grey clouds and bright floodlights, making a very good contrasting image.
Easy 2 here. Got quite a few men around the bat, so some vacant zones. 38 overs bowled, 163 for 8. Iftikhar Ahmed will bowl his 4th over. In the tournament, he hasn't been the first choice for spin when you talk about Rizwan, because he's got Salman Agha. This is his 7th over in the tournament, Iftikhar. Usually he does get quite a big quota in white ball games when he plays for Pakistan. Well, like I said before, that Salman is really going great guns. His off spins are working well. He's amongst wickets. And he's bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 34 today.
Yeah, to go with his 49 as well. Earlier in the tournament as well. He's producing good performances with bat and ball consistently. Slowing it down was Iftikhar, tempting Mir Hamza. I think the invitation will be there. Although mid-off is back, mid-on is up in the ring. Look at that, Naseem Shah fielding at second slip. Pulling off a stunning save to the delight of his teammates. Bismillah, Rizwan, Naseem.
Can you think of another fast bowler who stands in the slip cordon?
First thought that comes to my mind is James Anderson.
Yeah, you're right. And he's a regular number. It's not just an odd position for him. This one for Naseem is just for fun. 39 gone, 166 for 8.
The quicks set the tone. Akif in particular bowled brilliantly. Naseem was equally good. Well, identical figures other than the number of dots. They're two pretty similar, 22, 23. But 1 for 28 of 6 overs for both the speedster. Randhawa reaped the rewards with the wickets. Salman Ali Agha squeezed the innings through those middle overs with 3 wickets.
क्लोज था ये सही है यहीं से जरा
Another fielder has come in close in the leg slip to go with the 2 slips.
That dot ball makes it 135 dots in this innings. In the 39.2 overs. That's how many overs? 139, 140 balls. 23. Out of 39.3 overs, 23 have been dots.
Look at all those 4 fielders, including Bismillah and wicketkeeper Hamza. There must be plenty of Pashto around. Hamza was looking to card it away. Hamza hails from Karachi, but he's a native Pashto speaker. So is Bismillah, Rizwan, Naseem Shah. Not to forget Iftikhar. Different dialect. Bismillah Khan, hailing from Quetta. Zulfikar Jan, the umpire, also hails from Northwest.
You name one more, then we start Pashto commentary. Over is 168 for 8 after 40. Look at that. They were ahead in the first power play, Engro Dolphins. But then they really started falling behind between over 11 and 20. And then it was always catching up game from there on. Signal for the end of the second power play from umpire Zulfikar Jan. So last 10 overs in this game, 117 of 60 deliveries. 2 wickets in hand.
It's interesting as we look. A close one there, but Hamza went back quickly. All the games, the chasing teams at 30 overs mark are very much in the game in terms of the runs compared to what their opposition team had, but always losing more wickets. It's only a matter of time before Hamza's patience will run out and he will try a big one. Saida. This is the shout from Bismillah. He wants Iftikhar to bowl maidens.
Oh, yes. Almost. Or has it? Yes. They're going to have a look. No, Usman is, Mir Hamza is walking. He's made it look so easy. It wasn't there. No celebrations whatsoever. So just deceived us for a moment. Wicket number 9 has fallen.
The softest of soft dismissals. Everything happened in slow motion. Iftikhar playing with the patience of Mir Hamza. That turned a little bit and carried comfortably to Iftikhar, who gleefully accepts his. Mir Hamza's vigil has come to an end. 4 of 21. The end is near for Engro Dolphins. 168 for 9.
Once again, the pattern is going to continue. No team so far has been able to chase down target in this Bahria Town Champions Cup. Iftikhar taking his share out of the bounty. Engro Dolphins losing another one. Softest dismissal in the end. Iftikhar taking it with a rich smile on his face. And Engro Dolphins will need to do a lot more to come back into the groove. Wicket maiden by Iftikhar. 9 to go. Engro Dolphins 168 for 9. UMT Markhors operating at full throttle in this Bahria Town Champion Cup, whereas Engro Dolphins will need to make a huge comeback. We have been talking about their team selection and the squad which have been available for them. Maybe they need to introduce some changes and introduce some experience in terms of the batters, especially in the middle overs and in the middle order as well. Sarfraz Ahmed, remember, not only is the mentor, but also a part of the squad for Engro Dolphins. And then they've also got the experience of Umar Amin. If they need the players who could take it deep, why not him?
Yeah, the entire batting lineup has been disappointing. So Sarfraz and Umar Amin combined
are the most experienced batters in the entire tournament. Usman Qadir, I think, has had enough of pushing and prodding. Looking to take on Zahid. Yeah, there is point in time where Saud and Sarfraz will need to get back to the drawing board and sort out that batting order. The opening is not clicking, the middle order is not doing well, and skipper Saud also hasn't looked in his fluent best. So Herrera, who was expected a lot to do, really has disappointed as well. So plenty of problems for Saud and Sarfraz, and they don't have a lot of time to ponder because it's a quick turnaround. Tomorrow they will be in action against Allied Bank Stallions. Another tough game.
Yeah, on the other side, it has been easy going for UMT Markhors. They were considered the best of the combination, but talking about the most experienced players in terms of the matches played, you got your man on the right-hand side of the screen, the mentor and also one of the players for Engro Dolphins. What I mean has been a workhorse wherever he has been playing, especially in the domestic cricket, be it the listed cricket or the first-class seasons. He would be instrumental if there is going to be a turnaround. One would think that. And obviously, Saud Shakil need to bring his A game, especially in terms of chasing. This pattern is going to continue by the look of things in the games to come. Remember, there will be day-night games from now on.
Second time in the over that went at catchable height past mid-off would have been, but he's back at long off, so nothing doing. Mohammad Akhlaq has also been a disappointment in that middle order. He's really not looked the part. With strange catchers in place, but Sufyan looked pretty capable in those few deliveries that he has negotiated. 42 gone, 172 for 9.
Sun is on its last legs in Faisalabad, but soon after the sunset, the action will continue in terms of the cricket being played in Multan Cricket Stadium between Pakistan and South African women. But before that, the formalities still need to be completed. Iftikhar to continue, already got 1 wicket out of the bounty. And good chance for Rizwan to give as much rest as possible to his frontline fast bowler Naseem Shah and Aqib Javed. Went for a big one and played in the air and kept on going. Maybe need to have another look. Finally, something to cheer about for Engro Dolphins, but perhaps too little, too late. Salman.
Well, yes, I don't know what they're looking to do in the previous over, but now this is something that they should look to do: score a few runs, at least bring the deficit down a bit, try a couple of shots or something. Iftikhar and the whole team looking for the last wicket. Still they have 13 runs. If they can win within them, they will earn the bonus points of winning by the margin of 100 plus or 100 runs. Umpire is still having a look at if the ball has hit the boundary directly on the full. this is a closer angle. And I think it has hit the boundary on the full. So finally we have a signal and it's a 6. So the deficit down by 6 runs.
Easy, 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 easy.
Again a batter running with both the gloves in one hand. And this is something that slows down your speed. You cannot run at your full. Usman Qadir now on strike.
Yes, Salman, we have been talking about the team selection and what could they do now with having quick turnarounds for the remaining games. You see any team selection, any changes in the team selection being made from now on for Engro Dolphins?
Yeah, I think they can have Sarfraz back. It will strengthen their middle order, and Umar Amin also. Both will give solidity and experience, both capable of scoring big runs. And this one has been reverse swept for a boundary. And Usman being the aggressor this time, as 43 overs are bowled, 183 for 9 Dolphins.
Action will continue tomorrow, and within a gap of these almost, 20 hours, they will need to come back. Engro Dolphins need to make a statement, and they will be up against the might of Allied Bank Stallions under the captaincy of Haris. Having lost one and won one, they would be looking forward to make a statement in Iqbal Stadium. Once again, played in the air. You hear that sound, and this is the result. A massive one by Sufyan.
Well, another good hit. This time it's Sufyan, a big 6 over mid-wicket. And a place nearly all left-handers fancy, going big. It was tossed up by Zahid. This is what he wanted. Wanted the batter to have a go. And he absolutely middled it. And once again, this one is in the air, and the fielders converging, but the ball will fall in the middle as they both avoid a collision. And Zahid, deep in his thoughts, got the edge, but it fell safely. So some throwing going on, unnecessary one. And there it is, Saeed Ajmal, the spin bowling coach. This one was thrown wide, was a googly, and that's why it was a top edge.
At least what these shots have done is that the margin of defeat, if they are going to be beaten in this particular game, would be less than 100 runs. But if you talk to Sufyan, he would like to have a bit more glory. Usman Qadir going to face now Zahid, and once again will go away with that single. So yeah, quick turnaround for Engro Dolphins, where whatever they need to do, they need to do in the dressing room after the end of this game. We are UMT Markhors. They have got their engine revving up. They are going to have 3 out of 3 by the look of things. Another quick single. And if you talk about UMT Markhors and you talk to Gary Kristen regarding the workload of the players, especially the fast bowlers, would you suggest them having some rest to the frontline fast bowlers, especially Naseem Shah and Akif?
Yes, I'm sure they'll be safely through to the power plays and possibly in the qualifiers. And here comes the final call. The final wicket goes down as umpire Rashid Diaz raises his finger, and Usman Qadir is judged leg before wicket. And 192 it is, and curtains for Engro Dolphins as they lose another one. And on the other hand, the UMT Markhors team, they must be extremely happy with all the wins so far and all by some distance.
Yes, UMT Markhors have been in full gear, and finally Zahid sharing his part of bounty out of the wickets of Engro Dolphins. Usman Kader is the final one to go, but this was always looking like a formality for the last 10 overs or so. He hung around with a bit of contribution. In 19 deliveries, he could contribute with 10 runs, but that was never going to be sufficient for them. Another big win for UMT Markhors, who have been up and running right from the get-go under the captaincy of Rizwan. Almost every player contributing with his part. And big thinking and decision-making to be done for Engro Dolphins under the captaincy of Saud Shakil, including the team selection, the batting order. The only thing which worked out well for them was the start of the game, where they got a couple of wickets when Mir Hamza was bowling brilliantly, but since then it has been a steady decline for Engro Dolphins. Two top performers of this tournament, Kamran Ghulam on your right, Rizwan on your left. Rizwan being the best of the lot so far, 3 out of 3, and Kamran Ghulam head and shoulders above the rest of them in terms of the most runs in this tournament. 2 centuries already under his belt, everything working perfectly well for UMT Markhors. They are looking like the team to beat in this tournament. Every player contributing with his part, especially Kamran Ghulam, Salman Ali Agha in the middle order. Although they had a bit of collapse towards the end with the wickets of Iftikhar Ahmed Samad, but they are the team to beat Salman.
Finally, thank you. Yes, they have been brilliant in all 3 departments of the game. Talk about batting, hundreds, players batting for longer in pairs, creating partnerships, and then tail-enders making use of the available overs because they had also lost wickets, and the last 3 players had to play around 7 overs, and they did it in fine style, got around valuable 35 plus runs, and then came their bowlers and did the damage. Akif, Naseem Shah, and then later on, it was Agha Salman, brilliant spell, 3 wickets for him, and his 10 overs were really economical. And then came Imran, and he just wiped off the lower middle order. Asif, Fahim, and Sameen, all taken by Imran Randhawa, who also contributed a very valuable 20-odd in the later stages and made sure that his team played the maximum number of overs, and also ensured at the end that they didn't allow Engro Dolphins to come close to their target by picking up wickets.
Yeah, with the wickets of Ferreira and Mohammad Akhlaq, they were looking in a free fall. Akif Javed bowled brilliantly with a peach of a delivery, inducing that edge. Ferreira in no position to play that delivery by Akif, and then Naseem Shah joined him with another great ball where Akhlaq was in 2 minds. And then after a bit of partnership, Sahibzada Farhan went for a wild swing. Qasim Akram could not spend much time out there. Salman Ali Agha with the low trajectory got through the defenses of Qasim Akram, and then it started the procession. Salman Ali Agha was on fire, not only with his bat but also with his off-spin bowling. Imran Randhawa taking his share of the bounty. Back-to-back wickets for him. Sameen, after a bit of hanging around, he fell also to Randhawa, and then Asif Ali. As long as he was out there, there was a bit of hope, although that was hanging around with a thin thread, but it couldn't work for them. And then Mir Hamza followed the procession along with Usman Kader, who was the last man to go back.
Well, the bowling card for the Markhors: Naseem 6 overs, 28 for 1. Akif 6 overs, 28 for 1. So all good for them. Imran 7 overs, 28 for 3, and Salman 10 overs, 34 for 3 were the main contributors in terms of wickets. And then in the end, Iftikhar and Zahid also picking up 1, restricting the Dolphins to 192. And another all-out, another growing concern regarding batting and also none of the teams have been able to chase so far in the Champions Cup. And this is something that the coaches, captains, mentors, all will be joining their heads to ensure that something different happens and they're able to rectify what is emerging as, you know, a concern which is common in all the dressing rooms.
UMT Markhors have been unstoppable in this tournament so far. 3 out of 3, where Kamran Ghulam and Rizwan contributed with a heavy partnership. Fahim Ashraf got 4 wickets in the end. Mir Hamza started with a couple of wickets, but in response, Engro Dolphins were bundled out on 192. They were beaten by a margin of 92 runs. We take a break, and when we come back, we will be with you with a presentation from Iqbal Stadium.
हेलो हेलो चेक 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 हेलो हेलो 1 2 1 2 ये R2 है ठीक है हेलो 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 हेलो
आ रही है हाँ Hello and welcome once again to a post-match presentation. This is for match 6 and another big win for a side batting first. 92 runs was the margin and UMT Markhors won another game and stay right on top of that points table in this Bahria Town Champions Cup. Now to introduce my presentation party, starting from my left, Mr. Nadeem Khan, Director High Performance, Pakistan Cricket Board. And next to him, Mr. Hafiz Farman Ali on behalf of Inverix Solar Energy. Thank you for joining us. Now I'd request Mr. Hafiz Farman Ali to please present the Inverix Solar Energy Energetic Batter of the Match Cash Award of 50,000. Goes to the captain of the Markhors, Mohammad Rizwan, for his 51 of 67. 3 boundaries and a 6 for the captain. Well played, Rizwan, as a captain, as a team as well. Now I'll request Mr. Nadeem Khan to please present the Bahria Town Player of the Match Trophy and Cash Award of 25,000 rupees, and that goes to Kamran Ghulam for his second 100 in the tournament. 113 not out today, or not, I beg your pardon, 113 was his score of 110. 12 boundaries and 3 sixes to Kamran's name. And played an important integral part in getting the side to 280 plus, batting first. We'll talk to Kamran. Kamran, एक और शानदार इनिंग्स में मुबारकबाद, एक अच्छा फॉर्म चल रहा है. मैं ये देखना चाहूँगा कि जब चेस कर रही हो टीम तब भी ऐसा होगा कि नहीं होगा, क्योंकि आप बाहर वहाँ मौजूद हैं. ऐसा क्या है कि जो है बैटिंग जो पहले कर रहे हैं वो तो रन्स कर रहे हैं।
कि दूसरा चेस मुश्किल है, मेरे ख्याल से इस तरह कुछ है नहीं, बस सारा मेंटल गेम है। मेरे ख्याल से सब लोगों ने मेंटल पे ज़्यादा सरवार किया है कि दूसरा चेस नहीं हो रहा, पर ऐसा कुछ है नहीं। अगर आप आराम से खेलो तो आराम से चेस हो सकता है।
कंसिस्टेंटली परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं आप इस टूर्नामेंट में। मुझे बताएं थोड़ा प्रिपरेशन क्या करते हैं पर हर मैच से पहले, किस तरह से मेंटली अपने आप को प्रिपेयर करते हैं, क्यों रिजल्ट्स नज़र आ रहे हैं?
जी बिल्कुल, मैच से पहले अपने आप को कूल एंड काम रखता हूँ और इससे प्रैक्टिस करता हूँ, और जब मैच डे होता है तो उसमें थोड़ा कूल एंड काम रखता हूँ, अपने शॉट पे रहता हूँ, तो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह अल्लाह सक्सेस कराता है।
हमने देखा कि शुरू के मैचेस में पेसर्स ज़्यादा विकेट ले रहे थे और सेकंड पार्ट में अभी तक जो है स्पिनर्स ज़्यादा आए हैं। आपने ओवरऑल बैटिंग की हुई है, 6 मैचेस हो गए, आपको ऐसा महसूस हुआ है कि अब स्पिनर्स का थोड़ा जो है हो रहा है, से आ रहा है बॉलिंग में?
जी आई थिंक अभी मेरे ख्याल से विकेट थोड़ा ड्राई हो गया, मेरे ख्याल स्पिन साइड पे जाएगा विकेट, क्योंकि गर्मी बहुत ज़्यादा है, डैम में मैचेस भी हो रहे, तो मेरे ख्याल से थोड़ा स्पिन साइड पे विकेट इसके बाद भी जाएगा।
चलिए कामरान, बहुत शानदार इनिंग्स थी आपकी, बहुत मज़ा आया देखकर। थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस हियर। Kamran Ghulam, the player of the match. Now I'll request the losing captain to please join us. Saud Shakil, the captain of the Dolphins. सऊद, टॉस पे आप बिल्कुल श्योर थे कि हमें चेज़ ही करना है, हालांकि पैटर्न से अलग है। अब मैच के बाद इसको कैसा देख रहे हैं, अपने डिसीजन को नहीं लेकिन इस पैटर्न को कि जो चेंज हुआ नहीं है अभी?
मेरा ख्याल है कि हम जिस तरह मैंने टॉस जीता था और जिस तरह हमारा स्टार्ट हुआ था, लेकिन स्टिल हमने इनको 280 तक पकड़ा था, जो कि डिसेंट स्कोर था। मेरा ख्याल है कि बैटिंग में हम उस तरह हम क्लिक नहीं कर रहे जिस तरह हमें करना चाहिए और इस मैच को फिनिश करना चाहिए। मेरे ख्याल में वहाँ हम लैग कर रहे हैं।
हर टीम का अपना एक मंत्र होता है किसी टूर्नामेंट में, किस तरह की 11 खिलानी है। इससे पहले तो एक ही मैच था, अब 2 मैचेस के बाद आपको लग रहा है कि कुछ एक्सपीरियंस इंक्लूड किया जा सकता है, फाइन ट्यून की कर सकते हैं?
हाँ जी बिल्कुल, हम थोड़ा सा आज बैठेंगे और हमारा कल ही मैच है, इत्तेफाक से कल मैच है हमारा, तो हमारे पास ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं है हम सेटल होने के लिए, और कुछ सोचेंगे कि थोड़ा सा हम किस तरह अपने ऑप्शंस को यूज़ कर सकते हैं और यूटिलाइज़ कर सकते हैं। थोड़ा एक्सपीरियंस है हमारे पास डगआउट पे को, तो हो सकता है कि थोड़ी सी चेंजेस देखने को मिले।
एज अ बैटर पाकिस्तान नेशनल साइड में है, कोई ऐसा मार्क्ड चेंज नज़र आया है प्लेइंग कंडीशंस में पहली और दूसरी बैटिंग में जो आपको लगता है कि रिजल्ट्स ऐसे?
हाँ देखें, अगर ऑनेस्टली बताऊँ तो थोड़ा सा गर्मी का फैक्टर वहाँ पे आता है। एज अ प्रोफेशनल ये बात नहीं करनी चाहिए, लेकिन ये फैक्टर आप वहाँ पे थोड़ा सा आ जाता है कि आप डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट खेल रहे होते हैं तो गर्मी ज़्यादा होती है, कुछ प्लेयर इतना यूज टू नहीं होते, लेकिन ये कि ये सब चीज़ें चलती रहती हैं साथ।
चलिए 2 मैचेस हुए टीम के, गुड लक टू यू फॉर टुमारो।
थैंक्स वेरी मच।
चलिए, Saud Shakil, captain of the Engro Dolphins. Now I'll request the winning captain, Mohammad Rizwan, UMT Markhors, to come and have a word with us. Rizwan, शानदार विन, एक बार फिर मुबारकबाद आपको। आपने टॉस के टाइम पे कहा था कि हम पैटर्न्स नहीं प्रोसेस को ज़्यादा वैल्यू देते हैं, लेकिन आप बताएं अपने एक्सपीरियंस से, मैं सबसे ये सवाल कर रहा हूँ कि पैटर्न तो जीत ही रहा है, 100 में से 100 नंबर हैं कि वो पहले बैटिंग करें और जीत जाए।
सिकंदर भाई, बिल्कुल मुझे लगता है कि उनका डिसीजन जो था वो बिल्कुल ठीक था, क्योंकि अगर मैं भी टॉस जीते तो मैं भी बॉलिंग कर रहा था, क्योंकि आप रिक्वायरमेंट देखते, सिचुएशन देखते, उस हिसाब से डिसीजन लेते। बाकी आप ये कह सकते हैं कि शायद अगर मेरा हमजा के साथ उस टाइम किसी को ब्रेक थ्रू मिलता वहाँ से, तो ये जो रन्स बोर्ड पे लगे हुए थे उस टाइम ना होते। इस तरह मेरे ख्याल से कुछ कोलैप्स वगैरह होते हैं जिसकी वजह से वो लगता है कि वो डिसीजन उल्टा हो गया, मगर मैं स्टिल कहता हूँ कि उन लोगों ने जो डिसीजन लिया था वो बिल्कुल परफेक्ट था, क्योंकि मैं भी टॉस जीत के बॉलिंग कर रहा था, मॉइस्चर था, ग्रास खुश्क था, और यही टाइम होता है कि आप बैट्समैनों को 1 डे में वाइट बॉल से आप फंसाते हैं। तो डिसीजन तो ठीक था, बहरहाल प्रोसेस यही था कि शायद कुछ गलतियाँ हो जाती है, फिटनेस शायद 35 ओवर के बाद थोड़ा सा हमें डाउन हो जाता है, हमें रन मिलने में शुरू हो जाते हैं, तो कुछ ये चीज़ें हैं कि जिसकी वजह से मैच जो है ना अपोजिशन के पास जा रहा है।
क्या कप्तान वापस उसी फैसले पे आ जाएंगे, क्योंकि ये आखिरी डे गेम था, अब सारे डे नाइट मैचेस हैं, तो अर्ली मॉइस्चर की तो बात नहीं है, तो बात होगी कि यहाँ पता नहीं ड्यू है कि नहीं है, चेज़ ज़्यादा अच्छा होगा कि नहीं होगा, तो आपको लगता है आप तो खैर इस पोजीशन में एज अ टीम इतने सारे पॉइंट्स हैं कि आप एक्सपेरिमेंट कर सकते हैं, बट आप अभी भी यहाँ पे चेज़ करना चाहेंगे अगर मौका मिलेगा?
हाँ सिकंदर भाई, मैं स्टिल अपने उस जब भी आऊँगा टास्क के सिचुएशन देखूंगा, सिचुएशन जैसे अभी सारे लगे जो पैटर्न चल रहा है टूर्नामेंट के, जो बैटिंग चेस कर रहा है वो जो न जीत रहा है, मगर सुबह में चेस मुख्तलिफ आया था कि मैंने चेस करना है। अब जैसे नेक्स्ट मैचेस में आऊँगा तो सिचुएशन देखूंगा कि उसकी डिमांड क्या है, डिमांड को पूरा करूँगा, और अच्छी क्रिकेट जो टीम खेल रही है, कैचेस ले रहे हैं, फील्डिंग में आउटस्टैंडिंग है, बॉलिंग की जगह पे कर रहे हैं, जैसे उस दिन अगर देख लें स्टेलियंस के बॉलर ने हमें फंसा के रखा था, मगर फिर एट द एंड जो हमारा टारगेट इतना नहीं था, हालांकि फिर भी ऐसा था कि 232 इतना नहीं था, मगर फिर हमारा जो अल्लाह पाक ने साथ दिया तो डिफरेंट था सब कुछ।
अच्छे एक्सपेरिमेंट्स किए आपने प्लेइंग 11 के साथ। आप बिस्मिल्लाह को आज आपने ग्लव्स दिए, आपके स्क्वाड में हसीबुल्ला भी थे, वो अभी नज़र नहीं आ रहे हैं, आपने अपने ग्लव्स हटा के उनको दिए, तो हसीबुल्ला किधर है?
सिकंदर भाई उसको इंजरी हुई है, मेरे ख्याल से बकौल डॉक्टर के कि शायद उसको एक हफ्ता एक वीक और लगेगा, अराउंड इतना ही। तो इंशाल्लाह जैसे ही वो फिट होता है तो हमने सब्जेक्ट टू फिटनेस डाला हुआ है उसको, इंशाल्लाह जैसे ही फिट होगा उम्मीद है कि इंशाल्लाह स्क्वाड में आ जाएगा।
चलिए बहुत बहुत मुबारक हो आपको एक और मैच जीतने पे और टेबल टॉपर होने पे।
थैंक यू सिकंदर भाई, थैंक यू।
Mohammad Rizwan, the captain of UMT Markhors. That sums up the presentation, and we'll take you upstairs. Don't go away. We have the post-show lined up.
Ball in, first one for Mir Hamza. Out, brilliant catch. Driven beautifully.
Charge given, and it has worked. So feet down the ground and bang. Knocked him over. Wow, what a beach of a delivery. But the edge is on. Beautifully into the gap.
Room offered and accepted by the batter.
Nice looking shot off the back foot.
Bowls in, that's a ripper.
Oh, it's a top edge. He's gone.
One, two, three. Hello, 1, 2, 3, Mike. Well, the trend continues here at the Bahria Town Champions Cup. Once again, the chasing team couldn't cross the line. UMT Markhors scoring 284 after being put in by Engro Dolphins, and in return Engro Dolphins were bundled out for 192. A magnificent 100 from Kamran Ghulam with the bat. Rizwan scoring a half century. Salman one shy of a half century. Second time around, the bowling was superb for UMT Markhors. Imran Randhawa with 3 wickets. Salman Ali Agha once again chipping with 2 wickets as well, making sure that got a comprehensive victory, and that will take him to the top of the leaderboard of this Bahria Town Champions Cup. UMT Markhors, the clear favourites at the moment on top, and the Dolphins with 2 defeats alongside the Nurpur Lions are also reeling at the bottom of the table. Dolphins will get a chance to make inroads tomorrow into that points table. They will have another game tomorrow against Allied Bank Stallions. That will be later. Welcome along to the post-match show here. Once again, like I said, the chasing teams are finding it very hard to go over the line, but someone who is really enjoying this tournament, both with bat and ball, I have got alongside me Salman Ali Agha. Very warm welcome, Salman Ali Agha.
Thank you.
And well played and well bowled. Bat and ball दोनों के साथ आपने बहुत अच्छा second game in a row आप perform कर रहे हैं. कैसा आज के मैच की तरफ आए जब आप बैटिंग करने गए, प्लेटफॉर्म सेट था, कैसे अपनी इनिंग्स को जो है बिल्ड किया?
बिल्कुल, आज जो था थोड़ा मुझे लगता है विकेट स्लोअर साइड पर था, और मुझे आइडिया था कि अगर हम यहाँ पे 280 290 रन करते हैं तो वो इतने आसान नहीं होगा चेस करने में. मैंने वही कोशिश की कि गेम का एंड तक लेके जाऊँ, और 280 और 290 का टारगेट रखा हुआ था और वो हमने अचीव किया. फिर जब बॉलिंग आई तो बॉलिंग में मुझे आइडिया था कि अगर यहाँ पर मतलब सीम को हिट किया जाए तो ग्रिप मिल सकती है, तो वो मैं वही कर रहा था.
और एज ए क्रिकेटर आपकी इवोल्यूशन हम देख रहे हैं कि साल ब साल जो है आप इवॉल्व कर रहे हैं. सो मच सो कि अभी जो टेस्ट सीरीज़ हुई वहाँ पे एज ए स्पेशलिस्ट स्पिनर, लोन स्पिनर भी आप खेले पाकिस्तान के लिए. तो आप अपने करियर में इस वक्त जिस फॉर्म में अभी हैं, वहाँ आप कैसे देख रहे हैं? पहले अगर मैं स्टार्ट करूँ कि इस टूर्नामेंट से जिस तरह बैक टू बैक आपने परफॉर्मेंस दी बैट और बॉल के साथ, तो उसको पहले डिस्क्राइब करें, फिर ओवर अ लॉन्गर पीरियड कैसे देख रहे हैं?
ये बिल्कुल, जब मुझे लगता है कि जब आप अच्छी फॉर्म में होते हो, दोनों बैटिंग और बॉलिंग, ऐसा होता कम ही है कि आप या तो बैटिंग में अच्छी फॉर्म में होते हो या बॉलिंग में. तो मैं लकीली अभी दोनों अच्छी फॉर्म में हूँ, तो कोशिश कर रहा हूँ कि जितना मैक्सिमम इनका कर सकूँ करूँ, क्योंकि जब आपकी अच्छी फॉर्म होती है तो कोशिश यही करनी चाहिए कि इसको जितना मैक्सिमम कर सकते हैं करें, और जितनी परफॉर्मेंस कर सकते हैं करें. और मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूँ इस टूर्नामेंट में एवरी गेम में चिप इन करूँ, और मतलब रिलैक्स नहीं हूँ, और कोशिश करूँ कि एवरी सिंगल गेम में परफॉर्म करूँ. और वैसे इंटरनेशनली और जब अपना करियर देखूँ तो कोशिश यही है कि एज ए ऑलराउंडर, प्रॉपर ऑलराउंडर खेलूँ, और टीम को जिस भी टीम से खेलूँ उसमें बैटिंग बॉलिंग दोनों में परफॉर्मेंस करके दूँ.
और पाकिस्तान की टीम में जिस तरह आपकी एंट्री हुई और तब से मुसलसल आप परफॉर्म कर रहे हैं, डोमेस्टिक करियर आपका काफ़ी लंबा है उससे पहले, तो वो जो ग्राइंड थी, जो आपने जिसे कहते हैं स्लैंग में रगड़ा खाया पीछे, उसका कितना फ़ायदा होता है जब आप इंटरनेशनल में आए हैं?
बिल्कुल, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अगर वो जैसे आप कह रहे हैं रगड़ा ना खाया होता तो शायद इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट इतना प्रोलॉन्ग ना हो सकता और इतनी परफॉर्मेंस ना हो सकती. मुझे लगता है कि वहाँ पर वो चीज़ें मैंने जो इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट में फेस करनी थी वहाँ पर बार बार मैं फेस कर गया, और उसका मुझे फ़ायदा हुआ है. और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अगर जो क्रिकेटर इस तरह रगड़ा खा कर जाते हैं तो वो मुझे लगता है इंटरनेशनल में मोस्टली सक्सेस.
अच्छा सलमान, थोड़ा आपका ऑडियो का इशू हो रहा है, वो सॉर्ट आउट करते हैं. अच्छा, मैं आपको थोड़ा सा माइक ऊपर से पकड़ लें. अच्छा, तो मैं जिस तरह आप ये बात कर रहे थे इंटरनेशनल क्रिकेट में और डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट का जो एक्सपीरियंस है वो आपके काम आया, और जो स्पेशली जब भी आपको जिस रोल में भी समटाइम्स ये होता है आपको टेल के साथ बैटिंग करनी पड़ती है, कभी आपको 2 ओवर मिलते हैं, कभी मिलती भी नहीं बॉलिंग, उन सारी चीज़ों को लेके कैसे आपकी प्रेपरेशन कैसे होती है?
मैं कोशिश यही करता हूँ कि मैं मतलब 25 करोड़ लोगों में खेल रहा हूँ, मतलब 11 में, तो मैं कोई आसान काम तो करने के लिए मुझे रखा नहीं गया. अगर आप 25 करोड़ में से 11 में आए तो आपको मुश्किल काम के लिए रखा गया. तो मेरी कोशिश यही रहती है कि अगर जो भी मुझे अपॉर्चुनिटी मिल रही है उसको मैक्सिमाइज़ कैसे कर सकता हूँ, चाहे वो टेल के साथ बैटिंग करनी है, चाहे वो 2 ओवर मिल रहे हैं, 3 ओवर मिल रहे हैं. कोशिश यही है कि मैं उसमें से कुछ ना कुछ निकालूँ और टीम के लिए फ़ायदा करूँ. ये सोचकर मैं अपनी प्रिपरेशन भी करता हूँ और ये सोचकर मैचेस भी खेलता हूँ.
और आइडियली अगर आपसे पूछा जाए इन एन आइडियल वर्ल्ड, आप फर्ज किया कि अगर लिस्ट ए फॉर्मेट में आइडियल नंबर आप अपना कौन सा देखते हैं?
मैं मतलब ये आइडियल नंबर सोचना काफ़ी देर से छोड़ दिया है, क्योंकि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं किसी भी टीम से खेलता हूँ तो मुझे वो बंदा होना चाहिए कि मैं किसी भी नंबर पे खेल सकता हूँ और किसी भी जगह बॉलिंग कर सकता हूँ. मैं इस तरह का माइंडसेट रख के खेल रहा हूँ और इस तरह का माइंडसेट से मुझे काफ़ी फ़ायदा हो रहा है. पहले मैं भी सोचता था कि मुझे इस नंबर पर बैटिंग करनी चाहिए, यहाँ बॉलिंग करनी चाहिए, लेकिन फिर मुझे लगा कि मतलब ये क्रिकेट है कि इसमें कोई चीज़ आसानी से मिलती तो है नहीं है, तो फिर मुझे इस तरह का सोचता ही नहीं. मैं सोचता ही ये हूँ कि मुझे कहीं भी मौका मिलेगा मैं अपनी परफॉर्मेंस करूँगा.
दैट इज़ एन एक्सीलेंट एटीट्यूड टू हैव. अच्छा, मुझे ये बताएं, इस चैंपियंस कप को जिस सीज़न का बिगिनर है, बड़ा एक हाइप मिली, एक पीसीबी की भी कोशिश थी कि इस तरह का सेटअप बनाया जाए कि डोमेस्टिक और इंटरनेशनल का जो ब्रिज है उसको जो गैप है उसको ब्रिज किया जाए। तो जो एनवायरनमेंट आप अपनी टीम में देख रहे हैं कुछ उसके बारे में बताइए।
जी बिल्कुल, एनवायरनमेंट ऐसी है कि सीनियर और जूनियर प्लेयर्स का जो है वो अपना मिक्सचर है, तो काफ़ी कुछ सीखने को जूनियर प्लेयर्स को भी मिल रहा है और इवन सीनियर प्लेयर्स को भी, क्योंकि टूर्नामेंट काफ़ी टफ हो रहा है। आप किसी भी टीम से मैच खेलते हैं तो उनके पास मोस्टली 4, 5 से 6, 7 स्टार्स आपको मिलते हैं हर प्लेइंग 11 में, और जो बाकी 4, 5 प्लेयर्स भी होते हैं वो भी इंटरनेशनल, वो भी डोमेस्टिक के प्रॉपर मतलब सीजनल प्लेयर होते हैं। तो काफ़ी मतलब वो है कि किसी टीम में कोई वीकनेस नहीं है, आपको मोस्टली टीम्स बैलेंस ही मिलेंगी। तो और कम्पेटिटिव क्रिकेट हो रही है तो काफ़ी फ़ायदा हो रहा है इससे।
और डोमेस्टिक क्रिकेट में इवन PSL में रिजवान की कप्तानी जो है वो बहुत शानदार रहा करती है। आपका एक्सपीरियंस उनके नीचे खेलने का, क्योंकि उनके बारे में ये मशहूर है जितने उनके पास रिसोर्सेज होते हैं मैक्सिमम वो यूज़ करते हैं। अपना पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस बताइए।
बिल्कुल, मुझे लगता है काफ़ी क्लेवर मतलब वो पर्सन भी हैं और काफ़ी क्लेवर कैप्टन है। उन चीज़ों को बड़ी ज़्यादा पैनिक नहीं होते और चीज़ों को काफ़ी जल्दी असेस करते हैं और कोशिश करते हैं कि मतलब एक पैटर्न से ना चलें, चीज़ों को मतलब अलग अलग तरीके से करते रहते हैं। मतलब किसी अगर पार्टनरशिप लगी है तो मतलब वेट ना करें कि भी पार्टनरशिप उठेगी तो हम नई चीज़ें करेंगे, नहीं, वो कुछ ना कुछ नया करते रहते हैं। तो मेरे ख्याल से ये उनकी जो कैप्टनसी का मुझे जो लगा वो ये मुझे लगा कि काफ़ी की है इसके लिए।
मैं इसलिए आपसे पूछा क्योंकि आपने खुद भी जो है वो काफ़ी कप्तानी की हुई है। कुछ आपको लगा डिफरेंस इन स्टाइल कि आप किस स्टाइल के कप्तान थे, वो आपसे कुछ डिफरेंट हैं या कुछ सीखने को मौका मिला?
मैं थोड़ा डिफरेंट कैप्टन हूँ, मैं मतलब थोड़ी डिफरेंट तरीके से चीज़ें करता हूँ और मुझे सीखने को तो काफ़ी कुछ मिल रहा है, क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि मैंने कैप्टनसी जो की है उसमें मुझे काफ़ी कुछ चीज़ें, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया ना कि पार्टनरशिप लग जाए तो वो सिट बैक नहीं करते, वो कोई ना कोई मतलब नई चीज़ करते रहते हैं ताकि मतलब विकेट मिल जाए। तो वो एक चीज़ है जो मैं सीख रहा हूँ उनसे, और मेरे ख्याल से ही इज़ वेरी क्लेवर पर्सन एंड वेरी क्लेवर कैप्टन एज वेल।
और एक बात ज़रूर आपसे पूछूंगा, हालांकि आप लोगों ने तो चेज़ नहीं किया, ये हो क्या रहा है? चेज़ टीमें जो है विकेट में इतना ज़्यादा फ़र्क आ रहा है, कंडीशंस में फ़र्क आ रहा है, कोई फिटनेस का इशू है, कोई मेंटल इशू है। आप एज ए प्लेयर इन अ बेस्ट पोजीशन टू एनालाइज कैसे देख रहे हैं?
सबसे पहले तो मैं इंतज़ार कर रहा हूँ कि किस दिन हम चेज़ करेंगे, क्योंकि मुझे भी मतलब वो चीज़ें एक्सपीरियंस करनी है जो दूसरे लोग एक्सपीरियंस कर रहे हैं। मतलब मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि पिच मुझे लगता है आज भी और पिछला मैच हमने खेला दोनों में सेम ही था, मतलब दोनों इनिंग्स में ज़्यादा डिफरेंस आया नहीं। तो मुझे अब इस बात का मतलब आइडिया नहीं है फिटनेस का है या मतलब चीज़ें, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि टीमें जो है ना वो अगर बैक टू बैक विकेट मिलते हैं ना उसमें पैनिक होकर मुझे लग रहा है कि मतलब आउट हो रहे हैं, और वो फिर वहाँ से जैसे अगर 70 for 2 होते हैं और ऑल ऑफ अ सडन 90 for 5 होते हैं, जब आप मतलब ऑलमोस्ट चेज़ कर रहे हैं तो 90 for 5 उसके बाद बड़ा मुश्किल हो जाता है। और मैं काफ़ी वेट कर रहा हूँ कि जिस दिन हम चेज़ करेंगे, होपफुली नेक्स्ट गेम में चेज़ करें हम।
कुछ T20 का इन्फ्लुएंस है कि जो ओवर नंबर 20 से 40 के दरमियान मोस्ट ऑफ, हालांकि स्टार्ट अच्छे नहीं मिलते, फिर एक पार्टनरशिप होती है, लेकिन लगता है ओवर नंबर 20 और 40 के दरमियान विकेटें ज़्यादा गिर जाती हैं।
मुझे लग रहा है जो बैक टू बैक विकेट मिल रही है ना उसके बाद का जो प्रेशर है ना वो ऑब्जॉर्व नहीं हो पा रहा, क्योंकि वहाँ पे आपको प्रेशर ऑब्जॉर्व करना पड़ता है और उसके बाद फिर इनिंग को दोबारा बिल्ड करना पड़ता है। तो वहाँ पर जो प्रेशर है ना वो उस प्रेशर को दो विकेटें मिलती हैं, तो वो उस प्रेशर की वजह से 3, 4, 5 विकेटें हो जाती हैं, फिर वो उसके बाद गेम ही खत्म हो जाती है। तो मेरे ख्याल से वो जो प्रेशर है ना उसको ऑब्जॉर्व नहीं किया जा रहा,
क्योंकि मिडिल ऑर्डर, आप खुद मिडिल ऑर्डर में खेलते हैं, आपको ज़ाहिर है बहुत बेहतर पता होगा कि 5 फील्डर दायरे में होते हैं तो विकेटें गिरती हैं तो सिंगल निकालना मुश्किल होता है, और बाउंड्री का ऑप्शन ज़ाहिर है कि कहीं ना कहीं आपको कैलकुलेटेड रिस्क लेना होता है। इसी में शायद इसी मिक्सअप में बैलेंस में फॉल्टर कर रहे हैं बैटर्स।
बिल्कुल मुझे लग रहा है कि इसमें आप स्किल का भी कह सकते हैं, क्योंकि अगर आप 5 फील्डर के अलावा भी मेरे ख्याल से इतनी स्पेस होती है ग्राउंड में कि आप सिंगल्स बना सकते हैं। तो मुझे लग रहा है वो प्रेशर जो है ना उसको ऑब्जॉर्व नहीं कर पा रहे, क्योंकि अगर आप 70 for 2 है और ऑल ऑफ अ सडन 90 for 4 है तो आपको वो प्रेशर ऑब्जॉर्व करना है रादर देन कि उसी मोमेंटम को कैरी ऑन करना है। आपको मोमेंटम वहाँ पे स्लो करना पड़ता है और उसके बाद फिर दोबारा जब चीज़ें आपके हाथ में आती हैं तो उसको लेकर चलना पड़ता है। मेरे ख्याल से वो मिसिंग है।
चलें, सलमान अली आगा, बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने का और वेरी वेल डन टुडे, ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर रेस्ट ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट।
Thanks for having me.
That was Salman Ali Agha. And the action doesn't stop here. Non-stop action coming your way. We're going back to the evening game. Tomorrow, Engro Dolphins will be taking on the Allied Bank Stallions. Once again, another mouth-watering contest. Well, that's pretty much wraps up the things from down here. I hope you enjoyed our coverage today, and we look forward to your company tomorrow.
Ball name, first one from Mir Hamza. Out, brilliant catch. Driven beautifully.
Charge given and this has worked. So feet down the ground and bang. Knocked him over. Wow, what a beach of a delivery. But the edge is on. Beautifully into the gap.
Room offered and accepted by the batter.
Nice looking shot off the back foot.
Bowls him. That's a ripper.
Gomez. He's gone